So we warmly welcome Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti Garu, Director, Commission of Industries, Government of Telangana. Thanks for joining, sir. Now it's my honor to invite the visionary leader who has consistently championed the industry-government collaboration and work development, and also supported the ASSOCHAM for the last 10 years with its recognition in the state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. May I invite Mr. Srikanth Batikar, sir, the group director for Phoenix, to please have the welcome address. Thank you, sir.
Sri Gaddam Vivek Venkateswamy Garu, Sri Dr. N. Ramesh Kumar Garu, Director General Administrative ASCII College, Sri J. Nikhil Chakravarti, Director Commissioner of Industries, Sri Rambabu Burgu, Mr. Animesh Rai, and my co-chair of ASSOCHAM, Dr. Augustine Azaria, and Mr. Macha Dinesh. Ladies and gentlemen, my media friends and colleagues from the industry, a very good, warm welcome to you all and very good morning to you. I take the privilege to stand before you and before this Honorable Minister to address this and to start this particular seminar, the third edition of HR Summit. And as Dinesh was trying to tell, after that state reorganization happened in IAP and Telangana, I got the opportunity to lead ASSOCHAM Telangana Development Council here in Hyderabad. So we have been representing both AP and Telangana. That was the time where the main action has started to say as far as Telangana is concerned. Coming back to today's topic of the seminar, Telangana stands, as you all know, at a defining inflection point in India's economic journey. Hyderabad has evolved far beyond being an IT destination. It is now a global capability center hub, a talent transformation engine, and a strategic node in international supply chain. As global chains realign and artificial intelligence reshapes production, services and governance, labor policy skilling ecosystem and industry partnerships must evolve in synchrony. The future of work is not a distant concept, it is already unfolding across our factories. GCCs, startups, and public institutions are coming up in India, into Hyderabad as one of the best service hubs in India. The positioning statement which we could make through ASSOCHAM is Telangana is committed to building India's most future-ready labor and skills ecosystem. India in a de-globalization world, the labor policy mandates as the following of Telangana's policy especially prioritize predictable and stable regulatory system, transparent technology-driven compliances, time-bound approvals, industry-aligned skilling pipelines, labor welfare aligned with productivity. So these are the factors which are driving Telangana in the forefront of the manufacturing service industry. Finally, workforce mobility frameworks must anticipate cross-border capability demands. HR leadership must collaborate closely with government to create structured redeployment models for sector undergoing technological disruptions. ASSOCHAM remains committed to facilitating constructive dialogue between industry and government to ensure reform with responsibility. I would like to touch upon the unlocking talent in the era of AI. AI will not merely automate a task, it will redefine, it's already started, matter of fact, it will redefine roles, skills, hierarchies, and organizational design. The strategic imperatives through AI would be shift from qualification-based hiring to skills-first ecosystems, embedded human plus AI collaboration into curricula, institutionalized structured reskilling commitments, develop ethical workforce transition frameworks. Here I would like to just share an experience like when Telangana government started in the present government also, government is very keen in having a collaborative efforts with the industry and the academia. So Telangana Government Council of Higher Education, In the past, we have made sure that all our industries, both IT and especially, for matter of fact, the infrastructure industry where I belong to, we have been collaborating with the academia. Like we've been bringing on board, allowing students to come and do the internships, have a live experience with us, and giving them the live projects, training them at all levels. It's not only about the students, but also the training the trainers. Even the staff is to get trained visitors, and we adopted some new technologies like steel structures. So the more and more development happening in infrastructure, we thought it should be shared with the manpower as well, because it's in the expanding field of infrastructure or technology. End of the day, it is human talent what we need. Train human talent. If instead of waiting for them for the finish their academy, and at the time of academia, if you can train them, we will get best of the resources out of it. Moving forward, GCCs, which are playing a major role now, they are no longer back offices. They are global innovation engines and leadership incubators. They are reshaping compensation architectures, leadership pipelines, capability velocity, cross-border mobility. The GCC growth story must translate into sustained local capability development and long-term employability. Through structured collaboration, we can align global expansion with domestic skilling depth. Managing the multi-generational workforce. This is a very interesting thing which is making more and more challenging. India is experiencing an unprecedented demographic overlap, 4 generations with a single workplace. Demographic diversity is India's dividend if managed with foresight. The key directions which we'd be listening in the technical sessions after this, we're concentrating more on how to flexible modular skilling systems, shift from attendance-based to outcome-based performance, integration of well-being into productivity frameworks, skilling pathways for both youth employment and mid-career transitions. These are the few things which we thought we should bring on this today's seminars. Next is we'll be talking about career longevity as economic strategy, where we should be concentrating more on incentivized lifelong learning, build second career certification pathways, encourage internal talent marketplaces, institutionalize continuous reinvention, and finally, sustainability and labor governance. In this particular subject of sustainable labor governance, we would like to concentrate more on mapping green jobs and green skills, integrating workforce transitions, metric into ESG reporting, promoting responsible employment in industrial sectors. Sustainability must be measured not only in carbon metrics, but in human outcomes. Whatever I'm trying to say is, like the present industry, which is not really focusing on and should be focusing on and taking it forward, it should come as a policy also. And finally, the 4 labor codes, reform with responsibility. We would say that simplified compliances would help, uniform definitions, digital transparency, and reduced regulatory multiplicity will really help the process to move on. Structural industry government consultation, a core strength of ASSOCHAM, will be essential for smooth implementation. For our vision of ASSOCHAM vision, which would share with both the state and central government, would be the future of workforce will not be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by how responsibly we manage transition. Telangana stands ready to partner with industry, academia, and policy institutions to build not merely jobs, but sustainable, globally competitive careers. Let us move beyond managing disruptions and begin architecting the future of work. I once again commend ASSOCHAM and all of our partners for taking this important initiative for the benefit of Telangana and the nation. Thank you once again for patiently listening to us, and hope you'll have more and more learning process and exchange in the coming sessions. And thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much.
Due to limited time with the Minister, sir, what we'll do, we'll first release the white paper and we'll have the remarks from the Minister Garu. So I request my team to please get the white paper. So thank you for the inaugural of the Telangana Workforce Blueprint White Paper through ASSOCHAM, sir. So now I honorably request Minister, sir, to please deliver his address. Thank you.
Good morning to all, distinguished guests on the dais and participants for this ASSOCHAM HR Summit. As soon as I got this invite from ASSOCHAM, I said, yes, I was earlier associated with the industry, so it's a good idea to go attend and meet some of our old colleagues. And incidentally, when I was in the industry, I was president of the CII combined Andhra Pradesh state. So during my tenure as CII president, I did a lot of work for the industry in those days. So I thought this is a very good idea to again reconnect with the industry. So I'm here, and I'm very happy that this summit which is there, HR Summit, very relevant to today's times. Just now, Mr. Srikanth spoke about the new labor codes which are just been passed by the Parliament. They need to be implemented in all the industries. And personally, I felt when the bill was passed, it's a very good bill because it takes care of the labor. It also throws some responsibility on the industry, and it will also ensure that there is a good bonding between the management and the workforce, because only when the workforce is happy, productivity levels go up, and HR people have less issues. One interesting aspect, actually, if you see for the last 30-40 years, just now Mr. Ramesh was recollecting, my father happened to be the labor minister in Andhra Pradesh in 1980s, and then he was again a labor minister in the center. So we are, and now you are the labor minister here in Telangana. So a bit of recollection way back in 1980s, there were a lot of HR issues, a lot of IR issues, mainly because of those days minimum wages were not being paid, a number of working hours were not properly regulated. But if you see today, industry has become very responsible. We hardly hear any cases of IR issues and all. So this transformation which is taking place, it is also taking place in the industry. In industry earlier, in our company, we had an attrition rate of only 3 to 4%. But now we see the attrition rates going up, mainly because there's a lot of generational change. Employees want quick change of jobs every 3 years. They want a salary hike every 3 years. They feel once I move out of my current job, I get a 20% jump. Then again, after again 3 years, they want again another job. So this is a challenge for the HR department. HR department has to ensure that the employees are happy, they are working, the continuity is there, consistency is there. So the current challenges which the HR is facing is really a big challenge. So I'm sure this summit will deliberate what new ideas need to come, because ultimately the job of the HR is to ensure that the company is on sound lines, because once the employees are happy, definitely productivity levels will be high. And I have seen with my past experience, employees are the brand ambassadors of that company. So only when they are happy, they keep speaking about the good of the company, and they definitely create a good image for the company. So HR needs to devise new methodologies of how to retain people, how to come up with getting better productivity from our employees, and see that, because I've seen most of the companies also, there will be small groups being formed here, there, and we definitely create a little bit of problems for the management. So HR role becoming so vital in the functioning of the industry. So I would suggest that more, because when I started my industry, HR was not such a big department, or the management was giving a lot of importance to that department. Now with the IT and the new fields becoming more popular, definitely HR department has become very crucial. So there is need for all managements to recognize the need of how HR department can play a crucial role in the functioning of the company. So having said that about HR, I just want to say a few things about our state government's endeavor to see that in the future years how skill development can play a vital role in the growth of this state. So we are establishing about 120 advanced technology centers. They are unlike the earlier ITIs, where they were mostly confined to mechanical and electrical ITIs. But now with these advanced technology centers, which is being set up in collaboration with the Tatas. Actually, really, we have to appreciate Tatas. They are coming forward with an investment of more than 4,000 crores under CSR for these centers. So it's become a big challenge for the government also, because setting up these advanced technology centers in the rural areas, we need to know what kind of good courses are required and how we can train people, and then all of you can have an opportunity to recruit good people. So I will request all of you in this session, if you can also come up with something where we can introduce in our ATCs the courses which will benefit in future for the industry, so that HR can also get good skilled manpower in their industries. So we are in the process, we are setting up these centers, and in a year and a half time all these centers will be operational. So before that, I would love all of you to come forward and tell us what kind of good courses need to be introduced in our advanced technology centers. Actually, because of our past connections with the CIA, I had a meeting with the presidents, ex-presidents of CIA, to see what the industry needs are, to see what we can try to do from the government side. So we are working out, because in the recent summit which took place recently, where a lot of investments are proposed to come to Telangana, I have told our department to keep in touch with the industry requirements, so that we align with the industry. We see that proper manforce is available in Telangana when so many investments are coming. So I wish you all the very best for this summit. And we have with us Mr. Ramesh. He has a lot of administrative experience in the government, so, and in HR, because handling government employees is a very difficult task. And I'm sure this session will be a good interactive session, because Mr. Nikhil is also there from the Department of Industries. So I'm sure this summit will throw up new ideas on how best HR practices can work in our industries, and also help the government in developing skilled manforce in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your visionary address and your unwavering commitment to strengthening the labor reforms and workforce ecosystem. So we wanted to just give a token of memento from the ASSOCHAM, sir. May I kindly request Srikanth, sir, to please hand over the memento to Minister, sir. I kindly request Mr. Anush Rai to please give the theme address, please.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished dignitaries, I think Honorable Minister just left, respective leaders from the government, industry and academia, and my colleagues from ASSOCHAM, a very good morning. Mr. Shrikant just said, this is the third edition of ASSOCHAM Southern Region HR Summit. The first one was in Bangalore. The second one was in Chennai. And now we are here in Hyderabad. And discussion just seems to get more interesting with each edition. So today the theme is reimagining workplaces, navigating the future of work. And when you say reimagine, it can be anything, isn't it? Right? But I'm sure that there is enough data, there is enough information that would help us imagine what needs to be reimagined. And maybe in next few minutes, I would try aligning everybody's thought on how this reimagination should align. It also reminds me of a saying that the future does not necessarily happen to us. It is shaped by choices we make today. And today is the day we are here, all of us, to discuss this. There are some interesting things happening. Work is changing faster than institutions are adapting. Skills are evolving faster than the curriculum. Technology is moving faster than the policy frameworks. And therefore, the future of work is not a distant debate. It is a present design challenge. And HR is in the front line of this design challenge. HR today is not merely managing people. They are rewriting jobs, they are reinventing career paths, and they are driving capabilities. Just to bring the entire discussion into perspective, there are three decisive shifts that we see, or I would rather say I see. The first shift is from jobs to skills. The job is no longer the unit of value, skills are. India's demographic dividend becomes powerful only when it becomes skill-driven. This demands a skill-first architecture, whether it's hiring, whether it's academia, whether it's skilling ecosystems, or whether it is public policy. We need to have a skill-first architecture, and I think there is a lot of conversation about how India can be the manpower supplier to the world, the skill capital to the world, and this can only happen if we make this first decisive shift. The second shift is from process to intelligent platforms. We have been very adaptable, we have been service-oriented, but have we created intelligent platforms is something that we all need to look at. Workplaces are not necessarily defined by buildings alone. They are defined by intelligent systems, and AI will replace humans faster than we think. And organizations that redesign work intelligently will have an edge over their people, process, and will be able to drive performance. And none of this will be possible without intelligent platforms. 3 years ago, when generative AI was still emerging, and most of us were debating the risk, CHRMP, the organization which is part of Ripples, became the first HR body in the world to launch a generative AI in HR certification. In just 3 years, we have enabled thousands of HR leaders to stay relevant in a rapidly shifting landscape. Today, we see countless use cases which have been successfully implemented, projects which are driving efficiency, improving decision quality, and giving HR departments a real strategic edge. Also, if you look at the speed or the velocity with the changes happening, it's really fast. I mean, if you really connect that to a similar shift we had seen in 90s when computers became very, very real, the change was still slow because it took, computers came in and then laptops came in and then touchscreen came in and then internets came in and then Ubers and Olas came in, and it was a 20-year shift. But this time, the shift is much, much faster and much, much quicker. And institutions cannot truly rely on intuition. What we also did at Ripples is that we developed something called AI Readiness Index for academia and industry. And we are rolling it out in collaboration with Government of Karnataka. We would love to do that with Government of Telangana as well. Primarily what this framework would do is that it would allow institutions to objectively assess where they stand, identify capability gaps, and make evidence-based decision on where the government money or the investments or the talent energy or the strategic focus should be directed. Because future cannot be managed by instinct, it has to be engineered through insight. And now the last shift, the third shift, is from employment to employability. Earlier, stability meant lifetime employment, and that is what we were focused on. Today, stability means lifetime employability. Organizations can no longer promise job security. But what they can enable is job preparedness. Continuous upskilling, mid-career reinvention, age-inclusive, and sustainability-aligned workforce strategies. The true competitive advantages of the coming decade will be in talent agility. And we, as HR professionals, will be responsible to drive this. So our job would shift from being administrative to something very, very strategic. And that is why here we are today in this summit to discuss and deliberate upon. Look at the line of speakers, look at the topics. India's rise to global leadership and talent transitions, the India advantage in GCC ecosystems, human AI collaboration with skill-first model, age-inclusive workforce, and not to miss the very important bit of 4 labor codes. These are not isolated HR discussions. They are structural pillars of India's growth story. So let us move by responding to disruption by designing resilience. Because the future of work will not just happen to us, it will be shaped by choices that we make here today as well. And where India will start in 2047 would be defined by what we as government, as industry, as academia, and most importantly as individuals do today. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Anmishji, for your powerful articulations and updating on the program today. May I request Dr. Augustus to please have his special address.
Thank you very much, Dinesh. Good morning, and I'm truly delighted to be here before you. Quick introduction about me and my company. My day job is with Kyndryl, and I also serve as the ASSOCHAM South Chair for HR. And what does Kyndryl do? We power progress of businesses. We drive the IT infrastructure, modernize the IT infrastructure, and also enable organizations to transition into the AI era. So now that that commercial is out of the way, let me also welcome our dignitaries on stage, before which this program couldn't have happened without Dinesh Macha. I don't want to wait till the vote of thanks, but upfront, I want to tell people out here that you and Vishwa spend a lot of time and great levels of energy to make this happen. And with that, Animesh Rai, my co-chair, thank you so much for the wonderful effort that you have put in here. Sirs, this couldn't have been possible without a core team of HR people, largely from Bangalore, and some of them are here, acknowledging Chetan and Nav Kishule, both entrepreneurs, and also those who are not here, Sangamitra, Dr. Bindu. And these group of people are into IT, startups, and also entrepreneurship. And also, one of them is a retired army officer. So it's also battlefield to the boardroom, and all this content comes to you from these people who have spent their time. Now, the dignitaries on stage, I was truly impressed to read about Mr. Srikant Badiga, past president and past chair of ASSOCHAM, AP and Telangana State Development Council, Mr. Nikhil J. Chakravarti, IAAS, Deputy Director, Commissionerate of Industries, Dr. N. Ramesh Kumar, IAS, Director General, Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad, and Mr. Ram Babu Burugu, Co-Chair, ASSOCHAM, Telangana State. And of course, thanks for the wonderful message that the Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, Sri Gadam Vivek Venkat Swamy, had just delivered a few minutes ago. And I want to make this very short, as there are a few more speakers after me, and not to bore you early in the morning. So I want to talk to those who are in the room, the government, the academia, and the industry, okay? And I don't need to emphasize more that we are at a time of super impactful shifts. We are at a time of seismic changes. And the geopolitical challenges that we are having today is redefining the business day after day, not forgetting the technology disruptions that are happening today, all right? Not just at workplaces, but I think the stock markets are also bleeding over the last 2 days. And for good or for bad, I think it's all for good, for the good of humanity, for the good of our business. And I am reminded of Sundar Pichai's statement last week in Delhi. And he said, every time he comes to India, he's impressed by the pace of change. And I could acknowledge that every state of this country, every single place I go to, there is tremendous change. Whether it's a college, university, or the government, or public policy pundits, or the startup ecosystem, I think the change is phenomenal. And what drives this change? What drives this change is why we have this program called Navigating the Future of Work. Work has changed, like the minister said. It has transitioned a lot. And how are we going to cope and equip ourselves for the future? Those are some of the takeaways that you're going to get later in the day. And when we talk about pace of change, it's not just public policy that defines the pace of change. It is people. And it's people like us who are at the core of every business. And I say this, people are such an important asset that various companies, if you read their annual reports, they will say people are our most valuable asset. And do you know where I see it? I would see it on page 42. If people are our most valuable asset, it should be on your cover page. It should be your banner headline. And that is my ask to the corporates out here, to recognize people and to put them at the core of your business, because when you do that, your business runs on autopilot. You empower them, you energize them, and then you give them the right skills, and business happens. And I'm a witness to it, having done that in the past. And like I said, pace of change is an era we are living in, and every era leaves its footprint, whether it was the industrial era, the Renaissance, or so on and so forth. And our era is going to leave a footprint. And I think we are all party to that great footprint that we are going to be leaving. And when I say footprint, this is about progressing people. People will progress once they have skills, and those skills have got to be relevant. And today, if you're reading about job losses and redundancies at work, that's a natural corollary of what? Innovation. As you innovate, you leave behind certain things that are outdated. And therefore, innovation drives the change. And for us to harness this change, we need people who are continuously skilled. So skilling is extremely important in this world that we are living in. Whether you want to make people AI ready, or whether you want to make them, skilled into teaching or into various other aspects. Another point that comes to my mind this morning is my message to the government, academia, and industry. Let's take academia first. I think academia is doing a great job by having so many graduates coming into our work stream. I don't need to emphasize that all of those graduates are not employable. They all need to go through a finishing school for them to be industry ready. And for them to be industry ready, we need industry to participate more effectively with academia. Not just a guest lecture that you're going to give, but sit down and bring that industry syllabus and make sure that industry people come and deliver the talk and teaching at colleges. Similarly, take faculty from colleges, embed them in the industry so that they are able to understand what the industry is. And that costs money. And who's going to pay this money? And that is why we have the government. And my urgent request to the government is to invest in these kind of initiatives, skills. And once all these three great players come together, magic will happen. And last but not least is how we transform lives in our country. And I'm going to leave you with a story. And this was a campus hiring event very recently in one of the backward districts in our country. And one lady didn't sit for the placement because her wedding was already planned and her father asked her to withdraw from the placement. And she was a very smart young lady. And one of the officers there in that institution asked me, can I speak to her father? I said, yes, I think you should. So he goes, speaks to the father, who is a self-made man. He's a carpenter in that village, and his daughter is such a bright person. And he tells him, sir, please give me one chance to get your daughter to sit for the interview, okay? And then you take a decision on the marriage. Just give your permission. So she sits through the interview. She clears it with passing colors. And she walks away with an offer of about 18 lakhs per annum, one of the highest. This is a true story. Now, what happened? She comes from this backward village. She goes back to her village. She shares her success. Apart from sharing her success, she's one of those women in that village who had to go in the cover of darkness at night for nature's call and to relieve herself because there was no sanitation or a bathroom in their home. She went and built a bathroom first with the money that she earned. And then she ensured that her entire village got those toilets. What happened here? Transformation. Entire village ecosystem transformed. Why? Because of education. Why? Because of skills. Why? Because of the opportunity. So each one of us here are great players who have facilitated these types of transformations. And one story like that is not enough to advance this country to a developed nation. We need more such stories. And we are going to be the creator of those stories. So my dear friends, I leave you with the thought to transform lives as you drive your business, and always do it with a purpose. And your purpose could be people, your purpose could be profit, your purpose could be social upliftment and social empowerment. Make sure that your purpose is undergirded by your business strategy. With that, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Augustus. My next speaker needs little introduction. He is the senior civil servant and a thought leader in the governance and administration. We honorably request Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir to please have his presentation and also his lecture, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be with you. My canvas is rather limited. I would speak about how the changes are impinging the HR, all of you, in your jobs, as career planners, as thought leaders in your own organizations. How do we create value among these uncertainties? I have a different take on, especially on AI. I come to that. But first, let us go to the first slide. This is the world we are living in. This is called the VUCA world. We have already come to terms with it. There are a lot of things which had affected the landscape of the businesses, of the services, service deliveries, including COVID. It has completely changed the definition of what a workplace is and what is a contribution of employees. The managing change in the context of VUCA, managing for the HR especially, it is a challenge. Why? There are two elephants in this room. We know about the contours of one of the elephants. It is called cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is going to impinge all the organizations in a very big way, in a very real way. And you have to be prepared for it. With the digital expansion in India that has taken place, we are one of the digital footprints are ubiquitous. It also has created a problem. We have created great payment gateways. We have created the ease of doing business with these digital transactions. But it has also bottled a genie out of this. That is cybercrime. In the context of the KYC norms, which have never been robust, We have bank accounts and we have the cell phones, which are unverifiable with regard to the ownership. This will continue to impact your databases. Breaches of the security, the database integrity of the companies, your intellectual property rights, and your personal privacy, your personal finances. We have to deal with cybersecurity. The HRs has to realize one of the paramount features of the organizations now is to create firewalls and to learn about the parameters of cybersecurity to protect your organization and also yourself. This is absolutely essential and non-negotiable. That is a real threat and it is not going to go away. We have to stay with this. And you're going to have very sophisticated hackers who will prey upon the companies, their IPRs, taking them to ransom, all kinds of malwares, and all these phenomena are going to come increasingly. That is going to be the feature we had to live with and we had to be prepared. We have reasonable preparation once you know how do we create personal firewalls and also personal hygiene in dealing with our phones, in our computers, in our data at a personal level. Otherwise, the business leaders will be much more vulnerable and much more compromised. Today, there is a new category of consultants who advise the business leaders about the cybersecurity and the kind of threats and the kind of precautions that they should have. But those protocols should travel down the line. Now, the second elephant in this room is something called the AI. Everyone talks about it. We are more scared than this. Quite right. The speakers earlier have said that the cycle time is going to be much shorter this time in terms of migration to this new platform. Granted, I agree. But there are limits to AI. AI can do a lot of routine kind of work. But the core of the business, that is the research, innovation, taking risks, and placing bets, this AI will never be able to do. So we had to come back to the 20/80 principle. The 80% of the routine works of a business, this AI can completely transform. It can make a lot of jobs, a lot of occupations redundant. We are seeing today, for instance, you could compose a letter. Most people do. A very, very unsophisticated letter. There is no personal touch in them. Anybody who receives that letter, they would know it is AI generated. There is no personal touch. You can just see through. A lot of communications, AI can do that. And AI can create presentations like this. All this it can do, but it can't create business innovation. It can't create real knowledge. It operates in a different world of this, the 20/80 world. It will affect that 80% of that non-core activity, which still is very important. We have to live with AI, to use it as a facilitator and to deal with as a welcome or unwelcome guest as it happens to be. In this context, we have to revisit for institutional stability and for the stability of the organizations. How do we create lasting, impactful, stable organizations and platforms? That is the job of the HR. So in a time of, at a time of crisis, what we have learned is you have to revisit the basics, the very fundamentals of what is motivation, what is organizational challenge, what drives people in the HR area. So the original theory of motivation was the Maslow's hierarchy. People gravitate from security needs, from social recognition needs. Ultimately, this journey of self-discovery, it goes to a process of self-actualization where you achieve your potential and where it stops. But Maslow himself had revisited this. He added 3 more tiers to this. Some of you are familiar with that, but it requires some explanation. The cognitive needs is everyone is curious. Everyone wants to explore, not to be satisfied. What next? What is beyond? This is a drive which takes individual organizations forward. This is what Maslow has said in the next level of hierarchy. The other is aesthetics, business aesthetics, which nobody talked about. Aesthetics were limited to fashion, to clothes, to various other things, but no more. Aesthetics is built into the core of the business. Look at the iPhone. Before iPhones, there were also equally good phones. In fact, Microsoft came with a product which is as good as iPhone, but it did not click because it missed out on aesthetics and created an intersection between technology and aesthetics, and he created a product. That is what is going to be the future. Aesthetics, business aesthetics are going to be a big drivers. This is what Maslow has said. And finally, transcendence. Transcendence really is about legacy. After you achieve everything, what do you want? Immortality. Organizations want immortality. People want immortality. So this drive will also propel a lot of change, dynamism, individual excellence, organizational excellence. However, there has been a limitation. These models are primarily based on the Western models. I would like to argue with you, every template of management tools and also management culture are a product of a culture and civilization. What is good in US doesn't hold good in the Europe anymore. It's a different world, different context. For that in China, for that matter. So, in our case also in India, there is a very unique model of a servant leadership. A servant leader is one who thinks beyond himself and works for the fulfillment of the members of the organization. The servant leadership which West has never practiced. I would like to recall 2 of the greatest leadership examples in India. Dr. Satish Dhawan, whenever a launch was failure, he took responsibility. He went to the media and said, "It is my fault, we have failed, but next time we will do better." But when a launch was successful, he always would say, "I would give credit to the team." That is what servant leadership is at work, which has really transformed a PSU like ISRO into a world-class organization where they are able to put satellites into an orbit at a fraction of a cost of what the other competitors are doing. That is why people do come. Of course, we have failures. There is a failure committee which is reviewing it was announced this. But they are going to learn. It's a learning organization. They learn from failures. A good organization need not have success run, because a failure is the next thing which is going to trip you and bring you down. Be prepared for the failures. That's what ISRO is. And Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam had carried this in DRDO. That is why today we have a robust missile architecture. The Operation Sindoor is because of the DRDO, because of Kalam, because of the sound principles which he had grounded into these organizations, which make the organizations robust. So we had to discover what are those principles which have worked in the Indian context. I would call them the 4-quadrant approach. We should not be satisfied with what the mind produces. There is your emotions, the heart, our bodies, and ultimately our being. So the 4-quadrant approach is what India has always believed in. This is called Manasa, Vacha, and actually Karma. It is Karmana. There is a spelling mistake. So you ideate, you talk, and then you practice. This is the core principles which foundational values of our own culture and civilizations. And we should go back to these core principles to learn a little more about them. When we come to the mind, One of the great features of the mind is the plasticity. Today, there has been a lot of speculative research that new neurons which are created in the hippocampus region, they might migrate to the other regions. It is very speculative. But in some laboratory studies, they see that kind of migration. That means individuals can add new capabilities, and organizations also can, because ultimately organizations are the sum total of the individuals and more. So organizations and individuals have a lot of capacity, a lot of latent capacity in them to rewire, to acquire new skills talked about by user. I completely agree with you. These are learnable and doable provided you have a learning environment. That is what organizations have to create in self-interest. And the purposive organizations have these kind of principles. You all know about it. But we have to pay attention to this. Organizations have to be purposive, focused. We have to be innovation enough, like we have to deal with failure, like the DRDO has dealt with failures, like the ISRO has dealt with failures. But the failures have made them robust through a process of learning. You should have the capacity to learn from failure, to apply and to improve. And finally, the organizations have to be agile. In the private enterprise, the agility is not an issue, but we deal with public organizations. And we have been asking organizations to be non-hierarchical to the extent possible. In the business world also, there are organizations which have failed, and one of the best case studies is the General Motors, which had innumerable number of committees and vice presidents, and they never took decisions, and they had the committees, and it ultimately General Motors, they tripped down only because of their lack of agility, either for public organizations or private organizations. That will be an issue. But there are mechanisms, there are toolkits. In the case of the HR, this is known as competency mapping. In competency mapping, the issues that emerge are privacy concerns primarily. You can successfully do competency mapping for all your employees, but we have to develop a culture where the employees should be open for the competency mapping and to come out into the public space and say, these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses, I would like to learn more. We have to develop this culture in the organization to develop competency mapping and to use the competency mapping for the organizational good and growth. It's not going to be an easy challenge. It's a very difficult challenge because people do not want to reveal who they are easily unless you create a sense of trust and belonging in the organization. Now, we also talked about the toxic work culture which creates attrition rates. This is one of the core areas of the HR. Why the attrition rates happen? The attrition rates happen for varieties of reasons, but the reason which we are focusing about is the toxic workplace. There are many successful companies which give good results on a quarter-on basis, but the people are so vexed they would like to leave these organizations. Why they wouldn't like to stay? The IT and ITES sector had reached an attrition rate of almost 25%. The IT majors had got together and had a non-compete agreement, at least in the case of the top management, that we should not poach on each other's talent. Most of the industries have to develop this kind of a dialogue where you have to deal with your peers and say, look, let us not do this anymore. Let us not poach on your resources which you have nurtured, developed over a period of time. I would not do that. That kind of confidence, that kind of a culture, that kind of a practice, unless it comes, these attrition rates will continue to be there and continue to play. We develop resources, we painstakingly over a period of time, they grow in the organizations, and at the earliest opportunity of career advancement, they would like to lead it. Here, organizations like CII, ASSOCHAM can promote this kind of a dialogue among the senior management and leadership and bring about some kind of healthy governance in place. So the way forward to make an organization a happy, a productive organization is team building. For team building, we at ASCII, we have developed a lot of toolkits. We do programs, we do exercises, we do therapies, and we create teams out of people. The people are not an island into themselves. You have to break this silo-based functioning, and you have to create from silos, the transition has to be teams tomorrow. We have emphasized about work from home too long. The coziness and comfortness of working on your own, but it won't work. The West also has come away. The Apple had given the guidance. Google had given the guidance. If you want to stay at home permanently. Please come to offices, because it is necessary to create teams, collaboration, and innovation through workplace collaboration, teams, and working. But the organizations have to structurally look at empathy building. The empathy building, a sharing, a caring, there is a kind of a concern which organizations have to create. When there is a crisis, the leadership has to respond to the crisis of a member of the team. It is his crisis is your crisis. If you are able to create that kind of an outlook, that kind of an empathy, your organization will stay robust, resilient. Now, I would not like to discuss more about the body. The bodies are very important. The body is a vehicle through which the deliveries take place. Now, if you look at the high performance individuals, the prime ministers, the ministers, the CEOs, and the COOs are very large organizations. One thing they don't have is a luxury of a sleep. They don't sleep more than 4 hours. It's an educated guess. Is there any prime minister who could, with this kind of global challenges and crises, who would speak for more than 4 hours? And our employee would say, oh, I did not sleep well today, I did not rest well. This is another glass ceiling which has to be broken. Your body is much more capable, provided your body realizes your importance, your own significance. This, I talk about the very happy chemicals. We are really powered by these very happy chemicals. These are our dopamines, the oxytocins, the serotonins, and endorphins. The dopamines kick in because of the purpose. The oxytocin comes because of the camaraderie, friendship, meeting like this today. All of you, interacting with each other, shaking hands, knowing each other, making connections, real connections. This is what oxytocins are at work. The serotonin is when you do a good job, like Dinesh has done a good job. He has done a wonderful HR summit. His serotonin right now is at the highest level among this particular group. Give a big hand to him. And endorphins are what gives us the capacity to overcome the threshold of pain, fatigue. So that these have to be nurtured. You are your chemicals, and your organization has to realize that there is a balance between work and life. If it happens, there are good chemicals at work, otherwise there are bad chemicals at work. We have created, using these principles, we have created some learning platforms. We call this the Atmanirbharta program, where we brought together all the players in the defense ecosystem. We have brought together the DRDO, we brought together the PSUs, majors, we brought together tri-services, we brought together private enterprise, and we brought together organizations like ISRO, who are all silo-based thinking into a common kind of a platform, because that is an ecosystem which is, there is a lot of give and take, there is a lot of exchange, there is a lot of potential. We created this common kind of a platform. And recently what we have created is a new training model, what is known as how do you prepare for the future in a VUCA environment. So this is another learning platform which we have created, embedding the 4-quadrant principle. The mind, the heart, the body, and ultimately we come to the being. The being is one of the most important things. The being is one which tells you your story to you. It is the one who tells you who you are. It tells you what you should be. You should listen to that little voice. That is important. If you don't listen to that, there will be only angst, there will only be dissatisfaction. Ultimately, you'll have to go to Sadguru and then prostrate at their feet, and they will take advantage of you. They'll rip you off. There are a lot of these charlatans which have come who are capitalizing on these kind of deficiencies of management of self. Nobody should fall prey to that. It is pathetic if we have to go to somebody else to tell you who you are. You know who you are, provided you are prepared to listen to yourself. Be mindful. Listen to that inner voice. Know you, who you are. That inner voice is what ancient Indian wisdom has said about dharma. What is dharma? People would say, this is the greatest challenge for me in this audience, of this very evolved audience. We are all Western educated. What is dharma? Dharma is not merely doing right things, but doing things right. If you do that, you know that. If you know that, you are on track. And your organization is on track. So, my friends, I have come to the last slide. That is thank you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts, which we have been putting into practice. We are practitioners. We are practitioners for public good, for capacity building of governments, central, state, the PSUs, and the banks. These are our clientele. Private sector is not yet a big part of our platform. But we could work together. We could collaborate. We had to create a new kind of a lasting template in the context of the VUCA that is impacting the humans at a personal level, the societies. But coping up with this change is possible if you stay grounded. That is what the message is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your truly inspiring message and the presentation, sir. It was the importance of the institutional leadership in shaping the future-ready talent, sir. At ASSOCHAM, we would be proud to work with ASCII, sir, and we always look forward for your guidance and support for all our initiatives, sir. Thank you. Now, I kindly request Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, an industry-friendly director from the Industries Department, to please give a special address. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the stage, Ramesh sir and Honorable Minister, and dignitaries of the stage and all the various leaders from various HR leaders from various companies. Very good morning, everyone. I think this would be my first HR event in last 1.5 years in my industries department. Kudos to ASSOCHAM for doing such a wonderful event on HR, because they were quite helpful to us in organizing our global summit as well. As you all know, in December we had a big global summit, and ASSOCHAM was a big partner in that event for our industries department. Of course, after that presentation, I don't know what much I could add to this gathering, but I'll try my best. As you all know, Industries Department has been having their interventions across the 4 factors of production, and whether it is land, labor, capital, or entrepreneurship development and all. And of course, apart from that, we do other interventions in terms of overall infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, ease of doing business practices for enhancing the entire business atmosphere and ease of doing the business. Of course, you must be aware Telangana is in one of the foremost highest ranked states with respect to ease of doing business in the country. So as part of that, there were many interventions with respect to labor as well, and the so-called HR in the private world, we do seek huge importance to our labor reforms, labor deregulation, decriminalization reforms as well. Just for my audience, for a brief information on what we do with respect to certain labor reforms, how government thinks about certain labor and enhancing the skills and all. As you all know, the highest level in the bureaucracy is the cabinet secretariat. That it is in the PMO. In fact, the cabinet secretary is monitoring this deregulation and decriminalization reforms, and one of the key deregulation reforms are on the labor side of it, whether various compliances that the business has to comply to for various labor related issues, and also for the exit of the company as well, where there are many other forms that needs to be filled. When we met across various countries, leaders across the countries, many leaders, diplomats across the world, they were saying that these labor reforms are one of the major reforms that you need to do for attracting the foreign capital and also improve the ease of doing business. So the exercise started in that way. So as part of the deregulation, decriminalization reforms. So in deregulation, we have removed so many maximum number of hours that an employee can work from 144. In fact, Telangana has been forefront. Before India came to this, we have already reformed our labor laws. We have already given the maximum per week labor hours to 154. The India's labor reforms is only 144. So we are already ahead of that. And apart from that, there are many other exit laws, like if a company has more than 100 employees, if you want to close the company, you need to have various permissions you need to take various permissions from the labor department and all. This threshold has been improved to 300. So these were all reforms that are coordinated by my department, and we ensure that is implemented by the different departments as well. Apart from the labor, we do have various other deregulation reforms like flexible zonings, if it is a white industry, it is only based on self-certification, there's no PCB requirement. So and even third-party inspection for fire audits, everything will be self-certification based and third-party based. And the renewals will also be for longer duration. So there are many such reforms that we are taking up. And the new labor codes, which was launched in November 25, was one of the last culmination to such various activities that we were doing. So as you all know, I don't want to talk on that on labor reforms, where we have broadened the social security cover. There is major safety reforms, and also women in workforce, and many other minimum wage floors, of course, and worker safety and health. So it percolates across sectors, across industries. So apart from that, the new other reforms that we are going to do as part of our business reforms action plan is we already have a new digital employment exchange of Telangana, which is a matchmaking platform wherein the employers are being enrolled, and also all the job seekers rural across the length and breadth of Telangana are already enrolled. We are enrolling them into that platform, and I would encourage all the HR leaders to actively use that platform. Now it has gained good traction into this now. Almost 1 lakh plus job seekers are already on the platform. You can just enroll yourself and start your notifications. You can see your ideal job described profiles already. We are deploying few AI models as well, thanks to some of our vendors who are able to do that. So in fact, we are changing the entire module again, with new UI and UX and further additions also. So I would request every one of you to use that platform. It's called DEET. There is an application also. It's a Digital Employment Exchange of Telangana. This would really help the rural youth and youth of Telangana in securing the jobs that they deserve. There is a small check from our side as well, based on the recommendations from some of you. We are doing a small pre-check using our own AI software and all, and our own department districts heads, where they'll initially scrutinize their applications as well to see the veracity of these applications. And so these are some of the reforms that we are doing, and I know it is with the advent of AI, and I was reading the new report that blueprint, Telangana blueprint, that is prepared by CRMP and ASSOCHAM together. It's heartening to see there are certain vanishing roles across different sectors. I think apart from that, they can also add the roles that can also emerge, so that the new skill sets that can be also be improved upon. Apart from the DEET, apart from those deregulation reforms, you all are aware of Young India Skill University, which has been championed by this new government with much more vigor. And also, as Honorable Minister has told about the new ATCs, the Advanced Technology Centers. We have partnered with Tata. They have invested almost 2,000 crores in bringing new equipments into these ATCs, almost the 64 ATCs across different districts, where the labor has been trained with new advanced machines and advanced technologies, so that they are more job ready, and you can directly absorb without much of cost with respect to training and all from the company. So from the ATCs, from the digital employment tracking, from the skills, and also various reforms. So the reforms are quite across. We are doing whatever we can, and we are also engaging all the industry partners in shaping the curriculum in these Young India Skill Universities as well, in the ITIs, ATCs. So we would love to take the feedback from you as well, Department of Industries, and of course IT as well, to take enough feedback from you to improve such skills of the manpower here, and also do much more courses in partnership with the industry in ATCs, ITIs, and the skill universities as well. And with that, thanks for having me, ASSOCHAM, and thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight and the continued support towards the industry and the workforce development in the state of Telangana. So I personally thank, on behalf of ASSOCHAM also, the most friendly and also reachable director for the Commission of Industries. Always a next step to the industry need. May I request Mr. Rambabu Garu, the co-chair for Telangana State Development Quality, to please deliver his vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Really delighted to see a lot of enthusiasm and also enthusiasts, academians, experts in the HR domain, and also from industry. It's been a wonderful beginning of the great day to discuss and really do a brainstorming and also come up with some interesting insights on the HR relevance going forward. So this day we had Chief Guest Mr. Sri Gaddam Vivek Venkateswamy Garu, Honorable Minister for Labour, Employment, Training and Factories, Mines, Geology and Government of Telangana. He has set the context for the day, how the labour laws, how HR has a role to play in for running the state or industry or any organization. It's not just about technology, but it's also about the people who run the complete the system. So we need to really have a great importance and relevance, and also it needs to adapt as and when the technological changes happening and social changes are happening, that needs to adapt according to that. I believe Minister Sir has set the context with his experience and also had set the guidelines how they can collaborate with how maybe industry can collaborate with the government to suggest some kind of a policy making advisory. So also we had Mr. Dr. Ramesh Kumar Garu, Director General Administration of ASCI, Hyderabad, where he had really taken us to the basics of HR, the Maslow's theory, has how it's getting evolved even over a period of time, and how we need to adapt our HR practices, and how a human mind and how it needs to really play something like how it needs to handle the organizational situation as well. So I think that really thrown us something context what really HR can play a big role in the world of change. So we had Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, IAS, Director Commissioner of Industry. Sir, thanks for that very brief and very insightful things what's happening in the industry, labor laws, and also congratulate sir for having successfully executed Telangana Rising Summit. It was a really thanks for giving us an opportunity for ASSOCHAM for being part of it and organizing a couple of sessions where we had a role to play in. So I believe definitely would like to collaborate and also bridge the gap between industry and government, and also where we can play a role actually. Yeah. So, and also Mr. Animesh Rai, Co-Chair, ASSOCHAM, Karnataka State Development Council. So, also CEO for Ripples Learning. Thanks, sir, for your very insightful conversation on setting the context of the day. And also Mr. Agutesh Ajara. So, you had delivered very energetic speech and also really emphasized the relevance of HR. So, the ultimate last but not the least, of course, Mr. Dinesh has been putting a lot of efforts to make this event happen. And also, definitely, we are looking forward to have a very insightful conversation throughout the day, where your HR, because this we have very interesting panel discussions, we can able to understand, because as we know, we keep talking about we are hearing day in and day out, AI, but it's not just about AI, but how we are putting our human intent into it actually. But how we can able to put humanization into artificial intelligence, because without human intent and empathy into AI, we cannot really leverage what it can give to any individuals or organizations, or at scale to the country and nation and the global actually. So I believe there is a great relevance having even HR departments and also HR heads and also HR industry needs to understand this phenomenal paradigm shift. What is happening from this change is not something new. It's been there from very monotonous to automation and also industrialization, made industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, it's keep happening actually. But I believe throughout this journey, HR has been playing a big role. So adapt according to the change what is happening based on the technological changes or the societal changes or economical changes. So these are all things keep happening. But in that, I think also as Sir said in the book, it needs to be people are the key, but they are mentioned at the end of the book. That should be, I believe, the organizations who are really giving high importance to their people and understanding their leveraging their capacities to full extent of their potential. So they are definitely winning. The organizations who are really winning, and the countries who are winning in their whatever the race they are participating in is the people who recognized their human capital. So human capital, if at all they recognize and really leverage the capacity of it, definitely we can able to grow and grow. And as Minister Sir said, the 2047, the raising target has been set like a $3 trillion. So if at all that needs to be achieved as a state or as an organization, people want to achieve, definitely we need to accept the importance of the HR, human resources, the human capital. So we need to understand the dynamics of it from core to really from top to bottom, and give importance and take it forward. So I hope this today we will have some kind of interesting conversations around these particular aspects, and we'll go away from this room for some experiences, learnings, and also we are from ASSOCHAM would like to really take it forward and organize more and more such events, so that, you know, our role is to really bring some kind of insightful, the relevant topics and organize, and not only that, we'll bring the white paper. And also I would like to congratulate CHRP. I have gone through that blueprint. It's very interesting. Please spend some time to go through that, because that has very relevance of HR, how it is evolving. They have taken white papers on various sectors, what kind of, as already Nikhil garu cheppinattu, the roles in every organization. Let it be, it's not just about IT, but it's about every industry. There are roles going to vanish, unfortunately, but it is not that that's the end of the story. The new roles are, emerging roles are coming up. So I think we need to understand the dynamics of it actually. We need to skill, how we can reshape skilling, upskilling, and cross-skilling, etc. Various aspects, how we can do. Those are all things, I think, a very interesting white paper. Please take some time to go through that to get some kind of insights. And with that, I thank everyone again, once again, and also last but not least, the participants, everyone who is attending today. I really thank all of you for taking your valuable time on these weekdays, and hope that you will take some learnings from this today. Thank you.
I request Mr. Abhishek Kumar, the CEO of Ripple Learning and Research. Mr. Abhishek would be delivering the key address on the emerging trends on assessments and impact. So I warmly welcome Abhishek to please take over the session.
All right. Dignitaries, HR leaders, delegates, friends from the media, panelists, thank you for having me here. My name is Abhishek Kumar. I'm the CEO of Ripple's Learning, and it's great to be amongst all of you. When Veronica from our team informed me that I have to speak about assessment trends, I did whatever anyone would do to prepare for such a speech. I went to Google and searched for assessment trends 2026. Then I had a moment of self-reflection. I realized this was not right. So I went and typed the same thing in ChatGPT, isn't it? And then I realized that if I can search for assessment trends in ChatGPT and Google, then anyone can search for assessment trends. So why should you listen to me? You should just search for that in Google. So I don't want to talk about assessment trends. Rather, I want to talk about actions that we have taken, bets that we have made, isn't it? And the bets that we have made have been not born merely of a Google or a ChatGPT response, but from our assessment of what the environment is, what the environment is going to be like, and what we as an organization, Ripple's Learning and Research, want to do in that environment. These bets we have not made merely with words. We have made with time, effort, money, investments over a long period of time where we have built solutions and products. I think that's a real indicator of what we think are the trends in assessments. We put money where our minds are, isn't it? So when we talk about the future of work, we are mostly talking about AI, we are talking about productivity, we talk about new models of employment. But underneath all of these, there is one practical question that HR carries for the business. How do we know someone is capable? How do we know someone is truly effective? How do we know a learning investment actually changed the behavior? These are not philosophical questions. These are decision questions, because decisions are made on the basis of these questions, as I'm sure all of us in HR already know. And the way these decisions live and die is on the basis of the quality of signals that you have, because there's a lot of noise around these things, a lot of noise around whether someone is capable, whether whether a leader is truly effective, and whether a program is effective or not. But can we focus on the signals? And that is something that we will like to do. Now, I want to share 3 trends reshaping assessments. And like I said, these are not just trends that, that we think might happen. These are trends where we have put our efforts and our money and our investment and our time and our energy and our emotions, and me and my team here and a lot many more people back home have built these things because we think these are the trends. So let's talk about what the trends are. So let me talk about the 3 trends. At its core, Ripples is built on a simple but important idea. Capability should be defined clearly, it should be measured rigorously, and improved deliberately. In many systems, in education, corporate learning, even AI adoption, we rely on proxies for this, for capability. Degrees, job titles, attendance in a training program, enthusiasm displayed, manager's perception. Ripples was founded on the belief that proxies are insufficient. If skills are the currency of the modern economy, then standards, diagnostics, and impact measurement become the mint, the audit, and the ledger. Together, they represent an integrated capability stack. We define the standard with CHRMP, we measure the capability with discovery, and we prove the impact with velocity. There is a second conviction that we also have, probably even more important than the first. India must participate not only in the consumption of global knowledge frameworks, but in their creation. A country of India's scale cannot remain a talent exporter and just a witness to the game that is being played out. It must contribute architecture, standards, indices, measurement systems that are then referenced globally. You can see one part of that effort is creating the workforce blueprint for Karnataka and now Telangana, and then we are hoping to do it for other states, and we are also hoping to do it for the country. The broader ambition is intellectual, not merely commercial. It is to contribute to India's transition from a services-consuming economy to a knowledge-producing economy, where frameworks, assessment architectures, professional standards, and are exported, referenced, and respected globally. In that sense, these are not just products. They are infrastructure for capability, designed in India and built for the world. I also want to, I'll give you a quick example of this actually, because this is always plays in my mind and I often talk about it with my colleagues, so I should also talk about it here a little bit. So for example, when we talk about the generational frameworks, everyone is talking about millennials and Gen Z. These do not really reflect the experience of the Indian generations, isn't it? For example, when we talk about baby boomers, who are baby boomers? Baby boomers are people born, in the early part of the previous century. They went and fought in World War II, came back after America had won the war. And since everybody was exhausted from war, they came back and raised families, and there was a boom in the number of babies in America, right? So that's the reason it's called baby boomers. Why are we calling our people who were struggling for independence in 1930s and 40s baby boomers, right? That framework doesn't fit. So we need a way to think about our experiences, we need to have an architecture that describes and defines our experience as a society, right? And I think what we have done is try to take a small effort in that direction. So the first trend I want to talk about is skills first, isn't it? I think earlier speakers also spoke about it, so I'll keep it brief. The World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report says that more companies use skill assessments, that is 47% companies use skill assessments compared to 45% which use degrees or proxies for skills, right? And there are only 5% companies which only use degrees and do not use skill assessments at all, isn't it? So what does that mean? That means that when it comes to measuring the capability of a candidate whom you are hiring, which is how the market speaks, the market is already saying that we want proof of capability and not proxies for capability, isn't it? What are proxies? Degrees, brand names, job titles have been proxies for capability. But in a high churn economy, shortcuts are expensive. Proof requires infrastructure. And we do not want to have skill first only as a slogan. So what do we need? We need a shared language of skills. So leadership, data literacy, AI literacy is not just a vague label, but a defined capability. Assessments that measure the capability, which are not just exams, but work samples, simulations, structured judgment, etc. And governance so that the measurement is fair, comprehensive, and defensible. So how have we done this? How have we put money where our mouth is? CHRMP, or Certified Human Resource Management Professional, a certification that was built in India. In 2009, we launched it, and today we have 20,000 proud CHRMP certified professionals in more than 80 countries all over the world, right? We have deliberately moved from certification as an exam pass towards certification as proof of competence. In programs like generative AI for HR or HR analytics programs, learners don't just answer questions. We also have a program for CHROs. They produce capstones, they produce artifacts, proof of work that can be reviewed and verified. The credential becomes a compact summary of demonstrated capability rather than a proxy badge that you have. So the first trend that I want to talk about is skills cannot be verified by proxy. They must be demonstrated through evidence. And I think that's the first thing I want to, the first trend that we as a company have bet on. Yeah, so that is CHRMP. I spoke about that. It's a proof of competence credentialing and not just an exam that you have to pass. Let's talk about the second trend, which is what we assess is expanding beyond knowledge, right? Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development conducts a PISA test. PISA is a performance of international students assessment. Every year they conduct this test, which assesses students' capabilities. What do they assess? They assess social and emotional skills, emotional intelligence, collaboration, empathy, self-control, curiosity. Why are they assessing these skills, isn't it? Because the labor market increasingly rewards capabilities that are hard to infer from a CV. We can't just look at a CV and infer somebody's ability to be collaborative and have agency. If we are measuring only what is the easiest, recall, compliance, and a set of tasks that they can do, we will systematically underinvest in what the economy and the world is actually asking for. In fact, there is a very important point I want to make here. And it's related to AI. I promise to keep my references to AI as minimal as possible. But if, let us say, the world that we are being promised by Elon Musk and Sam Altman does arrive, and intelligence is available on tap. Intelligence is essentially commoditized. You switch on a tap and you have intelligence. It's able to analyze, interpret, summarize, etc., etc. What will be in demand then? If intelligence is available on tap, if intelligence is commoditized, if specialization is commoditized, which is what makes us distinct right now, what would then be the differentiator? And I would argue that if intelligence is commoditized, what would be the differentiator would be things like agency, being able to be proactive, taking action, collaboration, isn't it? Being able to these things essentially, right? Coaching, collaboration, learning agility, these things then become the differentiators because intelligence is anyways available. Intelligence essentially becomes a tool, and the inner instinct and the ability we have, the capacity we have to demonstrate these capabilities, they become important, right? I want to talk about Discovery, a tool that we built, which focuses on 3 ideas: make behavior specific. We have more than 60 competency areas that we assess. Calibrate with multiple perspectives. So it's not just my opinion of my skills. It's an opinion of a crowd that I trust. Could be my peers, could be my managers, could be my subordinates. It generates a 40-plus page report, and it turns insight into development by identifying learning gaps. The aim is not another assessment. The aim is to create a shared behavioral language that supports coaching, development planning, etc. These are some screenshots from the report. So you have a self view of a particular skill, you have a peer view of a particular skill, you have an average view, and you have a spider map for all the competency indicators which make the behavior really, really specific. Now, this is also something that we have built over the last 7 years, and it's now, we are launching it. In fact, we are launching it this week and today in Hyderabad. Discovery focuses on 3 ideas which I spoke about. Let's quickly talk about the third thing. Third trend, which is, long ago when I was joined in my first job as a L&D trainer, as a soft skills trainer, my manager told me that, no, it's not possible to measure training impact, isn't it? Many years later, I had a boss who used to say, training is like prayer. You do it and you hope that it works, isn't it? In every job interview that I've ever given, where I was somewhere in the space of L&D, this would always be the gotcha question, isn't it? Because everybody knows that training departments can't answer this question. What is that question? The question is, how will you prove effectiveness? Isn't it? How will you know that your training has made an impact? So over the last more than 20, 25 years that I've been hearing this question, finally we decided to invest in building a solution to this. And while you might have heard of HR certifications and you might have heard of psychometric assessments like the one I shared earlier of reliable and valid assessments, but I think this is something, a truly unique product, right? The third shift is not just delivering training and measuring a Kirkpatrick level 1 feedback, but really ensuring that impact happens and we are able to measure that impact. Research on training transfers consistently points to the same reality. Transfer is strongly shaped by what happens after the program. Work environment support, reinforcement, opportunities to apply, and not just what happened in the training room. So the shift is from training to an event, not treating training like an event, but an ecosystem where training is probably the beginning or the middle part of the process, and then something happens after that to activate or enable that training in the workplace. This means, and that's why we have built Ripple's Velocity, which enables 3 things: learner ownership. People must show how they have applied learning in real work and share it on Ripple's Velocity. Peer continuity, the whole cohort that attended the training does not disappear after the program. It stays in Ripple's Velocity ecosystem, and they continue sharing how they have applied what they have learned. And the managers also have an access to this platform, so they are also assessed on how they have engaged and encouraged participants to apply what they have learned in the program. This is what Ripple's Velocity operationalizes. Velocity is built to capture credible post-program evidence, not just opinions. Learners share real application stories. The peer group remains active after the program is over. Managers and observers validate the responses of students. One detail matters for credibility and culture. Velocity doesn't only track learner participation, it also makes observer behavior visible, which is what did the manager do after the program? Did they encourage and engage with the participant, right? How managers interacted with the application of participants. So this is the third shift. L&D is moving away from delivery plus feedback forms to credible evidence of application and reinforcement, right? Just to quickly show you, this is an example of what the velocity dashboard looks like. So you can see here, just one second. You can see, but I need specs. So you have experience. So you can see that about 52% of participants applied learnings after a particular program, out of which I think 72% had a excellent experience and 28% had a average experience. Similarly, that's an example of how for that particular competency, so for each competency you're able to see what the impact has been and what the outcome is. So that's, and the top right dashboard shows these are the managers, how have they encouraged the participants after the training program was over. So essentially we have built something to reveal open the black curtain of what happens to our participants once they leave the training room and walk into the big and bad world, and kind of show us a glimpse of what they did after the program is over. This is not a survey, this is a habit builder. It's not a survey that we run every 15 days. It's a platform they have constant access to share stories, read articles about what they did, how they're applying ideas. You can learn more by visiting our stop. So one line to remember: the future of assessment is not about collecting more HR data. It's about producing better signals, signals leaders trust, employees can act on, and organizations can defend. This is what we see as the three biggest trends. The goal ultimately is to reduce the noise and improve signals. Three signals. The first one, trust proof and evidence, not proxies. The second, look at the capabilities which are beyond specialization, because the specialization anyways will be taken away by AI. Look at capabilities that matter, for which we have Ripple's Discovery. And finally, look at impact measurement after a training program, which is what Ripple's Velocity does. Now we also have a stall here. You can see Ripple's Learning and Research. And for every participating delegate, we are providing these free pilots, so please feel free to avail of them. If you want an individual self-assessment with Discovery, that is completely free. If you're an HR leader and you want it for your team, if you just ask the panel there to create an agency account for you, you will get about 50,000 credits, which is good enough for 10 people to take assessments on more than 30 different competency areas. Also, Ripple's Velocity, which I spoke about so passionately, because like I told you from the first day of my job, this has been something hanging over my head. So if you want to try Ripple's Velocity again, get an account created for yourself. 5 events, 5 training programs are complimentary for you, for everybody who is attending this summit. So you can, for 5 training programs that you run next, you can also experiment with the platform and see how it works. These pilots are a gift from Ripples to all of you. Thank you so much for being so patient and listening to me. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek Kumar. Thanks. Now we'll start up with our session 1, the India Rise to Global Leadership. So the session is on the future-proofing talent, transitions, and building the workforce resolution. The session will be moderated by Mr. Anvesh Rai, the co-chair of ASSOCHAM, Karnataka State Development Council, and also the Chief Operating Officer of Ripple Learning. Animesh is very much associated with ASSOCHAM Southern Region for the past decade. So he is a visionary leader with the skill development, human resources, and people analytics, and worked close to 2 decades in the pioneer work in the integrating emerging technologies like generative AI and into organizational frameworks. Animesh has trained and mentored leaders from 23 of the Fortune 100 companies and offering tailored solutions with optimized performance and drive efficiency. Animesh holds leadership positions as a co-chair and also the national president of the Global Human Resource Management and Organization. So I warmly welcome Mr. Animesh. And the other key panelists, I would like to just, Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, the Joint Secretary for the United Nations Global Impact. We welcome Abhishek Ranjan. And Ms. Prachita. Prachita is a Vice President, Human Resources Controllers Data Center. We welcome Prachita. Thank you. And we welcome Dr. Kiramai Pendela, a very senior HR leader from the industry, and also the chairperson for the United Way of Hyderabad. We also request Mr. Rahul Narayan, the Director of the People Business Partner, Pega Systems. Thank you. And I request to Administrator to please take over. Thank you.
Right. So I've been told to introduce everyone. I don't know how do I do that, because I was just reading it and there is so much of experience. So I'll try keeping it brief, but probably I'll just try making it a little bit interesting. So I'll do a quick introduction and then I'll ask them one thing that this document doesn't say, which their profile doesn't say. So probably I would want one input from everyone in terms of what their CV or profile doesn't say. So quickly introducing Abhishek Ranjan. He is Joint Secretary, United Nations Global Compact. Abhishek Ranjan is a global sustainability and ESG thought leader, shaping how businesses become a force for good, a regular voice at UN and G20, and currently serving as Joint Secretary at United Nations Global Compact India. He bridges purpose with performance, blending business impact with social good. He is recognized as the ESG Person of the Year 2025 by FKCCI and a Sustainability Top Voice on LinkedIn. Right. Welcome, Abhishek. One thing which this doesn't say, if you can quickly let the audience know, that would be great.
Hyderabad is a favorite city of mine because I just love biryanis here.
Okay, wonderful. Now I have Prachita. Prachita is Vice President Human Resource at CLRTS Data Centers with over 17 years of experience in shaping organizations, people's strategy and culture, having been closely associated with CLTRS since its early growth phase. She has played a key role in building scalable HR frameworks aligned with company's evolution into Asia's largest rated 4 data center operator. Prachita is also a strong advocate of inclusion, gender diversity, and professional empowerment. She actively promotes women participation in leadership and technical roles and champions mentorships and capability building programs to nurture future leaders. So welcome, Prachita.
Welcome.
One
Thank
thing
you.
that audience doesn't know and this doesn't tell us.
I'm a very resilient worker.
Right, we do have that as part of the discussion today. Okay. I have Dr. Kiranmai. Dr. Kiranmai Dutt has 3 decades of professional work experience playing global roles, working in matrix organization, a perennial leader, leading M&A, HR operations, setting up greenfield sites, GCCs for American Fortune companies, leading TA, ER, union negotiations across multiple geographies, and has sharpened her saw on cultural intelligence. Dr. Dutt has set up the first India Technology Center for the world leader in logistics and supply chain UPS of Fortune 40 companies. I'll just 2 more lines about you. She was the head of Center of Excellence at the ISB Center of Leadership, Innovation and Change, CLIck, and partnered with industry champions like O.P. Bhatt, Kiran Majumdar-Shaw of Biocon Innovation Model. She is also former chairperson of AmCham, ISTD, and also executive member of IESA, NHRD, and CIHR committees. Welcome, Kiranmai, and one thing that this profile doesn't tell us.
I think I just love people. So while we were talking about AI, and that's what Ripple's Learning CEO was talking about, Abhishek. So I think human beings will continue to evolve and will continue to. So I'm a people lover, and that's what makes me being part of human resources and talent, and that drives me, that energizes me.
Right, wonderful, thank you. And then we have Rahul. Rahul is a people and transformational leader with 16 plus years of experience shaping HR strategies for complex global technology organizations. As director, people business partner at Pegasystems, he currently drives the people agenda for global GTM teams spanning India and the USA, supporting leaders through growth, scale, and change. Rahul's career spans enterprise technology, fintech, cybersecurity, banking, and consulting, including leadership roles at DBS Bank, Bank of America, CA Technology, and Deloitte Consulting. He has consistently partnered with senior global leaders to drive organizational effectiveness, leadership capability, and cultural transformation. One thing, Rahul, that this doesn't tell us.
Thank you. I think one thing which is not on my profile is I'm a professional basketball player. Sorry, correction. I was a professional basketball player. And most of my learnings are from sports, and I'm a firm believer that sports shapes you as a better person. So that's something which is not there on my profile.
Wonderful, Rahul. Thank you so much. Okay, one thing about being on the other side, listening, is that you really need to be patient and you really need to, hear it all out. And there is less of options in terms of what you can do. So I'll just try starting with a quick rapid fire, just to make it again little more interesting. And the topic that we are discussing today is actually very interesting. We are talking about India's leadership role in a deglobalized world. And this is what we are talking about. And I think, to me, last 1 year has been very interesting. Every time I wake up and pick up a newspaper, there is something that America has done, something that has been said, something that is happening. So it has been quite interesting, engaging, interacting, but I'm sure there are things that are happening which we may or may not like. And even, technology is changing things. There are a lot of things happening. So we are touching base on different aspects. For example, we are touching base on how can India move from cost advantage to capability advantage. We are talking about workforce resilience. We are talking about HR as a strategic architect. We are talking about how can talent transition be done at scale, and how reverse brain drain can help India. So these are all topics that we are going to talk about for next 40 minutes, 5 minutes that has gone in terms of introduction, etc. And I'll try making it as engaging for all of you as possible. Now, let me begin with a quick rapid fire, maybe a 45-second answer to Abhishek first. In one sentence, what is the biggest workforce shift India must get right in next 5 years?
I think the one of the things which we need to really build is from the cost advantage, the operational, execution to, I think, creating values. Most of us, when we were doing MBAs, we were told that do general MBA, then the specialization came. I think the world is now looking at something more depth in terms of your understanding, cross-functional knowledge is no longer, master of one trade is going to work in the new ecosystem.
Right, okay. The same question to you, Kiranmai. One sentence, what is the biggest workforce shift India must get right in next 5 years?
I think given the revolution of AI and whatever fear psychosis is spreading, we have to be the value creators for the world, not just the software capital or the, what we say as cyber coolies, or unfortunately, we've gone to that extent. Value creation, I completely agree with Abhishek. So the widening gap between academia and industry, especially in the tech space, is ever increasing. So we have to look at skills first approach.
Right, okay, thank you so much. Now, again, a quick rapid fire to you, Prachita. What is that one blind spot that you feel India lacks in its strategy?
I think in strategy, we are not looking at adaptive mindset culture. Not able to build a adaptive mindset culture of people is something, it's a blind spot. We need more people like this because we are continuously changing. Our environments are changing. We need people like this who can be working in a VUCA world in a continuous environment.
Right, okay, wonderful, wonderful. And the same question to you, Rahul. What is that one blind spot India needs to correct, or,
I think sometimes we undermine ourselves. We don't look at our potential. I think I strongly believe that everything and anything can happen from our country. And sometimes we oversee our potential. So I think that is something which is missing in talent strategy. I think whether it is academia, whether it is any industry for that matter you take, we have a lot of examples wherein we are competing the rest of the world as well, and we are delivering outstanding products, outstanding value-driven discussions and things from our country. Saying that is one thing, sometimes we underplay ourselves. I think we should step up and say that there's nothing which we can't do as an organization, as a country, or whatever it is. So I think that's one blind spot, because you said blind spot, not, so I think that's a blind spot if you ask me.
Right, wonderful, wonderful, interesting. So now, one of the theme of this discussion is from cost advantage to capability advantage. And Dr. Kiranmai, I would like to ask you, India has long competed on cost efficiency. Now, what must change for us to compete on innovation and capability?
I think very clearly from a patenting perspective, because when we're talking about innovation and capability, when you look across the globe, you still see the developed economies are truly ahead with respect to the patents they hold. And that's the key which is going to unlock when you're looking at India's potential. And we have been exporting our talent all across the globe. So if we can start building our own IP portfolio in terms of product innovation within the country, the Make in India and so on, which we talk about, but it should also come in with this intelligence of creating our own patents, and that's going to really serve the world interests.
I completely agree. In fact, me and Abhishek always end up discussing that India is not a research-driven economy, right? We are executors, implementers, but are we researching enough? Are we? And that highlights that point. Very, very interesting. Rahul, I would like to ask you that how do we build product ownership mindset instead of execution mindset? How do we do that? I mean, we are so good with execution. We are the service center to the world when it comes to IT, etc. How do we develop a product ownership mindset?
So I think we've already developed that mindset, and I can talk about the journey which at least I have seen. When so-called corporates started maybe around 15, 20, 25 years back, we started off with more in terms of cost center driven, getting work which is penetrated back to our country from different countries across the globe. Now we are in a situation wherein our wage bill is higher, so it's no longer a cost advantage as in such. We are more focusing on value driven. Now, if you see the number of unicorns which have opened in the last 5 years across the countries is unparalleled. It has not happened in the history of any country for that matter. Look at Hyderabad as a city, the number of GCCs opening, whether it is technology, whether it is pharma, whether it is healthcare, whether it's insurance, whether it is banking. I work with consulting organizations, banking organizations, and now with the product organization. So I think getting that opportunity is something which you already have. It's more as to my previous point, untap the potential which we already have, right? I think that helps us to build the product mindset. I have engineers who are developing products sitting out of the Hyderabad office, which is being used by Fortune 100 companies across the globe. So I think we are already there. If you go to campuses today, you look at the students today, what they come up with and the ideas they come up with, they don't necessarily, like all of us have been hearing that from a technology perspective, we will not need coders after 5 years down the line. So what would they do? So the way they challenge, the way they articulate, the way they blueprint their thought process, the way they look at the product, what is going to be in the future and look at business problems, I think that is something which is there. So I think helping our new generation to understand the business language, build the business acumen will be the key to build the product mindset. I think we are already developing the product, but having the right business acumen will help it, is what I think.
Wonderful. I think I completely agree. And every time you visit a campus, you feel, why are you not that young, right? Why are you not in the campus? Because there is so much that has changed in last 10, 15 years, isn't it?
And
right?
For an example, you have everything on your fingertips today, right? Whether you talk, we heard the previous speaker talking from Google to ChatGPT. You have everything on ChatGPT. So why do you need? So I have one of my business leader who's he's been in the industry for good 30, 35 years. He has a teenager going from school to college, and his kid is asking him, why do I need to get into a university? Why can't I just sit next to my system and learn whatever is there? So that's a discussion which is getting there. So the answer to that is business acumen, which obviously AI can help you. But once you get into a school or college or university, there is overlying umbrella to it as well. So.
Very, very interesting, very interesting. Abhishek, now you are Joint Secretary, UNGC, and you understand the social fabric initiatives really well. So I just want to ask you that can social institutions play a larger role in shaping national skill priorities?
Absolutely. I think, one of the charter of the UN Global Compact is to how do we really make companies responsible Just to let you know that UN Global Compact is the largest corporate body in the world, with over 25,000 companies part of it. And one of the things which we always advocated was, how the labor conditions at different working environments, human rights. Give you just a simple fact. There are only 24% engineers who are currently working in LLMs and AI. They are women, only 24%. So 76% people who are writing LLMs will have some biases, right, which is not true reflection of our society. Now, we are really working on how do we create responsible AI, how do we making sure that this whole divide doesn't go widen, because one of the risks what we are seeing is that countries who are adopting AI faster versus the countries who will not adopt, the kind of the divide is going to widen a lot. That's the number one. The number two situation is that AI is also creating a lot of disruption at the early schooling, the cognitive abilities of children. Because, there's a very famous say in Hindi that nakal ke liye bhi akal chahiye hota hai, right? So akal, to develop that akal, you need to do a lot of, manifestations, in the school level. So what happened in one of the countries in Europe, without naming them, they moved out of the, the textbook teaching, the original style of teaching, and now they went to all technology. And then now they realized in 1 year how much damage they did. And they've now gone back to that, and the old style of teaching. So what is happening is a lot of pressure on even the younger kids in engineering students or MBAs who are passing. Because, AI is disrupting a lot more at the entry jobs, the early career jobs, then the, the middle level. Of course, it will affect all of us. To say that the coding job will go away, who knows it, right? We have seen several cycles of, technology advancements, right from Y2K, what happened. Every next shop was creating some .com, and we saw what happened. Some survived, but a lot of them didn't survive. So I think it's very difficult to predict how the world is, because I generally believe that the people are going to be there. People need to be serviced. There has to be some product. There has to be some services around it. So, of course, the nature of job might change a bit here and there, but I think there's going to be a lot more companies will get formed, a lot more jobs will get created, but all we have to safeguard is that in this process, the underserved, there's a diversity and equity is also weighed in once we make these models, because the effect of not doing this in the first place will have a lot of challenges at the later stage. Just think about if these large language models are created in just few countries, or by few set of people, or few set of gender, what it can create a lasting impact. The way we consume our history, the way we consume all our information, if it's just have few set of people defining it, it's going to be a lot of challenge. So that's where I think India has to shape up as a country, and also we need to see that we become the advocate of responsibility in the way of how change management is going to happen in all our workforce or workplaces. Yeah.
Very interesting, very interesting. In fact, I was just thinking about it, and then I thought if AI is going to change everything, I mean, AI getting married to machines mean, you don't need a plumber in 5 years or 10 years from now, isn't it, right? So maybe the world, is it a fast forward, it's a rewind, where if you look at the world 200 years back, maybe it was a very different world than the world that we are currently living in. So yeah, but that's a lot of uncertainty. Nobody knows how things would shape up and what would happen and how the whole ecosystem would evolve. Very, very interesting take, Abhishek. Thanks for that. Prachita, coming to you, your profile talks about this a lot, so your input would really help. What does true workforce resilience mean beyond wellness and engagement?
Workforce resilience is, if you ask me a definition, see, basically it is working in an uncertainty. Yes, definitely there is an uncertainty in our industry where technology is evolving. I mean, we are into a data centers industry. Data center industry, a technology evolving, AI is evolved. There are a lot of regulations, policy changes which are happening. There's a demand fluctuations which is happening. There is a globalization in data center industry in the recent budget. So a lot of changes are happening. So people have to be ready. That's the reason I said adaptive mindset is very important in our industry. So people have to be ready, they have to be calm, they have to be working, they have to deliver the results in that uncertainty. And we made our organization ready for that. That is what, as an HR and the business leaders, have thrived, have developed, have built that culture in our organization.
Yeah, true. Actually, if you look at that, if we are able to adapt, then it's true for any scenario, isn't it? And that kind of allows you to cater to whatever kind of resilience is required to grow, so that makes complete sense.
COVID was a right example, right? Nobody. It was so uncertain. We do not know what was happening. But yes, our industry was essential at that point of time, many of them. So we survived it. The entire market has survived. But I think we need to get more resilient, adaptive culture now.
Certainly. With industries, all of us also survived COVID. So congratulations, everyone. Now, Dr. Kiranmai, I want to ask this very interesting question, in fact, and I feel that this is one problem that we have been trying to solve for decades, and that is how do we build stronger academia, industry, government, workforce coalition?
Yeah, this seems to be, a catch-all and, always in a catch-up mode because it's been decades which we're trying to solve this problem. But recently, a very interesting policy has come into play in our country where we have the demographic dividend, as we say. So the policy talks about mandatory apprenticeship, right? Which was more for the brick and mortar companies at one point of time, but now they're saying every organization mandatorily has to, just as we have a CSR Act, India is the only country across the globe which has CSR Act. So we are pioneering in certain ways. So now, what are the implications of this? Let's understand. And that's where we will be able to unlock the potential of the demographic dividend we have, and also create a stronger bond with the academia and the industry. The moment it becomes a law, whether you're a GCC, whoever you are, the moment you're playing on this soil, you will have to abide by the governing policy and the law. So that is the overarching piece. Now, I already am aware, in fact, as I speak today, Accenture, one of the largest consulting companies in our country, GCC again, if you look at an American company, has actually entered into a pact with some of the engineering colleges in the country. And what is it doing? This is called a 2x2 model. What is a 2x2 model? A 4-year engineering or a technology degree, which students would typically go into a college and they spend 4 years, and maybe they do some 3 months to 6 months of internship during that period, where they'll take a reference, they'll ask their uncle, whatever, or there are some companies which will offer pre-placement offers, internships converted. Now all that is a passé. 2 years they're going to build on their fundamentals in the college with the professors or faculty. And then 2 years is completely practical, hands-on in the industry. So because of the policy push, what's happening is now both industry and academia are redesigning, rethinking, reinventing the kind of curriculum they had, the kind of programs they have had in terms of whether it's core engineering, IT, whichever. So into the specific industry sectors, these individuals are going to go spend a year in one industry, understand their hands, and they're getting paid for it. So how cool is that? So they get mandatorily from the government 7,000 to 12,000. And then if Accenture is placing them on a client project, whatever client, depending on the role, they'll also get additional that. So look at the motivation and energy of the students. They're not just getting a degree, but they're also, this is called a lead edge program. Those of you who haven't yet known about this, so it's fantastic. I think those are the ones which will sustain as well as scale and reach out not just to the urban milieu, because I don't think you and I are here to talk about the IITs, IIMs and all. They will always find a place to go. We're talking about the larger millions of our workforce who are in the rural parts of India, and that's where for them to be able to find their livelihood and also suitable kind of a job, skilling is the only way. And if you transform your curriculum where you have hands-on practical kind of training, which is happening with the industry, and that's where the policymakers, academia, and the industry come in together. So I think programs like that is going to build the scale, and our future is very clearly defined, whether it's AI, whatever comes in, whether it's brick and mortar companies or the technology companies, because you want that pipeline and you're getting that pipeline very clearly. You can cherry pick when they're apprenticing with you, and they also understand the culture and their fitment with that organization. So it's solving a major problem if this is going to spread across the country and all colleges are able to adapt and change their curriculum.
Very interesting, very interesting. In fact, just to add to this, I also do feel that we always focus on students a lot, and that's the objective of a college, isn't it? The four walls is to develop students. But I think what is also needed is to develop teachers, right? That is extremely important. And especially if you look at Telangana Workforce Blueprint, there is a QR code, you should download it. All upcoming jobs or emerging jobs, almost 80% of it has an AI layer to it, right? And if our teachers are not, if our curriculums are not enhanced and are not updated, I think that kind of would withdraw the skill and the demographic advantage India has. So thank you so much. I think this is a wonderful model that you spoke about of Accenture, and I think we should look at imbibing at a larger scale. Rahul, I would like to ask you. Now, we spoke about a lot of conversations is very, very, I would say it is about India, and it is, but there are a lot of HR professionals here. So this question and your answer would probably cater to everyone present here. What capability must HR leaders develop to stay strategically relevant?
So I think that's an interesting one. The strategy part, which is the most, I think the most beaten word in the industry is strategy. And I think everyone thinks that, everyone believes that they think that they can come up with a strategy, they can work on a strategy and things like that. I think as HR leaders or as professionals, if we are able to articulate and demystify a strategy to the bottommost pyramid of your organization, then you can define strategy and then you can work on strategy. And I can give an example. We recently had our, in one of my previous organizations, we recently had our company call, wherein we talk about what is the strategy, how we are going to get to 1 to 2 or 2 to 3, what is our product philosophy, what is our workforce philosophy. And I had only 10% of my campus hires attending that, which means, well, I've put a strategy in place, but I'm not able to articulate to or engage with my bottom of the pyramid. And when you build in a strategy, you're not building it for a year, 2 years. It's a long term. So if I'm not able to engage my workforce, which will be more relevant in the next 5 years, then the strategy which I've put in place, does it actually matter, or it will fade away in a year? Right? Now we're talking about one of my organizations I was working, they were $4 billion as an organization. They want to get into $8 billion organization. They had put, how do we go from on-prem to cloud? How do we put all our products? But that doesn't excite your workforce. If that's your strategy, then you need to come up with in terms of how you measured, in terms of what as an HR person or what as a leader I should have to demystify that to the larger organization. And how do I engage them? Now, the current workforce which I have are currently on Snapchats, Instagrams, and so on and so forth. How can I engage them? Because you can put strategy, but if it is not getting implemented, what's the point of it? So to me, it is very important that if you are able to demystify, articulate, and engage your entire organization, then you are getting that skill. Because people have been in the industry for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, they will somehow align or fall off from the strategy. If they align, they'll continue. If they fall off, they fall off. So that's where I would leave it with.
Very interesting, great. Coming back to you, Abhishek, how do ESG and sustainability goals reshape workforce transition priorities?
Thank you. So just one point which you talked about, the skill part, right? Friends, even I see in the both advanced workforce as well as at the grounds level, I think adoption of AI is there, but how to really make AI work for you is still a lot of gap, which you also reiterated in your research. I'll give you one example which we worked with Animesh in one of the talukas to do a sample size. And what we saw is just mere teaching, enabling teachers with AI, readiness, which they have, and also making AI, use for their session plan to everything what they need. We have some humongous impact on the students in terms of, so I think it's a high time that we need to take AI so what happens is in AI is that it actually makes your time free to create depth, right? Which I personally see myself when I use it. I see that I am not doing my routine work now, and I'm focusing on my depth. So each one of us, I really feel that it's a time that we use AI to create depth in whatever you are doing, and that will really amplify your impact. And that will differentiate X person versus Y. That's what I'm seeing across the levels. Now, coming to the ESG perspective, there are two sides of it, right? See, today, 3% of the global energy is used for running the data centers worldwide. And data centers actually needs clean water. They don't want STP water. Okay, so you need, and you think you're talking about, there is a $500 billion investment just by the US. And then there's a couple of other, if you add China, India, and Europe, it's talking about $1 trillion investment in just, having more data power, more, computing powers. And all of this will require who? Of course, they need, energy, water, but we also need people to build those data centers. So it's an important thing which we are, seeing that there's been a lot of career options will come under ESG, starting from the ethical AI, who will validate, in terms of the models which has to be used. Today we haven't actually seen the AI commercial aspect yet at the success what the free versions or the freeware available. So that's where we will start seeing that a lot of new emergence of companies in governance, in the responsibility, and also we will see that a lot of subject matter people. We actually anticipate that there will be much larger number of companies will get formed now than what we have today. There will be a huge surge in the number of companies working in this space. So from the UN and our charter, we are actually looking at how do we make sure that our any development. So I will just give you another fact. Since our Industry 1.0, which has happened somewhere in 1900, our world temperature have already risen to 1.2, 1.3. And if we do not sustain that, contain that below 1.5, there has to be a lot of catastrophe, right? Catastrophe. So that's where the challenge we are facing, both in the environment pressure, how things are changing, the change management, and the biggest challenge we also see on the ground is the mental health. The mental well-being in this time, like COVID was a testing time for most of us, we surpassed it, but now again there's a lot of testing time for us, right? So it's very important that we become a very resilient organization. We care. See, the companies, like we have all have experience. I think I see the room. A lot of you have 20, 15, 30 year experience. Just imagine the brand of a company who stood with you in your tough times. So this is a time when the character, the culture of the brands will actually show off. When we say that when going gets tough, the tough gets going. So that is the time for us to demonstrate that we are not doing knee-jerk, we are not just succumbing to the current demand, but what is the future lies ahead. And some of these organizations who will do it perfectly, that those organizations will have a future, bigger brand, bigger thing. And that's how the world brands you have seen, who have different cycles of change, they have well-defined, well-managed. So that is where the UNGC and the other organizations of UN are playing. It's a tough time for us. You see the political pressure, the geopolitical issues. You see how companies are, defining a different roadmap to the ESG. So we understand this is a time where we all have to hold, our force together and see that how we can become a force of change, and we can enable everybody to go through this massive change management, what we are talking about. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really wonderful. And I always feel that, 1,000 teachers trained is a 1 lakh student upskilled, right? So we also probably need to have that lens as we go about building capability. But that's ESG person of the year talking to you and talking about what is important while we talk about business and people and capabilities, right? Now probably one last question to each one of you, and these are my favorite picks, so I've kept it for the last. So Prachita, I really want to ask this: what is harder? Reskilling existing talent versus replacing versus hiring on a new skill set?
Reskilling is definitely a toughest. But the most important thing, all three of them are important. We cannot survive with one. Portfolio is all three are needed. We need a new blood into the system. We need loyalty into the system. And we need, people are not adapting, have to move out of the system. So all three are important. The toughest is reskilling. It is a time taking, it is a leadership commitment, and it is the slowest.
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. Right. So Kiran Bhai, I want to ask you, what bold decision should HR leaders in this room take tomorrow morning?
Very clearly, embrace AI and look at how do you use it as a tool to make your drudgery go away, monotony go away, but frees up your time to really look at what Abhishek mentioned as deeper, build your core skills, transferable skills, human empathetic skills, because those are the power skills which will not go away. Creativity, innovation, problem solving. You can spend more time on it and remove the execution filter through ChatGPT or GenAI.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kiran Bhai, for that. Rahul, what must India do differently to become a global talent superpower?
And that's an interesting one. I think we are already a global talent player. What I think we should do differently to sustain that is to ensure that we have a growth mindset. We have influencing capability. We build upon our influencing capabilities and we tap on our potential. I think these three things will help us to sustain and ensure that we are moving from, let's say, a rank 2 to a rank 1. But I already think we are a global player as a country. I don't think so. You have any forum you talk about when it comes to employment, when it comes to HR, when it comes about organizations. I don't think so India has ever not spoken about. So I think we're already there. It's more for us to upskill our game and to ensure that we are sustaining that. So I think these are the three things.
Interesting, very, very interesting. I completely agree. In fact, just to add maybe 1 ounce, if not 2 ounces of, so I really do feel that India needs to look within and come up with its own frameworks for the globe. I think it's high time that we get certified by everyone on everything, and I think we need our own standards in terms of what can be done. For example, when you look at mental wellness, do we have enough civilizational depth to cater to mental wellness in the Indian way? When we look at upskilling, do we have our own leadership model, what Mr. Srinath was talking about in the morning? And would that fit in better? I think that is one bit that I feel that can really change the game for us.
Absolutely. Right? I think that's wonderful. Like, few things, meditation and yoga was something which was born from here, but we lost it in the transition. Again, we have got it back. So I think I'm sure that there are enough and more models. I think if you look at our culture, if you look at our academia, we are very high rich. It's just to your point, we look within and see what is more relevant for us to kind of ensure that this is what we are. At least in my 18, 20 years of experience, I'm not seeing anything which we haven't seen it in our organizations and so on and so forth. In fact, I have so many leaders from here, so many individuals from here, traveling from India, going to cross overseas and ensuring that what we are doing is relevant for an organization. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Abhishek, a quick one, 30 seconds. What would failure look like if we don't act decisively in next 5 years for India?
I think we have to shift from execution to ownership model. That's will define India, and that's a big change management India has to overgo. Every organization has to go to this mindset change. And that's why I'm saying there's a room for thousands of new companies to get formed. But we have to make this change management a mental shift in our minds. Yeah.
Right. Wonderful. Guys, big round of applause for such a wonderful panel. All of you have kept the answer precise to the point, and I have learned so much, and I'm sure audience as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for the session 1 moderator and his team. We had an excellent session. Now we'll go with the session 2, GCCs, the India Advantage, new HR models, next generation leadership pipeline, and in-demand capabilities. The session will be moderated by Dr. Augustus Azaria, Chair, ASSOCHAM Southern Regional HR and IR Council, and also the Regional Director of Kindle India. We welcome Dr. Augustus. Thank you. And the panelist of the session will be Ms. Aarti, the founder of GCC Wise, Mr. Sajid Ahmed, Global Ed Learning, Capgemini, and Ms. Sindhu, talent leader from Novartis.
Okay, so good afternoon now, and I'm truly delighted to welcome all of you once again, and Sindhu Aravindakshan. She's the talent and transformation leader at Novartis. Thank you, Sindhu. And true to her name, it's derived from a river, and Sindhu has gathered rich experience of over 25 plus years of work across organizations from various industries. She has deep knowledge and experience in organization development, psychometrics, neuroscience, learning, leadership development, and leadership styles of coaching. She also has developed an intellectual property on assessments that her company owns. So thank you very much for being with us, Sindhu. And we also have Aarti Sampath. And Aarti Sampath, welcome. And she's the founder of GCC Wise, an advisory firm that partners with global organizations to design and scale global capability centers in India. And she has about 2 decades of experience in HR leadership and organizational strategy. So her work on GCCs progresses the policy that the government of Telangana has in this space. Thank you very much once again, Aarti, for being here. And last but not least is my friend Sajad. So Sajad comes from Capgemini, and we go back a few years. His career is largely shaped by working in global enterprise environments across delivery, consulting, and workforce strategy. And he has worked across various organizations like GE, CA, and HCL. And he currently heads learning for a function which is global in nature. He's based here out of Hyderabad, but his job is global. Thank you very much, all three of you, and we're going to have some very exciting times in the next 40 minutes at least. What I would like to start off with is to read a little bit from the IT policy of the government of Telangana. Okay, and and it's a very well-written policy that we have here, and I'm just going to give you some insights from that particular policy. So the GCC policy was released in 2025, okay, and it was aimed at positioning Hyderabad, okay, and the state as a preferred destination for global enterprises to set up capability and innovation centers. Now, what does the policy include? The policy includes financial incentives, which means capital subsidies, stamp duty and registration fee reimbursements, interest subsidies, electricity, and duty exemptions. Infrastructure support is the other one. Without infrastructure, what would you do? So the focus on GCC parks, plug-and-play facilities, high-speed internet, and transport links. Then comes ease of doing business. Okay, single window clearances and fast-track approvals with dedicated investor relationship managers. Last but not least is talent and ecosystem. The industry-academic partnerships is another very important part of the GCC policy for the government of Telangana. And the context and vision is based on innovation, all right? Now, I've been in this industry now for more than 2.5 decades, going to be 3 decades. And I would tell you, when we first started an India Delivery Center, this was way back in early 2000. And that, I would say, is version 1 of GCCs, all right? Because at that time, India was a country for cost arbitrage. It was cheaper to do business in India because the skills came cheap, all right? And it was largely maintenance. And you must, and for those in my generation would also know that there was this big challenge of Y2K change, transition. And India got onto the map because we were able to transition code to the year 2000. Now, apart from that and various other things, IT grew. Now, IT grew not by its own, but because of the skills base that we had. So slowly, from cost, it moved to a skills arbitrage. So today, if you look at GCCs, GCCs are a skills arbitrage initiative. And when I say skills arbitrage, we are telling our global customers that, look, from a back office, we have come to a knowledge office. And here is your knowledge capital coming back to the East. And that's what GCCs would do. And undergirding all this is innovation. So with that, my dear friends, we are going to get started. And I'm going to ask each of you for your opening statements. Let's start with Sujat.
So I will touch upon the skills part, as you rightly called out, that it's about the skill-based organization is a word that we often heard. And today, if I look at the conversations that are happening in our organization, and especially if you recall the COVID time, I think people sitting in HR said that, okay, COVID has changed the entire landscape and suddenly HR has a seat at the table, right? So I say that today the conversations are happening around reskilling, upskilling. So the heads of learning also got a seat at the table. It's just not the CHRO, but the heads of learning. So reskilling, upskilling, and how fast you can turn around are the only conversations that are happening in today's time. So that my focus will be on that.
Thank you so much, Sajad. Sorry. Thank you so much, Sajad. And yeah, I think it brings back the learning leadership and the learning organization to the front burner. And irrespective of, it reminds me of Sam Altman's words, right, last week. And he said that it is cheaper to train AI models than people, because AI models don't eat and consume, right? Unlike people like me, okay? So it's more expensive to maintain people, but I think the value of it is intrinsic. So learning definitely out there. So Aarti, I want you to come up with your opening statement and also follow it through with, beyond cost efficiency, what measurable outcomes are GCC HR teams accountable for today? Innovation, leadership depth, or enterprise ownership? Thank you.
For me, I think the core point behind today's topic is very simple. It's about how we can take the India advantage beyond just scale and more towards sustainable value creation. And from what we have seen in terms of conversations with other GCC leaders, we don't have a dearth of either scale or talent. I think the constraints are more from a decision architecture, and it's more in terms of who owns the outcome, who has the financial accountability, who are our leaders, local leadership empowered to change or decide on the strategic direction of the organization. And I think for this shift, 3 things are important. First is from a talent strategy perspective, where we are not focused only on supporting growth, but focus more on preparing the organization towards where it needs to be tomorrow. The second thing is to clearly articulate the strategic value of your GCC, very intentionally, very deliberately, and beyond just scale. And finally, from a leadership capability perspective, are we building global influence and business accountability in our leaders? I think these shifts are important for any sustained value creation and for India to sustain its advantage. On your second thing, on the cost, beyond cost, what are HR being held accountable for? I would say that we have a lot of foundation in place already, from your succession readiness, your retention and everything. What we need to, the layer I think we are missing today is the readiness lens. Is that if the organization has to change its mandate today, how ready is the organization to adopt that change without really disrupting? And I think that's where the focus needs to go right now.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, and truly seismic shifts, right, as organizations change, all right? And we go to Sindhu, and Sindhu is very well poised because she's the talent and transformation leader. So for your opening statement, Sindhu, and to end that opening statement, what do you think would be the top 3 non-negotiable capabilities for the 2026 professional that didn't exist 2 years ago, specifically in GCCs?
Great. Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here today. A couple of things came to my mind as I was going through some of the recent research around what are some of the negotiables and the non-negotiables. And I think today we are sitting at a point of being a sandbox for, as a sandbox for global leadership. So as a GCC, which means to say that we need to move away from a service mindset to leading innovation. So there was a time when we were known for excellent customer service, high levels of empathy, cost arbitrage, like you mentioned. But today, times when there is, with the evolution of technology, I think we have reached a point when we need to move away from the service mindset, back office, offshoring, to leading innovation. So some of the non-negotiables is really adoption of AI, but more importantly, how are you leading some of that, from bringing different multidisciplinary into action. Therefore, how do you bring AI as an enabler is going to be an important thing. The other non-negotiable, which definitely AI will not take away, is your creative mind, right? So creativity is something that humans are the ones who created AI. So while you can call it an intelligent system, machine, technology, but it is the creator who needs to continue to create, which is going beyond AI. So that is the other important thing. The third for me is, in all this, what is most important thing that we forget is being human. So how do you bring the humanness, human-centered experiences as you are advancing in technology is going to be irreplaceable. So something that we need to think through in everything that we do today. So for me, that's a non-negotiable.
Bang on. Thank you so much, Sindhu. AI enabler and the human potential as far as creativity and innovation goes. And also to add to it would be ethical uses of AI. Much larger topic, but I suppose as we progress and develop around technology, and let's say quantum comes in, and AI agents could play havoc and go rogue using that technology. So it's so important in terms of what kind of ethics, control mechanisms that we have as far as deployment of AI goes. With that, back to you, Sajjad, to the human element, okay? And what are the top 3 skills HR leaders need to focus on for their personal upskilling?
Okay, interesting. Okay. I'll keep it very brief because I know we are between them and the lunch that needs to be served. And though they are not Gen Zs and attention spans still are becoming, very, very low. So I think first thing, Augie, is the AI fluency. Because it's like, you are in the cockpit and there is an instrument panel. And if you can't read the instrument panel, then if you are a HR leader and all the employees on board that plane will go crashing, right? So you need to know how AI is being built and what are the biases within that. You need to figure out so that your judgment is proper. That is the first one. Second I have here is the system thinking and workforce foresight. I think the leaders who work on hindsight will not be rewarded now, but the foresight. Right? That's the second. And the third is plain human leadership, because if you're talking about the HR leaders, then I guess they need to be the lighthouse in the fog, because there is so much of, uncertainty, anxiety around AI, and there is customer pressure on implementing certain things. Then people are asking this question like, okay, if you bring in that, what's going to happen to me? So, and I think just before this conversation, Aarti, you were there, and someone else also mentioned the psychological safety needs to be there. So as a HR leader, how are you creating that psychological safety so that your workforce is working towards the objectives and the goals of the organization and not just get distracted? So these three.
Thank you so much. Yeah, psychological safety there. I just wanted to add one more thing for HR leaders is the ability to unlearn and including me, many of us, we tend to say, during my time it was like that, okay? And I think we need to get out of that mindset. It's great to have the wisdom of the past, but I think we need to equip ourselves with the knowledge of the future, all right? And with that, what differentiates, Aarti, strategic GCC from a traditional offshore center? We are not talking about new coffee machines here, okay? We are talking typically on hiring, rewarding, and what are those capabilities that are deliberately there?
Thanks. So I think the very simple answer is accountability. It is about where the accountability sits between a GC, for an entity to be called a GCC. So if it's only a delivery center, then we should stick to the older term of our offshore offices. But I think the differentiator for GCC is in terms of ownership outcomes, taking responsibility on the basis of judgment, trade-offs, any commercial awareness. And should I say, if our hiring and performance systems actually reward this, I would say we are still work in progress because today a lot of our GCCs are still primarily delivery centers. And delivery is non-negotiable. So our hiring systems, our performance metrics are built around reliability and operational excellence. But there is a growing expectation that our leaders and our people show more global influence, commercial awareness, and decision confidence. And there is stress on our, on our hiring practices and performance management systems to keep up with both operational and delivery excellence and ownership. And I think that's something that we still have a way to go to be able to balance both of them.
Well, I'm getting such short, crisp answers from you all that I'm running out of questions. Okay, thank you so much for that. And I'm going to come back to you with a related question in terms of the P&L, so we'll just hold on to that one. Sindhu, coming to you, okay, how are we addressing the need for inclusive workplaces and managing a multi-generational workforce for the high-pressure environment of a GCC?
Great question. I think for a long time, we've been talking about diversity, equity, and somewhere in the whole thing around between diversity and equity, we've forgotten what it means to be inclusive. And I think as human beings, we were always inclusive. It is just that over the last few years, this has become like a fad, right? Everybody wants to have a DEI metric and talk about diversity, equity in the organization. So if you just go back in time, there was never a need for talking about DEI so explicitly in the organizations. So one is to go back and understand what led to that, right? Somewhere we kind of lost this thing of being more human at workplace. So we kind of have it in us innately to be more inclusive. Now, having said that, having lost that along the way, what do we do in order to become more inclusive? I think organizations are also moving in the direction of having KPIs where inclusion is tested or becomes a part of a leader's scorecard. And honestly, that's the other extreme. I personally don't want to be measured saying how inclusive are you, right? But that is what we are actually pushing the organizations to do because it's not happening organically. Therefore, how do you bring a culture of collaboration? How do you help people look at a mindset shift from saying that the organizations today are no more about intact teams. It's about network teams, right? And people are thriving in those network teams where they need to influence without authority. And given some of these things of being having a network team, influencing without authority, collaboration is becoming a measure of success for these teams and leaders. So collaboration is helping people becoming more inclusive. So one is to look at a metric, but I would say this is really about compelling stories and how leaders are not there to impress, but to really inspire. So how do we actually then look at leadership, not from a position, but saying leaders can be across levels, and how do we reward such behaviors in the organization? So it's not a straightforward thing. It's not something that can be done overnight, but something I feel is not just a corporate problem anymore. It is a larger society problem today. So if inclusion needs to become a part of what you see inside the corporate, you need to bring some of those practices outside as well in the larger society. So I think as a society, we need to address that. And corporate is just a subset of the larger community or society.
Thank you. Some fantastic feedback on that one. And my experience says that, taking that word collaboration from you. And I always say this, when you collaborate and bring teams together, what happens? When you put people together and they collaborate, it drives innovation. And collaboration is right at the foundation for you to be innovative, for you to have a good P&L, a healthy, stock price, and so on and so forth. But the human element that you brought in is so important here, right? How do you make people feel empowered? The psychological safety that you were talking about earlier. And those are, I think, also the guideposts for HR leaders today, not just HR leaders, but I would say business leaders. So thank you for that, Sindhu. I'll come back to...
Can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
And this has become more pronounced, I think, post-COVID. I think the pandemic kind of taught us a lot of things, good, bad, ugly. Of course, good was that the organizations learned that you can actually telecommute, you can work from home, which was a big thing, big shift. But what that has done is led to a social awkwardness, which has also led to this whole thing of hybrid working and people moving away from social setup because they found comfort in being, in the confines of their homes. So that has also gone against this whole piece around inclusion and collaboration. So just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and, post that and with the flexible work that is happening here, the old adage, out of sight, out of mind, and how important it is to retrain ourselves to get rid of that unconscious bias. And I keep checking myself on unconscious bias. And I would say all leaders, we all have a similar problem. We come from different cultures. And therefore, unconscious bias creeps in. All right? And it's so important for us to continue to be aware and to keep a check on that. So thank you for bringing diversity and inclusion to the front burner on that one. And going to Sajjad. Sajjad, just wanted to ask you, we often spoke about hyper-personalization of learning. Okay. Is adaptive learning live now with AI?
Okay. I mean, I don't know how many of you in the audience are from the learning space, but I'll just clarify what adaptive learning meant. I mean, it's about, all of us are different learners. And we wanted to give the power to the learner that, okay, you pick how you want to learn. So with AI, I think, Augie, it's like, we are not at an agentic level. Again, if you look at the evolution of AI, it was a traditional AI, then Gen AI, agentic AI, and God knows we'll move to physical AI later on. So, I mean, right now, adaptive learning is at a Gen AI level only, because it's like, you have the autopilot with a pilot in the cockpit, and your pilot is your learner. So as a learner, the learner is giving those prompts saying that, okay, I can learn only for 15 minutes on a daily basis, and I am a kind of a learner who will learn only through videos, and my proficiency I feel is here and I want to get there. So what the agents are doing, or whatever the Gen AI solution, learning solutions we have, is it's kind of curating it, and then probably also acting as a coach to see whether there is any gap in your understanding or where else you can move. However, in the future, I think we will reach to that ambition of set and forget, which is if your HR systems are talking to each other, if the data is flowing properly about an individual, then probably adaptive learning will be true adaptive, where the pilot will not do anything, but nudge will come its way that, we feel that you are not there, and these are the things that we have curated for you. We know your persona well, and now go after that. So we are not there, but we are somewhere in between.
Yeah, that brings me to the next question to it. I'll come back to you, is assessment, right? Now, how do we measure that learnability? Okay, so I'll park that question, and any one of you can take that. But I'm going to pause here, okay, and turn the questions back to you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Oh, there's a hand out there. Thank you very much. Yeah, please go ahead.
Since the L&D professionals here, nice point made, Sajjad, that you're making to the board right now, right? The L&D teams are making it to the board. See, I see a lot of innovations coming in L&D and the hiring spaces. The earlier panel spoke about it. But are we being inclusive only of the new generations, male, female? Are we not crossing from that and including the PWD community in the workforce? And how are you seeing that inclusion? The people with disability, what I'm talking about, so are you thinking that also as an inclusion, or still we are not yet there?
I think different organizations are at different levels when it comes to inclusion of, say, people with disability, people with, different preferences. But I think when I look at inclusion, for me, I actually take myself out of all of this and to look at you as a human being. Regardless of what you bring, right? Are you able to bring your full self to work and feel that you belong, right? It doesn't matter whether you have a disability or, you come from, say, an LGBTIQI plus community, whatever your background, that should be something which is very personal to you, right? Some of it is visible. Of course, if you have a disability or on a wheelchair, it's visible. But I may have a disability I don't wish to disclose. but can I still come to work and feel that I have the infrastructure and everything that it takes for me to thrive at work? What you brought me in here for was for my competence, right? And so my whole being needs to come in, and I need to feel myself to give my best. So that, are we respecting that individual as a human, regardless of their background, their preferences, right? So how are we creating workplaces? And learning is just one component, right? Including things like infrastructure, right? Am I having a place for everybody in the organization where people feel, they have. Today, I think we have categorized the whole diversity thing into so many pillars that I don't think we should measure against that anymore, because those pillars can keep going on and on and on. It's like peeling the onion. How long will you keep peeling, right? So for me, it is really about humans. And if I feel, I walk into an organization, I feel that, I belong here and I am respected here for who I am, and you don't ask me questions that makes me uncomfortable, and I feel safe, psychologically, physically, emotionally, mentally safe, then I feel one can be their authentic self and thrive in the organization. Everything else for me is secondary. Yeah?
Yes, please. Just wait for the mic. We can't hear you. Just wait for the mic, please. And thank you for that question. Very, very nice question. Thanks.
We have got two questions. The first one is that we are all trying to import the global culture into India. So when any organization comes, like Korean or Japanese or US or something, we try to assimilate that culture in India, basically. So please speak something on that aspect. The second thing, is it also possible to export our Indian innovation to the foreign headquarters also? Just one question, huh? Because I think there's something called.
So we'll take the first question.
And let's second thing is that, yes. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, I think the first question, I will pass it on to Sajjad and Sindhu, and then I'm going to come back to you in terms of the second part of his question, which was about reverse innovation. Okay, so I'll come back to you on that one.
See, I mean, if I look at my current organization, so though it's French, but in a lot of conversation, our French CEO himself says that India is at the core of everything we do. So in my experience, I have not seen we, taking over the culture, the French culture, because by and large, every organization wants to become a global organization, and they are not saying that, okay, our culture is the best. Basis where you are, yes, we celebrate the culture that you belong to. However, when we talk about an organization, there is only one culture. And especially my organization, and this is exactly what I tell. So when I talk to freshers, the fresh blood that comes into an organization, and somebody calls me like, okay, do a pep talk. So I tell them that, okay, there is no culture in Capgemini. And everybody gives me like weird looks, like this dude has been here for 15 years and he says there is no culture in the organization, he lost it. So I tell them that if you look at Capgemini's history, we have done so many acquisitions. iGate, 15,000 employees. Altron, 50,000 employees. And the recent WNS, 50,000 plus employees. So what happens to the culture of an organization? It becomes a khichdi. So our leadership always says that our culture is our values. So the 7 values that we started in 1960s are still relevant, though the industry has gone through leaps and bound changes, but we said, okay, those are the 7 values that our founder said, and we continue because they are still relevant.
Hey, thank you, Sajjad. Very well said. And coming to you. Talking of culture, one thing I'd really like to adopt from the French is their cuisine and their wine. Okay, fine. Let's do a quick question from you, and then we will go to Sindhu.
So just one last thing, sir.
Yeah.
The discussion was very, very thought-provoking. So one last thing I would like to ask is that, I happen to hold the leadership position in Hyderabad administration for last 2 decades. I've been, so what I really submit is that How do we ensure that this 4-year engineering, whatever we're studying, is relevant in this 6 months AI skill related? Because I think skills are changing every 6 months. How do we ensure that the 4-year engineering curriculum is still relevant in today's context? Because
I have a very short answer to that. I think foundational skills are going to be constant, all right? And your 4-year engineering is quite relevant because the depth of that knowledge is what is required for us to build on top of it. Thank you. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that it's never going to be constant. It's going to be ever changing. And if you go back 20 years, 30 years ago to where we are today, you can never control that. So for me, honestly, what we need to develop is meta skills. And when I say meta skills, how does one learn is what you need to see how you can build on that. Because once I look at my learnability, regardless of what changes, because every year World Economic Forum, when it publishes the future skills, the top 3 skills are changing. It was not the case 10 years ago, because every 5 years you would kind of see a change. Today, every year, there is a change in the top 3 skills. So given that, I don't think you can stay abreast of saying, you know what, I have to have this, then I will be relevant, right? So relevance for each one is going to be very different. But what is important is how do I inculcate that practice of how do I learn? And that for me is a meta skill that one needs to incorporate.
And I'll just add 30 seconds to that. So when you spoke about engineering students, right? I mean, still it's okay, they are closer to technology. But in my organization, because we also have consultants, a lot of people, non-technical people come and tell me like, okay, is it that everybody should become a technologist now because wherever we go, we see AI. So, I tell them that if you're using a calculator, that doesn't mean that you're a mathematician, right? So AI is just an enabler, as Sindhu said. So what we tell our people is you need to have a domain expertise. If I am talking about a consultant specifically, right? Those consultants will have the domain expertise. Plus, they need to have that problem-solving skills. And then plus the AI tools. So that they accelerate the analysis and then give the value to the client. So nobody is expecting people to become a technologist and know everything about AI. And I guess the conversations that are happening today on AI is more on the models and the platforms and the infra layer. Investment is happening there, but for a general population, it is the application that they use, right?
Absolutely, thank you. I'll take your question in a bit, because I have a very important question for Aarti, okay? And Aarti, are GCC leaders in India given real global decision-making authority? One. And do they have P&L exposure? Because we seem to be hiring people from delivery organizations into GCCs who are a cost center, and therefore their P&L exposure is limited or sometimes not existing also. So, are we limiting them to execution excellence?
So here I'm going to actually borrow from something Sindhu said a little earlier. I think that we have already built a reputation for being excellent in the execution realm in terms of the rigor, the consistency, and the sheer discipline that we bring from an execution lens. What needs to change is the mindset. It's about, are we constantly holding back and saying that we are waiting for some formal approval to come from wherever your global headquarters are to say, take this, okay, this is your decision-making approval? Or are we stepping up and actually saying that, demonstrating proactively good judgment, decision confidence, and maybe even business acumen? Because I think once you're able to proactively demonstrate that, there is a lot of trust that gets built, and the higher the trust you're able to build, easier it is for you to assume authority. So I think what is required is a mindset shift and not really waiting for someone to come to you and say, give you permission to actually have the authority to have P&L responsibility.
Related question to that. You said trust. Now, what about risk taking? Because only if you have that culture to enable them to fail fast and move on to the next, and the risk taking is there, and therefore P&L is also about risks. Do we have that kind of an environment? If not, what do you think needs to be done?
I think we are building that. I think that a lot of the risk-taking part has come more easily than the trust to actually take decisions. So I think we are held faster for failures, held accountable faster for failures than being entrusted with decision-making authority. So I think they don't go hand in hand. At least they haven't, in my experience, gone hand in hand so far.
Thank you so much, Aarti. I'll take your question.
Fine, Augustus. Thank you. Maybe in this round, I want to park my question now, because twice my question got parked. So the third round, I decided to park my question. But nevertheless, I'm happy to hear my good friends Sajid and Sindhu here. Happy listening to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as we're going closer to the clock, let me go to Sindhu. Sindhu, with AI, its impact and the future of work, how are we bridging the gap between existing legacy skills and the skills-first demand of human-AI collaborative workforce?
Yeah, this is such an interesting cusp in that sense, right? Because very soon you'll be hearing managers developing managerial skills where it's not just about managing humans, but humans and humanoids, right? So today, as we speak, there are multiple things in the organization where you have AI agents managing it. Therefore, when you have team members, there are about 6 or 7 people working in your team, and there are 2 agents as well. So how do you manage humans and humanoids? That's one skill that is going to become a very, very important one. The second one, I think Sajid spoke about AI fluency. But for me, and there is a lot of fear also that people have saying, does that mean that I'll be out of job, right? I think it's time for us to reflect, pause and reflect, and look at what does AI mean, right? And AI alone is not going to help you in your efficiency, right? There are many other ways to become more efficient. And automation need not necessarily always be AI alone, right? So the important thing is when you say AI fluency, you also need to keep in mind that not adopting to AI will make you, stand out than, adopting to AI and learning AI to make your work more easier, especially those which are taking away a lot of your time and is becoming monotonous. And if that helps you, whether from a cost angle, from a headcount angle, from a process efficiency angle, how do you continuously strengthen your foundations so that you are able to become more strategic, to the earlier question that you had? And how are we able to prove that you're creating space for becoming innovative? Today, what's pulling you down is all those processes, all those bugs that you're trying to fix. If you are able to use AI to your advantage to create space, saying, if this is going to give me 5 more hours, because what took me otherwise 10 hours is now taking me just 5 hours, where am I using those 5 hours? Am I using that to innovate something? Therefore, having that seat at the table in your global leadership to say that India is not to be considered just as an offshoring center, but how can I become a voice at the table to be able to co-create, co-strategize the organization's next set of strategic priorities. So for me, those will become the most important thing with AI coming in. But the last one is really about saying, the organizations of the past looked at, of course, competencies. There was grade-based, tenure-based organization. It's no more competency-based, grade-based, but we are moving into a skills kind of based where organizations, even with your titles, etc., it is really about what are the skills that you are developing and what is that will help you grow in the organization. So the skills framework the job architecture is changing. The skills framework and skills intelligence is becoming a big thing in the organization. Therefore, career paths which are very unique to the individual based on the skill set that is required, not just for today, but keeping the future skills in mind. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share to the question.
Thank you so much, Sindhu. True to your name, the knowledge is so free-flowing from you. Thank you so much. And with that, do we have time? Yeah.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a similar question, but just reframing it. So now as we see, GCCs are playing a big role in really getting the next stage of the evolution of, for example, Hyderabad. So Hyderabad is attracting a lot of GCCs here. So in that context, what are the key message? I think as you try to summarize already, but key message, because earlier it was only the back office and also technological delivery centers. But now it is a GCC means functionally and process oriented, and also almost we're trying to replicate the global offices into here. So as you also mentioned about decision making power, actually probably not only just about executing what they advise, but it is also taking the control in terms of running their organizations. In that context, to all these HR colleagues here, so what are the key message you try to send them and give them that this is the roadmap they can able to follow to make it ready for the GCCs in general? Actually,
I have just one line, and I want my co-panelists to answer that in more detail. But for me, it's from cost arbitrage to value creation.
I think it is time for us to stop hesitating and saying that we can't do it, and to step forward, step up, and assume, be assertive and assume the responsibility proactively instead of waiting for them to give it to you.
Anything from you? No. Great.
Yeah,
from cost arbitrage to value creation, and just as we are concluding, make it 30 seconds because I can hear a lot of stomachs growling, including mine.
Yeah. So, quick question to you, Sindhu. On the inclusion point of view, what kind of challenges are you facing to become inclusive of the Gen Zs? Because that's where everywhere we are right? All HR, I think, fraternity aware of now what kind of challenges we are facing, especially in terms of the inclusion. That is for you. For Mr. Sajjad, on this again, these Gen Zs, what kind of challenges you are facing? Because you hire maybe 40% or 50% of your workforce. What kind of challenges you face to handle these Gen Zs?
You should have actually co-moderated with me. So let's go quickly.
I think we have somewhere branded the Gen Zs to be like this generation who cannot be managed, understood, etc. Right? Interestingly, each of the generation brings a strength with them, right? And for us, if you look at the organization, it's always a mix of multi-generations. And if you recognize saying that each generation brings a strength, and if you're able to tap into that strength, rather than labeling them, saying, oh, this is a very difficult generation, this is an easy generation to manage, or this was more flexible, I think each generation brings something with them. As long as you're able to recognize that, right? Because I'm sure all of us have younger children or nieces and nephews at home, and a lot of what they have become is thanks to you, right? So it is not that, they have just become like that out of nowhere, right? As parents, we are a confused lot. This particular, because we are doing something for our child which we probably did not get as a child. So this is the generation that is now going with an entitlement of sorts into the corporate world. So you can't break that overnight, but what you could then do is use a lens of strength rather than saying it's going to be a challenge. If I see that as that, just like we talked about diversity, you need diverse generation to come and challenge you so that you can become more innovative in the ways of working. So I would say embrace them as yet another, set of people who are coming to challenge you, rather than to say, oh my God, it's so difficult to manage them. Which means to say, somebody talked about unlearning, right? And the ability to keep learning and become relevant. As managers and leaders, we need to then become, how do we inculcate some of those, learn some of that leadership skills in order to become, embrace the challenges that, because not everything is there in the book. There's no rule book for leadership, right? So that's my 2 cents on that.
See, as Sindhu said, I think that generation doesn't like to get labeled. But there was a reality check that happened just last week. So the India Learning team said, okay, we have a new batch, and we always do this leadership session. Why don't you come and talk to them? I said, okay, what time? 11 o'clock. I said, all right, give me the venue. They said, this room. 10:55, I'm there and nobody is there. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll kind of give them benefit of doubt of 5 minutes. 15 minutes passed, 11:15 also nobody turned up, and I had to call the coordinator saying that, where is this batch? They said, oh, they are not there. I said, no. They all came in at 11:20 after that nudge. So I told them that, you know what, sense of time. I know that you guys don't want to get labeled, but did you know that 11 o'clock you have a session with a senior leader in the organization? They are like, yes. I'm like, then what happened? They're like, oh, we were kind of on a break and all that. I'm like, what is this? And I also teach in some MBA colleges, and there was this Gen Z who's also in a lead role. And she said, sir, I am a Gen Z, but I am very worried about the Gen Zs that I'm leading because there is no sense of ownership. So while, yes, they come, I mean, let's not blame them because unfortunately they are born in a time and era where things come to them so easily. And for our generation, things took a different turn. While embracing at the same time, I think nudging them and telling them the direction that they need to take will be helpful.
Absolutely, and there's a lot to learn too, to give due credit to the Gen Zs. There's quite a bit of reverse coaching that I get from Gen Zs, right? So with that, I think, do you have anything? What's this hint? Okay, great. So that actually brings us to the close. So you've been a fantastic audience. Thank you very much. And I must say that in spite of pressing deadlines, we have these wonderful panelists here. Sajad has to catch a flight to go to the Dominican Republic tomorrow for his global meet. And thank you so much for giving this the priority and being here. And of course, Sindhu too. Thank you so much, Sindhu, for your free-flowing wisdom. And Arti, I hope you make it to that client meeting. I know you wanted to jump off at 1:30, but I'm like holding her down here, but please feel free. And thank you so much for your inputs. And with that, we will close. But one last commercial. You had questions on the Gen Z. There is a mouth-watering session this afternoon on multi-generational workforce. So don't miss that. Have a quick lunch, and please get back here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Skills First Human AI Collaboration and the Sustainability-Led Workforce Outcomes. The session would be moderated by Mr. Chetan Raj, the founder and CEO of Irfi AI. And the key panelists of the session would be Ms. Veena, AVP HR and Admin of Access Energy Group, Ms. Smita Yadav, HR Program Manager, Metronics, and Mr. Lakshmikant Atluri, the Talent Acquisition Leader of Sierra, and Pratyush from Senior Director and Head Talent Acquisition for the Braille. So I kindly request and welcome all the extreme panelists and the moderator to please take the stage accordingly. And I request Chetan to please take the head from the, and looking forward for a fruitful session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all had a nice lunch. And I can see Animesh already resting fine on the sofa. Welcome to this highly anticipated panel at the ASSOCHAM Southern Regional 3rd edition of HR Summit. I want to extend my personal thanks to the entire ASSOCHAM team for bringing us together here today. The theme for our panel is Reengineering Talent for the Future, and the keywords there are skill first, human AI collaboration, and sustainability. A quick, short intro has been Even before I could start Hyderabad.ai 2 years back in 2023, I left a lucrative role of as CBO, Chief Business Officer, a company which I had built from a mere 15-member organization to a 250-member organization in around 3 years. It was a hard decision, but I decided to get out of the corporate world and start an AI company. And that's how Hyderabad.ai started in 2023. With no understanding of AI, I had to do a lot of unlearning, then relearning, again unlearning, because AI has been changing, the levels have been changing, and there have been too many modifications which were happening through. It was important that whatever was also built had to be cut down. So that's how my journey has been in the last 2 years. As such, at Hyderabad.ai, our core differentiator lies at the powerful intersection of two different NLPs, which I talk about. One, I as a NLP master practitioner, I have always looked deeply at the intersection of technology and human behavior. And that's exactly the conglomerate which I wanted to bring in the product. And right now, our industry is at a profound inflection point. Traditional recruitment is clinging to legacy systems. Much like Bhishma on his bed of arrows, bound by old oaths to outdated processes like pedigree-based hiring and manual resume parsing. And that's the transformation which we wanted to bring in the hiring front. At a core, we are a product development company focused entirely on building AI-native, AI-first HR products because talent acquisition is the largest, most critical dependency for growing enterprises. Our current flagship product focuses squarely on reimagining the recruitment process. We are moving beyond basic automation to build AI-first hiring diagnostic layer. So we are creating a true decision intelligence layer that allows recruiters to seamlessly team up with AI, uncover hidden talent, and make highly accurate decisions at scale. As I remember, back in 2015, 10 years back, revolution was simple about where we reached candidates. Okay. Today, the revolution is about how we understand human capability. That's the transformation which is happening today. To navigate the future of work, we cannot cling to the past. We need to embody a mindset of necessary disruption. I call it the Kalki archetype, clearing away the obsolete to build a resilient, skill-first economy. Okay. That's the thought under which we are proceeding further today. Before the panels are introduced, I would like to request each one of you to take maybe 30 seconds, just talk about your full name, the company you represent, and the role, what you do. I want to set the agenda for the afternoon. We are not here to debate futuristic theories. At least that's the expectation set for everyone. I have already told them during the lunchtime. We are here to define the actionable blueprint for the future of work. What exactly is being done in your organization, what others can take from your experiences and make it more realistic in their organization. So the three pillars would be on the skill-first shift, verifying capability over paper pedigree, human AI collaboration, moving from automation anxiety to decision intelligence, and third, of course, is on sustainability-led outcomes, predicting internal mobility for career resilience. I will also have last 10 minutes kept for audience questions, and I also request audience to keep your questions related to these three pillars which we have defined. And to make it a little more interesting, we will also have a quiz kind which will keep running on the screen. You all can take part. Please lift your phone, scan that QR code. You'll start getting into a screen by screen of you giving feedback or you giving your experience of what's happening in your organization. So let me know once everybody have taken the scan. And for those who could not take a photograph and scan it, please help your neighbors. Please share the scan so that you can. Okay, while you all scan, let me move on to our panel. please have your microphone. Quick 30 seconds intro for yourself in your own way. And maybe also one word of what people don't know about you, or you may want them to know about you in a different manner. Go ahead, Smita.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Smita Yadav. I'm representing Medtronic Engineering and Innovation Center. Been in the industry for 18 years now, with Medtronic for close to 2 years. And one thing that's not there in my profile, or something that I'm a passionate DEI speaker. I've been a part of many different various forums within India and outside, and talk about just like how we are meeting today in terms of telling exactly what can be done better, right? And pinpointing and taking some action surrounding and building a great culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita.
Amazing. Thank you, Smita. Hi, everyone. My name is Lakshmikant Atluri. I go by, or in short, as Lax. That's how most people know me as. I lead the talent acquisition for excuse me, guys. I lead the talent acquisition for a GIC called Sierra right now. I've been in talent acquisition space for the last 20 years, helping building various GICs in Bangalore and Hyderabad so far. And coming to my personal side, I've been a passionate photographer. I do biking once in a while, not as great as Chetan, being a president of Ducati Club, but I do a little bit of biking here and there. And I am a proud father of 2 young daughters. That's about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lax. Veena?
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody had a good lunch session. So just trying to keep you awake. Yeah, so I'm Veena. I head HR with a renewable energy company called Access Energy, which is into wind and solar. So I'm completely different from all others, completely a non-IT and exactly core remote jobs that our people do. And something that's not mentioned anywhere is I always hated mathematics. I think in my 10th standard, after I finished my exam, I just wrote the end. So that I thought I will never touch numbers. But unfortunately, in the HR, what is expected is number crunching, numbers. So my CEO expects always numbers, data. And that's where I think I love AI.
Fantastic.
Hey, hi, I'm Pratyush. So before I give my introduction, I will ask everybody to raise their hands. So nobody raised it. I think the lunch is still heavy. No, it was just a check that how many you are still awake. So I have almost like 26 plus years in TA, and I started with Shiv Nardas Foundations Group for HCL, worked there for a decade. And then after that, I have worked at Capgemini, Tech Mahindra, lately Deutsche Bank, and my last stint was Brilio. And it's a very typical situation because my last working day was 2 weeks back, and my joining date is another 2 weeks from now. So I'm just enjoying my break. So can't tag any designations for me right now. But yes, has been related to talent acquisition, headed global talent acquisition, region talent acquisition, and India talent acquisition. That has been there for last 12 years I'm doing so. And what people don't know. So people who are connected with me, I'm an open book. But people who are connected to me on LinkedIn, for them I would say that I'm a musician. I play almost 19 instruments.
Wow.
And I'm a vocalist, so that's it.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Yep. I wish I knew it a little before. I would have carried my guitar for you. Well, how many of you could get the scanner on your mobile? Almost most. The last benchers have not got it, I think. Did you? Okay. Fareed? Yeah. How many? Only 25. Another 75 have not done so. So we still keep a track within our AI. So do scan. You'll enjoy the interaction. Just run the screen, Fareed. Now, while I keep asking questions for the panel here, you all can start participating. Now, first, let's get to know how's the mood of the audience today. Don't tell me, you just put it up there. Panel, you have a visibility here. So you know what to answer based on what's going to be the answer on the screen.
Hey, we should also have scanned.
Okay. Somebody had a very high heavy lunch, I think, hence it's becoming boring. Interesting. While that's getting there, a quick question to my panel here. In less than 60 seconds, if you have to put through, I want you to be brutally honest again. And what is the single most surprising or impactful way AI has actually transformed an HR function in your organization, or which you have heard of in any other organization?
So I think disruptions in skill demography. So if you look at our skill taxonomy has gone way wide. And now, in fact, if you look at what leads to, it leads to decentralization. And that is what we are trying to work on. Because typically in IT, the depth and the breadth of technologies has gone so wide that you have to have decentralization, so which is another layer of activity which every HR function is doing today.
Okay.
So, to make it more specific to the industry needs. And now skill is the currency, so you can't lose it.
I appreciate that point. But tell me one thing, Pratyush. Were you able to put up a figure saying we have done 15% transformation, 10% transformation, 2% transformation? Where do you stand today?
So, from AI standpoint, you are looking at?
Specifically.
So, I can't talk about...
if any. If it is not, then fine. That's fine.
So, if I can't about... Maybe... So, here what happens is, hiring manager takes a charge and the bot asks him the question what you want to hire. And in that particular basis, from our, I would say, career architecture, when he says, say for example, I give you an example that he says that I want to hire a SharePoint admin.
Okay.
AI will ask another question, what years of experience you are looking at. He says 4 to 5 years of experience. Now, AI has the hard skills, AI has the experience level, AI has an access to my career architecture. It skims to my career architecture and brings out right level and bands for that particular role. The hard skill comes from where he said SharePoint admin, right? So there is a playbook of skills which gets created. Now hiring manager has to do a drag drop, which is mandatory for them, which is must have and which is good to have kind of things. Once it is done, it further goes into the education. We see education is not primarily that we are looking forward for. We are very much skill-focused organization. So pedigree is not that important for us for now. So, once it is done, the entire job description is created. Now you look at this. Before hitting TA, it hits our own skill repository, skill prism that we have. In the skill prism, it analyzes how many people are the match, how many people are, by the ETA of the project, how many people are getting released from whatever assignments they are doing currently. And I have a stock of people who are readily internally available, so need of hire can be parked for a while for those particular, where the availability is 100%. Remaining percentage, the gap is what TA covers. The same flow comes to the TA.
Okay.
On that basis, so we have...
So how long has this been put to use? Is it for the last 1 year, 1.5 years?
I would say 6 months now.
6 months now. And 65%.
Yeah, so what has happened here is when we go to the talent acquisition side, we develop two things out of this AI. One is the online assessment piece, which we do for the ground level role. But at what I would say at the senior roles, we have a conversation-based AI. Wherein, so it's not bot. I am personally, as a leader, I'm not a very big fan of bot doing the interview.
Agree.
Because at the end of the day...
That's just the level 1 actually of AI.
So what I have done is, AI is co-piloting the interviewer. He keeps the interviewer within the remits of the JD, within the remits of the time frame which is defined, and that human touch is also there. So, and trust me, being in HR, I know it once. So it has to be always calibrated and collaborated. If you don't do that, the next very day, some hiring leader will come and say that your chat bot is doing not the right job. So before taking a blame, I rather sabka saath, sabka vikas. Well, strategy I rather use.
Fantastic.
So, so that's how it is.
Thank you.
So now, beyond that, we have now AI is something which is inevitable. It is coming, right? So From the talent.
Let's make it a little more crisper so that I can move on to the next one.
Sorry, it's a long story.
Yes,
Then
so you need to
what
make
I
it
would
short.
say is, we have designed personas, 36 persona, but every role within the organization needs some bits of AI.
Okay.
So that identification, I would say it as an AI quotient within an individual. So IQ, EQ, and AQ.
Yeah.
That is what we are looking forward for. That work is partly implemented, not 100%, but we have almost 36 persona defined within the organization.
Fantastic. Very interesting. I'll take a different conversation with you after this program.
Yeah.
Moving a little away from AI to you, Veena, is we often wait until exit interviews to find out a top performer was ready for a midlife career reset. How can we leverage AI to map internal skill and predict when an employee is ready for an internal pivot before they look external?
So
It can be outside AI also, okay?
Yeah. So what we have done in our organization is we map people, or we ensure that all of them, especially the, it's a small organization that we have, so we train them on multiple things. So it's not just training, we put them into job execution into multiple things. So a person, say, example, he's only into acquisition, I would say in our renewable energy, it is land acquisition. We also train them into project execution, where you put the, install all the solar masts and other things, wind mast or windmills that you say. So like that, they are equipped with multiple roles. Second thing that we do is, we know now when there is a gap, or say internally if there is an opportunity, we know now, we also update this, all this in our HRMS tool, which is AI integrated, where it gives us, say there is a vacuum in a role, then this person is a right fit, because we know for that specific project how a person has performed. So we know immediately we have a replacement, rather than wait for a person, wait for 3 months for him to join, finally he doesn't join, we have an immediate replacement. So that's how probably, rather than just updating what is his designation, what is his years of experience, or what is his designation, what we do is, how has he performed in the project? What are the skills beyond which he has gone? What is the stretch skills that he had? How has he, what was his cross-functional collaboration? All this is pulled by our tool, which helps us know where to put him in a right channel where we need it. So that's one example.
By any chance, among all of this data, have you been looking at generation of people coming in? How is a Gen X or a Gen Y or a Gen Z millennials falling into this category? Any of such kind of study?
So mostly it is the Gen Z that who will be interested, because they get very fast. They get bored very, very fast. They want challenge. It is not just money that interests them or salary that interests them. It is the change. They want change, quick change. So that is where when we say, you have this opportunity, we keep telling, you build your skills in this, then you go get into this. So that's where I think Gen Z is the most.
But what would that change mean to them as per your study, if any?
That change for them, it increases their engagement levels. So while most of these top performers, especially, when we have this pain, especially as a HR, it's very painful when top performers leave. Very difficult to replace them. So that's where these top performers, they just don't look for only the salary. It could be at any level, not just Gen Z. Okay, it is what differently can they do. Okay, they also learn skills very fast. Not just what is happening in the organizations, even from outside they learn
I think that's where the boredom starts.
Yes.
It's
boredom
a quick
starts.
learn, okay,
Exactly.
I need something.
I know already this, but why am I not being
Next.
utilized for that? So that's where I think this is more of use.
I want to move that question from there on to you, Smita, with your 18 years of experience, being in HR all through. Have you seen such trend happening within the HR department also? And how has that been seen?
Yeah, so I have led teams within HR portfolio also, and I beg to differ on, getting bored Because I have seen
because
teams
there also we
working
have the
with me.
same generation folks
Of course,
available,
yes,
right?
Yes. People come from different experiences, is what I have, experienced in the teams that I have been building and working with, right? And people, when they come with different experiences, their expectations also will be different. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach kind of a thing that, okay, I am a Gen Z, so, I am getting bored. No, it all depends upon the person in question. It could be a he or a she who could, believe that, okay, I can increase the scope of my work by, contributing more. So can I go to the leaders and say that, this is my goal, but then this is more that we can do, right? Rather than just moving from one thing to another, while they can keep gaining, but they can continue doing what they are. So I think it's a mix. I mean, the population, the audience could be a mix of it. So, not stereotyping Gen Z, Gen Y or Gen X, but then it's more about your organization giving them the opportunities to work towards. If they see meaningful work, they will continue. It's not only the length, but the breadth also of the work, right, which is required for a career.
But I also keep hearing from some of the senior leaders in HR saying about today managing the new age folks who are coming in, either straight off the MBA or engineering, getting into the HR role or even recruitment role, or not that easy to give them task and make it work. Couple of reasons. One, of course, is people are made to work from home. You only get to come to office 2 days only in some organization, not otherwise. I personally had an experience when one of the resources was reached out and said, where are you? I'm at a mall now. Was there any job for me? That's the question. So until morning any task is not assigned, they think it is easier. We also have instances where, with all due respects to every generation, Gen Z is coming back and say, I was just taking a nap in the afternoon today, 2 hours. And they've been blunt, absolutely blunt in saying so. And these are not something as a characteristics which we can assess during the interviews. Okay, that's where my next question goes to Lax. As a lead in talent acquisition, how would you review some of these characteristics of individuals coming for interview? Are your hiring managers trained to check that? Are your HR folks trained to check that? Are your TA folks trained to check that? Or you just ignore to see, I'm only looking at the skill?
Great question, Chetan. Thank you. From hiring standpoint, what we don't touch base most of them, Chetan, frankly speaking. Let me be very honest and brutal. Our focus is on hiring a right skilled person and ensuring that we have a right mix of diversity. When I say diversity, it's not predominantly focused on gender. Like I heard earlier panel talking about hiring a right human and seeing that they feel comfortable within the organization. So that's where the focus is, ensuring that person can contribute wherever they are, irrespective of the region or location or working from office. Can they contribute to the role that we're hiring for? Depending on, could be fresher, AA supervisor, or could be anything. Right now I see a lot of freshers getting hired for an AA supervisor role. They only supervise what if AA is really doing well or not. So that's one thing that is evolving.
But
right
are they
now.
competent to supervise it?
Listen, you need human wisdom for AI intelligence, right? So I think most of the companies are trying to get the human wisdom by keeping a supervisor there, then looking at other technically competent to actually beat or do better than AI there.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Now, panel, if you look at the screen, what I get to understand from the audience is that a top performer leaves your enterprise, the most common real reason and the highest stands at burnout and they want us to talk. While all that is happening, maybe a preparedness to the student talking about, look, this is what we look at you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would that make things better for a student, which is probably not given up today? That's not a heads up which is given to students today. Okay, they have no idea because every organizations, like if Veena has to see from core engineering, they will go and look at it, but they have been prepared something else in that organization. Isn't that fixing required from the corporate and enterprise level? What are your thoughts?
Again, a very interesting question. I was actually wanting to contribute to this aspect also, Chetan.
Thank you.
Right, so Yeah, they are, like Medtronic as an organization does intern hiring, goes to campuses, and then there's a lot of conversion that we follow, like a big number. And one thing that I would actually more of advise to the universities and colleges is, rather than calling the organizations on the day of the placement or for the interviews, if there is one day kind of event which happens about each organization, what is the domain they are there into, right? Technology, yes, you guys are training, the students, but what about the domains, right? Do they really understand that if they work on this technology, what are they actually catering towards, right? Like Medtronic as an organization is into medical devices, right? It's a medtech. So when patient centricity is again a strategy, right? Put patients first. What happens is, in which technology if you work, what is the kind of impact which is happening to the patients, right? Because the mission says 6 powerful words of Medtronic. It says, elevate pain, restore health, and extend life. How is it that you are able to contribute to the life of a patient, right? That is something that can be actually told during a 1 day or a 1 week kind of a series of sessions where leaders from the organizations come and visit and talk to them about what the organization is, rather than just going and asking one technical question for an interview.
Exactly.
I think that will definitely make sense. Also, I see many
preparing them is more important even from an enterprise perspective, because there has to be collaboration.
Right.
They need to be told what to come prepared.
What kind of an organization it is, they'll also get a brief view before the interviews. Apart from that, I think many organizations do work with the universities on building a curriculum in terms of the domain also. I think that is another step which can be explored by the universities and colleges. It will go a long way in placing candidates quickly, basically.
In fact, in the last 2 years, I've been visiting a couple of management institutes, delivering 5 days program on AI, okay, for HR team, marketing team, finance team, and how AI is being implemented within organizations. Right? Now, I've seen 2 set of students, and just to add my perspective there, for some, it is a certification program. I'm here for the certification. And I somewhere feel that is strongly being pushed by the institutes, saying you need to get the certification, so just get this done. I've seen students just dozing off in the sessions, and they just don't care. They just sleep on the table wherever they are. And in one corner, they just keep giggling, they keep speaking, they're least bothered about what this person is all. There's another set of students who want to know beyond what has been delivered. I've got some of the students who stayed in touch even for 2 months, who reached out to me thereafter and said, sir, can you give me an internship in your organization? And we did provide that. We did take them for 3 months, and thereafter giving them a better exposure of what is happening in an AI tool or an AI product, or what all they can learn through. Now, with this being available, I somewhere feel if that can be set as an expectation in the institute's level, that's exactly what I was coming to, that rather than just pushing from an certification perspective, but if you can understand the core of why this is being done. And the 5 days is not just about ChatGPT. I've gone to the level of talking from the level 1 to level 5 of AI and what each level of them does, which normally doesn't happen. Within the institute also it doesn't happen. So I always leave that message with the institute saying, please help them get better than what they are doing rather than just pushing from a certification perspective. Okay, I come to my last question for the day, and this is going to be interesting because I have a short note on this. From my experience for decades, the hiring process is artificially limited to our talent pools. Okay. By enforcing what we call as the paper ceiling, if you have heard of paper ceiling, right? Filtering out brilliant candidates in discussion to what we were having on the previous thing, right? Simply because they don't have traditional degree. We have relied on that piece of paper because historically humans didn't have the bandwidth to verify the actual skills of 1,000 applicants in the past. But with AI, that excuse is going off now. A true decision intelligence layer allows us to finally tear down the paper ceiling, looking past the pedigree and hire purely based on capability. Now, please help me understand how much of your organization is hiring purely based on capability and not just looking at the degree or whether somebody is coming from Tier 1 institute or Tier 2 institute? Are you still making the difference?
Yeah, I can add to that, Chetan. Definitely, there is a transition in the industry and also in the organizations that I have been associated with in the past and even now. We see a transition from pedigree to proficiency, right? We are looking at candidates from tier 2, tier 3, cities. We are looking not only at the brands and the years of experience, but there is a range of experience given, and we also look around what is the skill, because as they say, right, a resume is something, a traditional resume will only carry the past of where they have been, but the skills that they have mentioned in that, resumes will actually make us understand where they can go.
And most of the CVs within an institute is all cut and paste. It all look the same, only the photographs would have changed on the top.
Right.
Including the mistakes.
Of course. Yeah, we do see that, but yeah.
How have you seen Lax?
Great. So for us, we being a product organization and we do thorough engineering hiring, what we look at is not one is certifications. Definitely we don't look at is a person AWS certified or Java certified and all, nor we look at has this person has very good experience, or when I say years of experience, predominantly how long this person worked on a Java or a .NET. Instead, we'll go back and look and has a person has solved a particular complex problem for us. Let's say we have to build a product which has to mine 1 billion of photos and gather the data from it. Has a person has experience solving this kind of problem earlier. So when we actually talk to the candidate or look at the profile, we've seen, go back and see the organization and see has this organization has the capacity to build such kind of products or not. We don't go back and say, hey, person has XYZ skill or a number of years of experience, certifications, is he qualified or not? No, I think recruiters spend a lot more time in terms of getting that thorough check done and then bringing them to the interview panel. Second thing is our leadership is also very much aligned to the thought process. They don't want to say that, hey, we only want .NET. One of our CTO comes in and says, Lax, if person has learned C or Java or .NET and been learning various programming languages over the last 10 years, can't he learn a new programming language in a couple of months? I think we're okay to have someone who doesn't have a very strong understanding about the same programming language you're working upon, but person could or can solve what we've been working upon. That's where we should look at. And we've been, we also started enabling AI for a lot of our sourcing and screening process through our ATS 6 months back. And it doesn't understand what we need yet, because that comes from historically built by ATS, which has a different organizations, they implement the same modules. So even right now, what I'm talking about machine intelligence with human wisdom, our recruiters, instead of AI giving a lowest score, go back to the CV, screen them, and the shortlisted ones, we've seen that 30% of the hires we made in last 6 months are the ones that are rejected by AI for the specific requirement. But we still see a merit, and we understand that the models that we're using from AI needs that learning time, and the machine learning will take its own time to scale up, understand how we are selecting and rejecting certain candidates. So that's where a lot of effort is being given by recruiters, ensuring that the ATS that we're using needs a lot more time to be helped or handhold. And we don't see that as a burden or a failure from a system, because we hardly been using it for 6 months, and we know that minimum 18 months to 24 months is what we need to give a tool or system to make it successful. So that's where we are right now investing upon.
Good. Veena, anything different at your place?
So what we've done is, rather than just giving a JD, other than what is expected from the role, we have also developed a template of questionnaires.
Very good.
With very situation-based, and how do they handle. If it is not, and we upload it, we ask them to fill and give it to us. And when we receive that, we ask again questions, because even that when they upload it, it is a copy paste of Google or ChatGPT or whatever. So that's where on that we ask a lot of questions. We say, how did you negotiate this contract to an X percentage? There is a messy data. Okay, how are you? What are the 3 different things? We give them samples. We show them samples.
Situational based.
Yeah, situation based. So this is how probably we screen for better profiles.
Pratush?
So earlier, most of the campus situations has been centralized, all the organizations. And I think 2.5 years back, we purposefully decided to decentralize. When I say decentralize, so there are different verticals within the organizations: customer experience, data, AI, and from that particular per se, what we have done is that every department needs a different persona. Okay.
Exactly.
So we have sketched our skill metrics in accordance to that. And what we do, we identify even if we have to go a pedigree driven, maybe going to an IMS, for what purpose I'm going to an IMS and what is the desirable outcome from the talent. It is predefined after, it's not that after the candidate joins, we are slating his job. And that has solved a better, and I think we have been, it has been a very effective 2 years with campuses. We don't do much of it, but yes, whatever 200, 300 that we have hired, the success rate, I think, out of that, almost 82% candidates has a very good NPS score.
Very good.
From that. So,
very good.
So that's what we have done differently. And their entire evaluation strategy is also different. So maybe the coding grounds are the same, but if I reach out to, say, for example, I go to BITS, and if I go to IIT, from the soft skill standpoint, there are different expectations.
Yes.
Because we believe that they are exposed to the larger global market than other engineering college because of their alumni. So that is how we have translated our strategies around campus.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. I open up the floor for a few questions. Let's have some questions coming up. Yes, August.
Going through the previous charts, there's a serious trust deficit on AI.
Okay.
So, and that's
Put up your questions there.
Yeah. Going through the last 3 charts at least, I see that there's a serious trust deficit on AI. You don't want AI to make that human decision, right? And that brings us to a challenge today in terms of the ethical uses of AI, 1, and 2 is, what are those data sets that AI makes that decision on? So unless we are able to provide those data sets or you're able to train your AI model into it, you're not going to get there for AI to make those human decisions. And I'm for making some of those decisions because what the human eye cannot see, AI can see. So that's a counterpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you look at AI, in fact, I understand that the ethical AI implications, like for example, in healthcare and finance, there is a huge reservations. I was just speaking to a few of... Very stringent reservations, obviously. Stringent would be the right word. I was speaking to a couple of GCCs that I'm working with altogether. And there was a very simple that, okay, I understand you have a wonderful product and that you are proposing a wonderful product, but at the end of the day, these are the limitations. One wrong data can cost me millions. But yes, what I say is, maybe, see, India is the country where the implementation of AI is highest. Adoption, in fact, I would say, this is almost like 61%, even US is 55. So that is one data that we should be literally proud of. But again, what we can do is, in the area where the task is repeatable, at least don't target that AI will change your entire world. But even if you reduces your cost by 20%, increase your efficiency by 30% in certain area, that is also good, right? It is like somewhere people have a thing that we will bring AI and everything will change in one day.
It doesn't. My view has been that, I'll just cover this. My view, Augie, just to answer there, is that even when in the HR fraternity, when the LLMs are being built, right?
Correct.
One needs to have a good practitioner being there who understands the entire HR gamut.
Correct.
Okay, which has gone missing in, as I talked about, those 267 organizations have got freshers, IIT Mumbai folks, 2 students who did an internship on an HR. They became an entrepreneur of that. And that's why we are doing this. Okay, when we started reviewing them, exactly like what Augie is talking about, those were the aspects which went missing inside the system. And I took the liberty to give them the feedback saying, look, you are coming from a tech perspective, but you're missing the human element which was required. Correct. That's where the trust deficit comes with. So today when I go with my product and the set of products what we keep building in the HR tech, I say these are the 7 products which I've built in the last 10 years. Okay, and this is my AI entrepreneurship now in the last 2 years. In this 3 times I've washed away whatever I built also.
Yeah.
Even as an HR professional, it was not been easy because the AI keeps transforming like an amoeba. It's just changing its shapes and size. So we need to adapt back to that.
Yeah. Even if you do a role-based evaluation, to be honest, there is a dilution. How many organizations can say what is the difference between a software engineer and a senior software engineer? What happens altogether is, it is like years of experience is something becomes a parameter. But on the card, in fact, all the HR leaders, when we have our role architecture defined, there is certain 2 more like mentoring or maybe client interaction that would be heavier.
Yes.
But we don't differentiate that. So
like an employee, even the AI has to be looked into regularly, otherwise it will start hallucinating.
Yeah.
So coming back to your response, Augustus, right? There is in European Union, right? There's a policy or the AI Act. One of it says that fundamental right audit assessment. It is important when I was executing it for global TA acquisition for AI. I was asked to go and do an audit of fundamental rights of EU to ensure that there, if the person applies, that CV has to be weighted by a person, right? And how confident are you that AI has done a proper job? If it fails, like our instance is 30% of AI rejected profiles we're still hiring because we feel their worth. So we need to go back and do those audits, ensuring that the rights are not being misused while executing or implementing AI. Even let's take this all. How many of us use AI for drafting emails? Can raise of hands? Most of it, right? There's a memes right now in social media. Yeah, saying there's memes in social media saying that it's a meme of AI saying that I can move mountains, but this human is using me for only drafting an email, right? So it's like it's an AI version saying that I'm getting fed up with a human. I need some better human to deal with me, right? So that's a kind of AI utilization right now. But having the right guardrails, I was talking in the earlier conversation. It's a machine intelligence, but without human wisdom, it's nothing right now. But will it be a superpower? It has high potential to be a superpower in future, but that comes along with the human wisdom for the next couple of years until we see that independently functioning there.
Thanks, Lak. Please
Sir,
go ahead.
I got 2 questions. Sorry, you want to continue?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, I got 2 questions, one for Veena separately and one for Smita separately. Regarding Veena, I'd like to submit saying, my name is Vijay Vedantam. I'm the president and founder of a company called Atlas Financial Research, and we do a lot of work for the bank and projects coming up, TEV studies. One of the companies I used to go regularly is this company called Access Energy. And when I went inside, I was totally confused. The board contained so many companies affiliated to it, and some are independent, some are with partner with some foreign company, Brookfield, or I don't know. So I just want to understand one question. You are hiring a lot of people, and the technologies are from God knows from where the hybrid, wind, solar, hydrogen, green hydrogen, etc. And you are still labeled as one of the best workplaces to work in this country. What specific initiative you took to manage this vast hiring and also the different technologies in a very complicated situation? No? Even today, I don't know how many companies are there on your board when I come to that Access Energy. I handle some of them, by the way. I'm officially employed with State Bank of India and other banks. But please tell me the secret sauce. What did you do? What is special intervention?
They didn't use AI.
They didn't, no. They must be using, so I don't know, yeah, they didn't use maybe.
You said it's a secret. It should remain a secret.
No, some special initiatives.
Yeah. So, first thing, the multiple companies that you see, the model that we work is different. All those companies are the SPVs that we have. Since we work on multiple projects, right? So that's why you find so many name boards. While we work as a single company, we are hardly 300 plus employees, that's it. But number of company boards are more than that.
But, so any specific intervention?
Yeah, so thank you again for branding Access so much. We've been certified as a great place to work for the last 4 years and also certified as best workplace places in the energy oil sector, oil gas sector.
Yes.
So one, I think, biggest plus point that we have is multi-generational workforce. Second is the demographics. Say we have people studying, coming from IIT to ITI. So that's the combination that we have. When I say multi-general workforce, it is the senior most retired people also have an opportunity with our organization. So please share your CVs. So their experience, their mentorship helps the younger generation. Okay, so there is a lot of learning that adds up there. Okay, so that's one plus point. And if you look at our attrition rates are very low.
Yes.
More than 53% of our employees have stayed with us beyond 7 years. So that's probably one of the secret sources. Why? Because there are opportunities. Like I said, we build up people, give them a lot of opportunities. It is just not the salary only that they are interested. It is what next for me. So that we have created. Probably that's where I think we've been successful.
Ma'am, coming back to Smita. Smita, see, I'm Vijay and I started my career after my MBA in Symbiosis. I started in a company called Transasia Biomedicals, which was in the medical diagnostic space and reasonably well-known company. So I have observed Medtronic for last many, many years. I was a key accounts manager, head of Mumbai. I handled all the accounts from thousands of them pan-India. Now, what I want to know is that, what is that? You also, I think, certified as one of the great places to work.
Right.
And that is also very, very diversified. You have got equipment, you got patients, you got diabetes center, you got, I don't know, God knows. Correct. And you got time with diagnostic centers, hospitals, God knows.
Yeah.
Tell me one thing, what is the specific trait that you observed in an employee that is not in the resume that has made him very successful in your organization? That is not on the resume.
Right. I think it's the way, like, I mean, I have been very proud to say that, so far we always heard the term that doctors save lives, right, of patients. But then at Medtronic, right, I mean, the leadership, the culture that we have been driving is that engineers can also save lives. So that is something that has struck chord with the candidates and the employees that have been joining. They know that, okay, whatever work that they are contributing towards, it's not just, making some millions or billions, but adding life, right, to the patients. Or, as I said, right, the 6 powerful words that we say: elevate pain, restore health, and extend life. So that is the mission that they're connected to. I think that's making them stay. And yes, we have been certified for 5 years in a row, top 25 best organizations in the medtech space also. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, the interesting part is from both of you, we got to know a little more than what you spoke in the beginning. Okay, thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop this session. I would request the participants to reach out to our phenomenal panelists during the break. Spend some time, ask your more questions, get some answers. And thank you, ASSOCHAM. Thank you, panelists, for being here. Thanks for taking time to be with us today. Do spend the rest of the evening with the other folks in the audience. Give them your inputs too. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll go with the session number 4. Age-inclusive workplaces from generational harmony to mid-career design. The session is moderated by Nav Kisle, CEO Purna Kala. And the panelists would be Mr. Ravi, Principal Data Scientist INOS, and Ms. Arsha, Director HR Pegasystems, Dr. Anand Reddy, HR Etero, and Ms. Umara Oji, Fractional CHRO and the Senior HR Leader. Thank you. I request all the panelist members and also the moderator to please come onto the stage.
Thank you, Chetan, for a wonderful panel discussion. Really enjoyed it. And taking it further from AI to the humans. And now we are moving to the next topic of our discussion, age-inclusive imperative. And to start with, I would like to introduce all my panelists over here. So we have Mr. Ravi Katukam as the first panelist. He's a principal data scientist at EONES, expertise in AI, ML, deep learning, computer vision, MTech from IIT Mumbai, led roles at AR Think AI, Techolution, Hackathon winner, right? Then we have Ms. Harsha Yelamuraju, HR Director at Pegasystems with 20 plus years in talent strategy, organization development, change management, ProSci certified, designs career architecture for thriving workplaces across geographies. The next one is Dr. Anand Reddy, PhD in leadership, executive coach Marshall Goldsmith, psychologist, trainer at Hetero, transformed L&D, ISCD chairman, 30 plus publications, multiple HR awards. And then we have Ms. Uma Rao Ganduri, fractional CHRO with 30 plus years across IT, manufacturing, telecom, ex-TCS, IBM, TIS alumni, mentors talent, and academic council member, and diversity advisor. We had one more panelist. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us today because she's a little under the weather. Ms. Pavani Vyasam, Senior Director, People and Culture at Innovative, 20-plus year driving HR strategy, analytics, engagement in tech, SaaS, builds a high-performing team via data and inclusion, right? So we will have straight 4 questions to the panelists, and for 4 rounds, the first 4 rounds, we'll have 2 panelists talking on that different questions. The first theme of our discussion is focusing on age-inclusive imperative. There are a few data, what we know at the workplace. Currently, 37% of the workforce comprises of Gen Z in the workplace. 22% belongs to millennials, right? Around 12% is for the Gen X or the boomers, and the senior one, 4%. They are the one who actually bring in wisdom and experience to the organization. Now, keeping this bifurcation into mind, I would like to start the discussion. And the first theme is age-inclusive imperative. And I am directly throwing this question to our panelist, Dr. Uma and Mr. Ravi. The question is very simple, that how can organizations implement reverse mentoring and cross-generational projects to effectively motivate Gen Z using seniors' wisdom?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, ASSOCHAM. Thank you, Augie, for having me here. And great pleasure to be with the team here. You know, when you talk about reverse mentoring, to me, this is like a two-way street. And everybody likes a two-way street, isn't it? You get something and you give something, basically. And what, with my own experience, what I've seen is, it's really futile to brand generations as good or not good at something or bad at something. I think what really makes a lot of economic and business sense is to utilize and leverage every generation's strengths to make a full. Okay? Now, I remember when I was with Ashok Leyland, one of the conditions the managing director had in making the task force was to have a very healthy mix. You need to have all kinds of people in it, whether it's gender, whether it's age, whether it's backgrounds, etc. Take it a little into the IT sector. Composition of teams, always insisted on senior-junior ratio. And there's a reason to do that. One is there's an economic reason. Second is there's such a good synthesis of the traditional wisdom with new age thinking. So I think I would stick to that and say that, give up terms like all old guard and things like that. Start calling them as institutional wisdom, people who carry the institutional wisdom, and they bring a lot of knowledge to the fore of the organization. You have to remember, you will either succeed or fail in the backdrop of the organization. You're not actually exclusive of that. And if you do something which works there, it's a great thing. Otherwise, the best of schemes will not work if culturally they don't align. So that's one thing which is very important. So why do we need Gen Z or the newer age folks? Because of their digital fluency, their ability to adapt to a lot of things. But make no mistake, friends, about what the other generations can do. Okay? We cannot typecast them saying that this is what it is. So what do? You actually help with a lot of tech support centers so that if somebody has some inhibition to do something, they can reach out to someone without being judged. Okay? And I just want to tell you that when I was posted outside of the country, back in those times, there was chat. And my 70-plus-year-old mom actually learned how to chat. She doesn't know English, she didn't know how to type, but she used one finger and she learned. And after that, by God's grace, we had a voice chat. And today, she sends me emojis on WhatsApp, saying I love you and all that on my birthday. She's only 90 years of age, right? So what I say is, let's not underestimate what generations can do or not do.
Thank you. Ravi?
Yeah, thanks now. Let me start by saying some observations. Today's generation is, they are in a hurry to quickly start their career. You know, today's second year engineering graduate doing 2 internships, or third year, some colleges even allow fourth year entire, they may not go to college. They can fully in the internship and they start earning, right? There are some colleges. So we are seeing a generation where they quickly want to start into the career, not because, maybe because of finance reason or maybe their peer pressure. People are doing, and now my friend has done a project and he has posted on the Twitter or LinkedIn. And same project they want to do as a hackathon. It has to be done as a serious project, but if you put as a hackathon, you see 1,000 people participating. And these are the things that this entire generation is going through. I don't know whether it is good or bad, but we should remember that building institutions needs to be with a serious effort. Individual has a limited life, institution has infinite life, right? Individual has 50, 60, 70 years, but institutions, they can run for 100, 200 years institutions we see, right? So the connecting that individual with institution needs a lot of other elements, not just the energy of Gen Z, right? You need a process, you need wisdom, and you need mentorship. See, today we need the senior folks to build institutions by connecting these individuals who are younger. And in that process, you discover the innovator in these young generations. You know, today we are all discussing AI as a new electricity, right? So everybody wants to play with electricity, but you need to know electricity, it gives shock also, right? So see, I'll take an example from our organization. There are some sensitive client information that should not be uploaded to any Perplexity or ChatGPT. But young generation, they don't care about what kind of document it is. First thing you will do is upload to ChatGPT and get some insights. How to solve this problem and all, right? This is like using electricity without training, without a safety glove, right? So these things has to be first, let us go with proper mentoring, then reverse mentoring. The mentoring that any mother or father or head of the institution will give, those are the safeguards to build institution. Then reverse mentoring, I can see on the digital friendliness and the using latest tools, definitely young generation are good at it and they can be key players in the team to adapt the new technology. And one more thing organization should do is frequently, at least in a 1 year span, give 10-15 days to learn new technology to all the senior folks. Right? They see, if somebody Gen Z comes and says, Nano Cla or Cloud Opus, the senior should not say what is that. Right? Why don't you train these guys properly, systematically? Yearly, 10 days, 15 days, you learn some new skill. Come up with that certification, whatever it is. Okay? That's how we can build institutions that can live forever. Okay? So that's what my opening remarks. Now, thanks for that.
Thank you, Ravi. So that actually gives me a segue to go to the next theme, which is focusing on the career lattice. I personally, I can talk about myself in 2021. I did reach a moment or a stage where I felt a little burnout of what I was doing in my life in terms of career. I was very happy with what I was doing. And but then what I remember is that I was continuously taking sessions on labor laws and compensation benefit. My boss is sitting here, Mr. Animesh Rai, and I remember every day taking the same such sessions were actually getting onto my nerves. And I'm thankful that I was able to take those sessions, but there was a time when I had to decide that, okay, what next? And how interesting I can make these sessions for myself and others. So I started exploring a little bit more. I had to take a break of almost an year and a half to understand and explore and re-explore. So my question is to Dr. Anand. What career lattice models support adjacent transitions? For example, from IT to business roles, or nowadays we are also hearing or listening to the fact that people are ready to take early retirements. So how do we deal with that, managing early retirements in the organization?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's one of the interesting points that we need to discuss here. Previously, we used to have a retirement age of 58. So probably after retirement, what we could do, people used to plan. But today, the generation is the retirement age is around 45 to 50. So it's officially they are declaring themselves as a retirement. Maybe next generation, I'm not sure if they cross 30 also for their retirement.
I think Arijit
Singh is the question that I have now.
Sorry, Arijit Singh has recently retired from singing. So we can take a clue from there.
So now, keeping this in mind, I was just doing some thought about around this particular question. Now, why this concept comes to their mind is that it's just because of an identity crisis, what we call it as. Now, what is that identity crisis? Is that who am I beyond my designation? So when people ask this question, then they start looking into this particular thing. Now, usually the mid-careers, if you look at, probably they have completed 10 plus years of experience, which indicates they have got a very good experience, exposure, as well as they have got a rich, the exposure to the industry, what to do and what not to do. So that's why if I have to completely fit this entire forum into one thing, I would speak about, now, it is not a shift from settled to, it is actually a shift from settled to scalable. So now they want to use it. What is that I can do? What is that I can contribute to? Maybe can I be an individual, or even in the organization, can I do something different? Now, this is what exactly these people are focusing on, because they are high in competence, high in experience, but low in excitement, actually speaking. Because, we call it as now mid-career is a maintenance age, actually speaking. Because, that's what we look at it. It's a maintenance age, but that's why excitement is low. Now, definitely when people are looking at alternative careers, looking at something to establish, now what do they need to focus? Now, there are few things that people need to focus as a L&D person. I wouldn't say that they need to upskill, but probably reskill. Yeah. Because now generations are changing and the technology is changing. The lifespan of learning has reduced drastically. Once upon a time, it was 10 years. Today, I don't think it's a 6 months old also, because every 6 months you are getting a new technology. Unless you reskill yourself with the latest technology, probably you will be ruled out of. So that's why we keep saying, today being from pharma, I would say, if you know all about compliance, then you are settled. But today, it's no more. It's also you need to know how to use the technology in the compliance, and only then the survival can happen.
Great. Thank you. Harsha?
I think this works. I'm now wondering, should I be thinking of retirement? I didn't think about it yet. But where I come from is a very different world. I come from a product organization. And like through the day, we've been talking about AI and how that's going to have an impact on this organization's size. So organizations are going to be conservative about their headcounts, growing up, etc. Now, given that, career development or career growth from an employee point of view, that becomes a concern for all the HR professionals, right? Because you go to a certain point and you're not growing in your headcount, your roles are not becoming larger. What becomes important is what you are delivering, what are you working on. That only becomes a key component, and for the employee to feel a sense of growth. So what we've been doing at Pegasystems, that's where I work, is number one, there's a constant branding of educating employees about what is career growth, not essentially linear. Now, let me tell you, that's the most difficult part, because if you had asked me this question, are you growing? For me, my growth from a manager to a senior manager to a director, that's very linear. To undo that conscious perception of what growth is and positioning growth as a career lattice, right? That is like a jungle gym. I'm here, I can jump there, I can jump here. I gather portfolio of experiences. I think we are trying to position this, bring it up wherever possible in a lot of forums. Our leaders role model this concept saying career lattice is the future. Because you're going to hit a certain point and then probably you will not get those fancy titles in the organization. So that's number one. Now the second question is, how are you going to build this portfolio of experiences, right? I'm doing today, for example, I'm into engineering. Now, if I want to get into product development, we heavily lean on internal mobility opportunities. There's a lot of focus again saying, why don't you apply? And we do encourage our managers also to bring it up in their performance conversation, saying, okay, you've been in this role for 4 years. Where do you think your interest lies? Where do you think is your skill in terms of other functional areas? I think that becomes an important point for employees to start considering what else can I do and not just consider a linear growth. Of course, there are the traditional opportunities like rotations, there are shadowing. I think what we are seeing increasingly relevant in the last 2 years is conversations about it. Do you want to rotate? Do you want to shadow another team? And pushing employees saying, why don't you look at lateral possibilities? So that would be my 2 cents about career lattice.
That's interesting to know about it. And from there, I would like to pick that thing, that is it about understanding that I have to move from one position to the other position laterally, horizontally, or vertically, or is it about just leaving what I'm doing and changing the direction in which I'm working right now?
See, this can be different for, it's very personal to the employee, right? And the conversation is from the point of the employee's world saying, what is growth for me? Is growth for me moving at the same level to a different function or a higher level in a different function? I think it's a very personalized conversation, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This also now takes me to the next part, and I'll come back to Ravi and Anand for this. In what ways can workplaces foster self-trust or relaxation in the Gen Z and Gen Y development to close confidence gaps, if at all it exists, or to minimize the lack of communication which exists in certain ways in them?
So I'll take this first. So there are a couple of things with respect to Gen Y, especially because that's what we are speaking about. Usually I keep saying when the previous generation were in the schools, most of the people were beaten. But Gen Y, if somebody is beating, the same previous generation is going to question. And Gen Alpha, if somebody is raising their voice, it's all the more they themselves are going. So that's a transition that we are seeing. So now here, probably Gen Y, what couple of challenges that we come across in the process of interaction. Now, the point number one is it's a constant comparison. Now, why this constant comparison culture that has been developed Gen Y is that it's all because of maybe social media or the technology. So it's looking at I do a post today, or I upload the status. Almost every 10 minutes or 15 minutes, we keep checking how many likes, how many views which have come in. Now, this is one of the things probably which is bothering these people.
And second one is a performance anxiety which is there. Now, why this performance anxiety? It's not that they don't perform. They perform extremely well. But you know, I would call it as an imposter syndrome that they are suffering with. Now, why this imposter syndrome? What I'm saying is that, see, probably I'm doing it excellently well, but I need some authentication to say that I'm doing it well. And always there is an element of fear. What happens if something goes wrong? That's one. And second is, probably they also have got what we call it as today FOMO, that fear of missing out the things. See, today I'm here, and there is another conference which is happening there. If I'm not there, somebody else is there, probably I'm missing out these things. So this is also one of the probable challenge that we are coming across. And the third one is, it's an information overload.
Yeah.
Now that's plenty of information. You give it everything, anything is there, they are available with a plenty of information. So what to do with that information and when to use it, how to use it, probably it's a challenging. Olden days, one boss used to say, then that was percolating down, probably some additions. But today, it's everywhere, it's available. And the fourth one, which is, I think it's a very, very common with a Gen Y, delayed gratification and frustration. This is called a delayed gratification frustration. They do something, and if they don't get something, a response immediately or gratification immediately, that's a frustration. And this is very, very common. That's why today, I'm sure most of the people, when you do satisfaction surveys, now this is what they say, my work is not being recognized, I'm not being appreciated. So these are the kind of outputs that we keep getting. So this is one thing that we are probably coming across. And I'm sure now, how do we fill this particular gap is one of the things that we want to look at. Now, it's probably, I would call it as these people have got a success pressure plus visibility pressure, which is leading to a chronic stress. So now, success pressure and visibility pressure. So these are two which are, this Gen Y is actually driving with. Now, what is need to be bridged is that probably it's a self-assurance that they need to give it by themselves. Because if you look at somewhere outside, everybody is busy. Now, unless I feel that, yes, what I'm doing is right, or probably the closed network circle who can give that assurance, all this imposter syndrome or FOMO will go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravi?
Yeah. I think you have nicely put it, all the factors that are leading to Gen Z to be so excited or wanting to get the results quickly. But this is where the Indian wisdom comes into picture. That's what I say. You do karma, don't expect results. It's completely 100% opposite of, I did some work tomorrow, I need promotion or some appreciation, right? So there are 3 P's I can say: passion, purpose and pursuit. The last P is missing in everybody. Okay, like in music, the pursuit is more important, right? You are passionate, music or medical sciences, these kind of things, you need to pursue it till the end, right? And you need to, I'll take one example from Mahabharata episode, when, this Yaksha Prashna episode is there. King Yudhishthira was asked by Yaksha, by reading which Shastra a man becomes wise. Then Yudhishthira says, there is no Shastra, there is no course, there is no university, there is no PhD, there is no online course, by doing which man becomes wise. Then what for all these many universities, all these Shastras? Then what is the way one will become wise? Means by associating with the people of wisdom, one becomes wise. Okay? So these people of wisdom, their job is to engage this Gen Z, whatever you call, on what are the real values of life. What really gives at the end of the day. See, you take the mentorship of Satish Dhawan and Abdul Kalam relation, Sachin and Ramakant Ashrekar relation, Vivekananda Ramakrishna relation, SP Balasubramaniam Kodandapani relation, PV Sindhu Gopichand relation. Right? What ultimately created history is that long-term pursuit. Not that I posted today, 10 my friends commented, liked, disliked and all, right? So, the real values are not taught really. That's what I can say. And I like they should also understand that there is a 360 degrees to life. One is you have regular career. Second is where you are good at or which gives you happiness. You know, some people, doctor and recognized for music. Scientists recognized for music. So the hobbies part of his part and duties part of it. If we have two paths in life, hobbies 180 degrees, duties 180 degrees, then you have 360 degrees of life. It is a complete life. Right? So that education has to be there, maybe at college or wherever, whatever is the right place, but it should be there. That's what my opinion.
That's very nice, very wise, I would like to say. I will quickly jump to the next question, and that's for Harsha and Dr. Uma. So what policies, which policies for tech adoption or regulated work hours or short work weeks best promote age-inclusive practices? Or anything beyond this you think will actually work for our current workforce or workplace?
It's a great question. And I think this is where a lot of companies are spending a lot of time in India, for sure. Because in the US, flexible work policies have existed for a very long time. But in India, we've been very regimented about a work day and things like that. Thanks to IT, certain degree of flexibility has come, but not necessarily in every industry, as I've seen. I'm not sure about the rest. Because I've been in manufacturing for a long time. You can't do flexible working. And there's also that guilt that a corporate office carries all the time about, factory working all the time and you guys, having flexible time. So I think it's a huge mindset shift that needs to happen, and it is happening, right? Some of the things which I've been witness to or I drove myself, was something that I'd like to share. One is co-evolving policies. Get a task force of people of different, generations, etc., and let them review the policy and co-evolve new policies where required. Actually, so that, everybody's voice is heard a lot. Second thing, learning, again, make it collaborative. KPIs, again, team KPIs, so that everybody, has their skin into the game and wants to do it. We've also done something like core hours, which exists largely in IT maybe, but not in non-IT, but we drove that. Driving a 5-day work week was the most Herculean task I faced in 2 manufacturing companies. Again, for the same reasons that, people in factory are working all the time. So even for the factory, we made it as alternate Saturdays and made it as a 5-day, for which I had to present a long business case, by the way, which seems very, very simple in many other sectors. So I think we have to put a conviction behind what we want to drive in terms of flexibility and bring processes and systems in a manner that it allows for people to work together. The other one is a shorter work week. I know there's an analytics company in Chennai which actually works only 4 days, officially. They don't work an entire week. Now, you could explore that. Even if you can't do it for everybody, can you sort of phase retirements in a way that people start working a fewer hours and take a little more time off and contribute meaningfully for the time that they spend here? It is not impossible. Many companies don't even have a part-time employment contract in place. Mr. Rao will, I'm sure, know that. They don't have a part-time contract in place because you're only designed and wired for a full working day, right? But now with the FTH and all the new codes coming, we have to start thinking differently. Yeah? So I'm happy to work 200% if you allow me to work 3 days in a week. Please don't push me to work 5 or 6 days in a week. But today we don't have those kind of arrangements, but I think slowly companies have started working on that. Again, audit for age bias. Can you sort of do a little audit in the company to check what is not being offered to people on the basis of age, whether it's people in the younger generation or the older generation? Okay, because this is clearly an age bias. And many places, recruitment, you actually sort of shield that field of gender and things like that. I think we have to do it for age as well. I mean, a classic example, Dr. Reddy's hired the head of quality. Quality in a pharma is one of the most compelling functions. Anand, I'm sure you will agree on that. They hired her at the age of 65, right? If somebody like that that company can do it, what's the problem for others to do that? Oh, you know, they write over there, beyond 50 you can't apply. Should I go and commit suicide because of that? Come on, guys, be kind to people who spent years learning things, grooming people, contributing to your company. What is this going on? How can you shield people away on the basis of age? And I think this is very important to understand. Again, I mentioned earlier, but if you really want every generation to adopt technology, as every company should, please set up these help desks, okay? Tech help desks really help people to ask questions without inhibitions. Because if at my age, if I were to ask a younger person, I may have some inhibitions. Oh, will they think that I don't know anything? And already, I see a lot of older people trying to behave like really young people. You really don't need to do that. Age gracefully, for God's sake. Why do you have to compete with the other generation, right from the dressing to behaviors to jumping around? And this is what happened. Somebody tried to do that on the stage. They fell down and they broke their bones, which a youngster would not have, because your bones become brittle as you age. This is a reality of life. So we can't defy all these things and try to do funny things just to keep ourselves sort of in circulation, in inverted commas. Be who you are in your skin, feel most comfortable, and contribute the way you want to do. So I think tech support without inhibitions is a great thing. In TCS, when Dr. Chandra introduced this Ultimatics, the one window for all things, the biggest reason for success was the tech support given at every center. They said, you know what? I'm going to look at every utilization billing only there. Please go and talk. It doesn't matter if you've not done it. Please go and talk to them and get your issues resolved. So help. Please do that. And finally, I think output-based evaluation. Please don't look at who's done, what they've done, etc. There was a task the team had to do, and have they delivered or not. I mean, these are things I would believe will be a few things.
Thank you. Harsha.
Great points, Uma. In fact, I have a different spin to a couple of points that you touched, right? The age bias bit of it. Especially where I work, people who are a little more senior in their roles, obviously a little more older, there is a lot of positive currency for them because it's a product organization. Now you are celebrated more because you are in the system and you know it all, etc. Now compare it to the youngsters who are with the organization for 4 years, they don't feature in your top 2 lists. They don't feature, their names are not in the equity lists, etc. So what we are consciously doing now, I think we've started it the last couple of years. So there's a very intense audit which goes down in terms of ratings, which levels, which grades. And we are trying to be very conscious of the bias we have for the senior folks in the system and trying to see where do we have our superstars in the Gen Z? Who are the rising stars? So it's a reverse spin. The second point that you talked about in terms of learning, the tech help desks, I love that too. So what we do is, now learning is also changing, I'm sure Anand, you agree, it's self-paced. You take your own pace, everything is right there. I take 4 hours versus you are a Gen Z, you take an hour. I don't think anybody cares, but I think that's being very agnostic of your age and creating a space for your, your way of learning. So that's another thing I can think of. Thirdly, in terms of benefits, I think what we also do differently is, it's an age-inclusive benefit. You're a 25-year-old, you're not married yet, you want to have a very different health plan. You don't want to go through those 100 things, which probably at my age I want to go and get checked. Right? So you're able to customize depending on your age. So this is a very age-inclusive benefit flexibility that we focus on. So I think as organizations, we need to be age-agnostic in places where I just mentioned and age-inclusive where it is required.
That's an interesting point, right? Quickly, I will take the last round where I just want one sentence from each one of you. Looking at 2030, how should leaders demonstrate adaptability, respect,
and actions to mitigate age bias through team success. Anyone can start.
Yeah, I think Uma touched upon it. I'm now thinking what else.
Yeah, so in my opinion, today the leader, let us define the leader, the new gen leader. So maybe they are 30, 35, not the 50, 60 years of directors or chairmen of organization. Today, the maybe average CEO's age is 35 to 40, right? So, and sometimes you may be need to working under Gen Z itself, right? Yesterday I saw some school guy giving keynote at India AI Summit. If they start the companies and somebody joins them, so first they need to understand institution is a set of people of various thoughts, cultures and ages. Okay, various experiences, not just somebody with better AI, better data science, right? So first that leader should understand I am working with a lot of people of different backgrounds and cultures. Second is, one idea I am throwing is, in terms of career guarantee, like what is happening today is with the new tech coming at 30 to 45, you are in urgency to make quick money or quickly earn so much that you are secured in terms of personal side when there is a challenge to your job. Can we have some organization or some entity the way you have life insurance kind of thing, you pay something and they take care of some other issues or emergencies? Can there be any career assurance or insurance kind of thing? I pay some amount regularly when I am actively making money in 10 years of life. Then if there is anything that goes wrong with my career, it is taken care then until I find next career option. Right? So that kind of some arrangement should be there so that these issues or the fears can be eliminated. Those are my comments.
Okay, probably what I would say, maybe 2030. So all the seniors, I'm not mentioning any age bar here. So all the seniors will be working with the established organizations. All the juniors will be working as a consultants with the startups. So probably that's a reason my suggestion to all the thing is that, everybody here. So probably if all the leaders, can we make all the youngsters be a consultants to their own functions and leaders be a advisors to them? That's the best that I can suggest.
Thank you.
It's quite a utopian question, right? We can always give gyan in terms of leaders should behave this way. But I don't know if I would like to take that path. I think a couple of examples that Uma talked about, I shared. Your systems and processes have to be a little more inclusive, agnostic. And that's how you can build workplaces instead of saying a leader ideally should do this. That's a hygiene, right? You expect leaders to have a very inclusive point of view. If you recall, a couple of years ago, there was so much of focus on inclusion and inclusion of various things. And age was one of those high inclusion points that organizations were really working towards. So I would say apart from that, it's your systems and policies which have to just come together to make sure that you have a workplace where everybody thrives. And especially in IT, if you see the change, people don't ask you the age any longer. It's only some enthusiastic recruiters probably go, when did you finish your engineering and degree, and spot it. But otherwise, that's not a conversation you bring in. Second conversation, I know, for example, people don't ask your last compensation also. So we are being progressive in certain ways of not bringing in certain elements and, building a biased organization. I think if we continue to take that path, we should be in a good place and spot.
Thank you. Kumaji?
So from me, apart from what I said, I envision the new age leader of current times or 2030, as you said, as a person who understands that they're leading perspectives, not ages, people with ages. And perspective can actually bring out something much bigger and better of different people than a sum of parts. So if I'm, as a leader, able to appreciate the strength of my team in problem solving and everything else, the rest, really doesn't matter. I could actually have everybody in a wheel without even looking at their face and just do some amazingly great work. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Yep, I'll come to the audience with the questions. Before I come to you guys, I have something to share, and then I'll open the platform for all of you. So this is something which happened in 2021, and I have a neighbor, and his son was I think three and a half years, and he's very fond of me. He calls me Chachu. So he came and he started playing with me, and suddenly he asked me, Chachu, I have a question. I said, yeah, tell me. So what's the height of Eiffel Tower? I said, Eiffel Tower? How do you know Eiffel Tower? First tell me that. But then I realized that he watches a lot of cartoons on YouTube, and he has been introduced to the concept of Eiffel Tower. So I was not in a mood to search, and I said 228 meters. I just gave a random number, and he said, you are lying. I said, what? It's like, how do you know that I'm lying? So he said, just a second. So he came to my room. There's Alexa over there. And he said, Alexa, can you tell me the height of Eiffel Towers? Right? So then I realized that this generation cannot be fooled, because they have access to a lot of information. And taking that cue, I realized that you have to always be on your toes when you're dealing with this particular generation. You can't just say something and move on because they have all the information available, right? Also, I have started something called Purnakala, and it's a Gurukul and it's a university, but this idea came to my mind in 2014. And I was rejected multiple times, worked with Deshpande Foundation, met so many people over there, presented my idea, got rejected. Currently, my team has around 55 people, and I'm the youngest one, 43. And the most youngest is Mr. O.P. Khanna, who's 88, first batch of IIT Kharagpur. He's the chairman of the project, and we were discussing. So just 2 weeks back, we were discussing, like, listen, we are creating this project for youngsters. We don't have it in our team, right? So can we start looking for people? And he came up with one important thing. He went through angioplasty 3 weeks back. And then he called me and he said, now I want to meet you. I said, yeah, okay. Because he has the maximum share in the organization. And he said, son, you need to start working on succession planning. Not just for me, for yourself as well. So you have to have a clarity that what is going to happen 10 or 15 years from now, and how the process and systems can be created so that it's not an individual heroism, rather it is basically a system and process which allows multiple heroes to come up in the organization. So that is something which I felt that is an important aspect of a leader who knows when and how to move on. That's very important, right? Okay, the floor is yours. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Wonderful session now, and thank panelists. I'm just taking a cue from what Ravi had mentioned. 180 degrees and another 180 degrees. It is a very curious point, and Now and I, we have discussed about this multiple times in the last 3 years, or 3 to 4 years, I would say. Both coming from music background, both coming from stage artist background. We know what it means to have that culture in each one of them. And over the conversation, it's also been that this is not something which can start at the college level. And I feel it has to start much earlier, at the age of 3 or 4, and it should start from home and not in any institute. And that's the belief. And wherever I go to any institutes, I tell them that don't just focus on getting your 99% pass out of your students. Please look at what else can you identify in them and make them get into those learning. Now, at least from our generation perspective, that is how it was. If my parents were into music, they ensured that we were in music. I ensured my kids are in music, and that continues. Somewhere I feel the parents have not been inculcating that. They have been dropping the ball somewhere. Because the expectation is I'm sending them to a big institute, they should take care of, or they will take care of, which is not happening. Okay, so it was more of a compliment to Ravi's point. Thank you for bringing it up, and I hope at least the group here, the audience here, will take back to their home as well as to their institute, their kids, etc., to bring those and inculcate the values and culture. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chetan.
Oh, by the way, I'm
I just wanted to have a different point of view, right? The parents being solely responsible for how your child shapes up. I think there's an environment which is so different from how you grew up. So these kids are born into a digital world. Their experiences are so different. And I say this because I have two kids. I have a 21 and 19-year-old. I think we have two options. One, look from a space of judgment, saying, oh, they are not disciplined, they are, glued to their phones. And when you look at from that space, you're going to work from a space of bias and disregard their strengths, which is what most of us do, including my husband. And that's why, even though they bring in a potentially inspiring thought, you don't entertain it because you're already so biased, because they're so different from how you are. I think all of us need to have an open mind, appreciate that today's generation is so different from how they see the world, and then come from that space, and I think then you'll discover that they are beautiful people. They are different from us, but they're great. So that's my take on this whole matter. Thanks.
They can actually do better than what we have done.
Yes.
They just need the guidance.
Okay, I found it very interesting in terms of this, like in marketing we talk about customer experience, and here we talk about employee experience and building inclusive high performance teams and all this. No? So I have a rough idea of some of the panelists. Somebody from ISTD I know very well. I know some expert in the HR segment in everywhere, NHRD, CI, FICI, you name it. And you got Mr. Ravi who talks about AI, and I think he started from the zero level of the AI to where it is today, like that. No? And of course, Harshita is well known for the employee experience and building inclusive high performance teams, I think. So my question to you is just, please share some thoughts on, on one hand we talk about reverse mentoring. We go to colleges, schools, and we meet young people and said, we'll do reverse mentoring. Can we talk about concept like mutual mentoring, where the young people also learn from the seniors and the seniors learn from the young people? The digital natives, maybe they'll talk about, they're very good in subject matter experts, SOT, or state-of-the-art knowledge and all that. And the senior people talk about architectural, something like that, all this thing, the intuition and all that. So three things I want to ask. Please tell me something on, one is about mutual mentoring, and second thing is about retirement planning for senior people who are about to phase out in, say, pharma companies, where knowledge is very, very important. So it is. Can we talk about retirement planning, like you are talking succession planning, sir? Or can we talk about, returning back to the institution as an internal consultant or something like that, because they have the institutional knowledge and they have the subject knowledge. So my thought process on these two things. Thank you.
I'll take the first one if that's okay. About mentoring, Vijay, it's always mutual, right? If we go back to our Gurukul system, it just comes from there. The student observed the Guru for a long time and learnt. The Guru was not actively sort of imparting any knowledge, but just by observation they learnt a lot. So here also, when the reverse mentoring happens, the seniors, of course, get a lot of perspectives from the relatively less experienced folks. But the less experienced folks also keep learning all the time, even though it may not be stated in so many words. For example, when the MD takes one of the colleagues who is less in experience with him as an executive assistant or makes him sit as a shadow board, what's actually happening is they're observing a lot of things happening in the board meeting, and they learn from that, right? So whether it's a stated agenda of a mutual mentorship or not, I think all the time both of them are learning from each other, right? Now, if you want to make it more explicit, that's great. Saying that I'm learning this from you and you're learning, all these things from me. Yeah, it's okay. But I think certain things, you should allow the flow to happen for that learning to happen. Because you can't teach every little thing to everyone. People have to learn through a lot of observation as well, the nuances. Because if you start explaining every of your action, I think the learning is lost, and the aggrandizement of the individual happens over there. Let the learner ask, whoever is getting mentored, whether it's senior, junior, let them ask the questions. Okay, why did you do it like this? What was the objective of speaking like this? That's when the learning is embedded beautifully well, rather than creating a structure around it. That's what I mean. So I thought I'll take the first question.
So maybe just adding to this point, after AI has come into the, ChatGPT has come into the picture, there was a kind of experiment which is being conducted. So they have grouped all the youngsters in one room, asked them to learn whatever the latest version which has come in. There are all the seniors, 40 plus, they have grouped them together. And then third group is that it's a mixture of both. So in the experiment, what came out, the results is the third group, which is a mixture, they learned much faster than both the groups individual. Now, why it has happened? Now, this is just because of the mutual mentoring. Probably the provoking questions by the juniors, and then even from the other side, they experience and how they can design it is also very important. Now, but what it is requires. So probably the people who have got a little experience, they have some reservation to open up to ask the juniors to learn. Now that's what I think Dr. Uma was specifically mentioning. If they have willingness to learn, and if they open up to ask questions, the things becomes very fast, and the mutual mentoring will work out very much better than anything else.
Right.
And the second question, I don't think.
I'll probably.
I think
I'll
you can answer.
Take the liberty to answer it, and I'll close it now. In Indian knowledge system, and since I'm working in Purnakala, so I've been working and doing a lot of research in NAP, National Credit Framework, and Indian knowledge system. So what we know is in Gurukul system we had Paravidya and Aparavidya. Now Aparavidya is the materialistic world, the skills, competency that we build in. But Paravidya is your inner self, your wisdom, how to use that skill at your workplace or anywhere in your life in general, right? Now how do you acquire that? So that is only through inquiry and asking questions and following something called neti, neither this nor that, right? This happens in the environment when there is tarka vitarka. So both the sides are having question and an answer. But remember, we don't have kutarka. We should actually shoo away from kutarka over there. So that's very important. Yeah. So only that asking question, the freedom to ask question, and the question can come from anyone. So in Upanishad, we never give you clear answer. We ask questions in answer to a question. If I ask you what is this, you will never tell me what is this. You will tell what do you think what it is, right? And that leads to the next question. So I'll leave it here. Thank you, it was wonderful. Thank you, my panelists. Thank you, audience, for being so patient. See you. Thank you, ASSOCHAM. Yeah.
I guess we need to come.
Yeah.
Thank you now and your team. Thanks for the session. Now we go with the session 5, the most interesting session of the day, understanding the 4 labor codes. The implication for the employer, workforce strategy and the compliance readiness. The session will be moderated by the most senior person, Mr. S.V. Ramchandra Rao, Managing Director, Resource Inputs Limited. The esteemed panelists would be Mr. C. Niranjan Rao, the Advocate of Niranjan Rao Associates, Ms. Indrani Nath, Program at CHRMP, and Mr. Veera Chappi, Head HR Talent, Foxconn Interconnect Technologies Limited. So I request the moderator and the esteemed panelists to come onto the stage, and we'll start ahead. Thank you.
You are here. Very good evening to all of you. I think, very good evening to all of you, right? I think the session should have been started at 4:15 and to have ended at 5:15. I think I am left with limited time now, right? Well, anyway, limited participants also, therefore there is no issue. Am I right? I think I will give you a little background. All of us are talking about courts, right? I think unlike other legislations, the evolution of labor laws are totally different. In India, there was a first, in the year 1929, the first National Labour Commission was constituted based on the report the legislations have come up. Subsequently, there are many ILO conventions. Based on the conventions, many legislations have come up. After these two things, after 72 years later, second National Commission was submitted its report. The objectives of the commission was to suggest rationalization to the existing laws relating to organized workers. Second objective was to suggest an umbrella legislation for unorganized workers for the social security. Justice Verma and his team toured all over India, including Hyderabad. In the year 2001, they interacted with workers, unions, and managements. I was also one of the persons represented on behalf of the employers. The report came in 2002. Now, these legislations should have come in accordance with the National Commission of Labour submitted by the Justice Verma. But nothing has happened in the courts. They have picked up certain things, they have distorted certain things. I will give you an example. Justice Verma suggested the legislation should be employer friendly and employee friendly. Therefore, whenever you are retrenching anybody, give a compensation of 45 days for every year of completed service. In some cases 60 days he has suggested. That is not there. Similarly, standing orders, the report has suggested, reduce it from 100 to 20. This protection is required to everybody. Now that 100 became 300 now for applicability of standing orders. Therefore, what happened in the process is, in the meantime, is it 2002 and 2026, we caught up with the concept of ease of doing business. Right? Combination of these two has given birth to these 4 labor codes. More and more we look at these codes, 80% of the old laws, the sections remained as it is. But they have created excellent definitions to give work to HR, to management, and also to the advocates and judiciary. And a settled law for 75 years, through the process of lot of Supreme Court judgments, lot got unsettled. Now we are now going back to relearn in the organization context. I think with these few words about these codes, I would not say whether it is employer friendly or worker friendly. I am not getting into that issue. But the labor laws evaluation is something totally different when compared to other legislations. I hope Mr. Niranjan will agree with this, right? Well, with these few words, I think we will go ahead with some of the burning issues in the minds of some of the people. Law is such that there are some people who would like to become compliant, some people would like to ignore. Let law be there, I do my job. Now, I think I have with me Indrani, I think Mr. Niranjan, and Mr. Veera. I think I could not meet him earlier to this, only on the day I met him. Well, I think we four of us will try to spend some 25-30 minutes in trying to look at some of the issues. I think we have no gender bias. Therefore, I would like to first start with Madam Indrani, right? And I would, Madam, can you tell us one of the most important definition which is getting circulated is on the wage. What is included, what is excluded, how it impacts and how it is understood. I request you to kindly dwell upon that and let us know from your point of view how it affects the organization.
Certainly, sir. Thank you. So, one of the significant changes that we see when it comes to the labor codes is that it has brought in something what we call as the standardization of the definition of the concept of wage. Before the codes came in, there were different acts, different legislations which spoke about the same concept. Right? Whether we talk of the Payment of Wages Act, Minimum Wages Act, whether we talk of the Payment of Bonus Act, in fact, EPF, Gratuity Act, wage was defined differently across these different laws. So what did it mean for the organizations? It meant multiple compliances. Payroll systems had to work on the same concept again and again. Even if one part of the compliance was followed, still because of the understanding or the misunderstanding of the concept of wage, another compliance kind of was left unmet. Now what the courts have done is that they have given a uniform definition of how wages has to be interpreted by organizations, establishments, and employers. Now, as per the code, and this definition is consistent across all the four codes, whether we talk of the code on wages, whether we talk of the industrial relations code, whether we talk of the social security code or the OSH code, right? Wages have been defined. If I break down the definition in very simple terms, I would look at it from three different perspectives. One, what does it include? Wages would always include, as per the code, three elements: basic, dearness allowance, retaining allowance, if there is any. There's no other ambiguity to what wages would be. Now, what would be excluded? So the courts have also kind of listed 11 exclusions, including HRA, conveyance allowance, even the PF contributions that are there. And the third element is, to what extent can a wage be given in kind? So up to 15% of the wage can be given in kind. Beyond that, it would not be considered as wage. So this is the understanding that we get when we look at the concept of wage. Now, how has it impacted organizations? Again, there is a divided view. If we look at how basic was calculated, even before wages came in, we always had the industry rule of 40 to 50% of basic. Now, organizations which have complied with it, there is, it's not about the compliance, but it is more about formalization of what they were doing. And that also gives the employees the safeguard that, okay, now this is standardized, there's not going to be any change. Now, what happens when we talk of the inclusions and exclusion? If the exclusion, they exceed 50%, the additional amount is counted back as wages. So the law is very clear, it talks about the exclusion. So that gives organizations the liberty to design their compensation structure accordingly. So this shift means that organizations cannot look at compensation as a mere payroll exercise. It has to evolve into a compensation strategy that is benefiting both the organization as well as motivating for the employees. It means changes in the employment contract. It means changes in the HR policies. So that is how we are looking at wages, sir. Thank you, sir.
I would like to add something more on this. The draft rules have already been published, and the time period given is also closed. Right? Now the draft rules have made an explanation with reference to the wage definition. Any bonus paid annually, based on the performance of the organization or based on the performance of the individual, is an exclusion for the purpose of gratuity calculation. Similarly, they have also listed another 4 items. If a crush allowance is paid, because the Social Security Code rules have suggested 500 rupees as an allowance, or the ESOPs, the food coupons, and medical reimbursement also have been taken outside the purview for the purpose of calculation of the gratuity. I think with this the wage definition goes in. May I now request Niranjan to tell us something about in the wage code with reference to the bonus, how it has been dealt with.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is no major amendment regarding to the payment of bonus act. Only the impact, as rightly mentioned by Madam, the wage component has been redefined. So there is possibility of paying the bonus will be slightly higher. So 50% of your gross wage is now going to be basic and DA. So there may be impact on your bonus payout also. Similarly, the government of India is now coming out with a national floor wage. So all the state government has to fix the minimum wage, not less than the national floor wage fixed by the government of India. So if the minimum wages has to go up, there is a clause under the Payment of Bonus Act which is under the Code of Wages. So 7,000 rupees or minimum wages, whichever is higher. So that component may likely to increase because of this provision. Other issues relating to 21,000 cap, 8.33 minimum bonus, 20% maximum bonus, those things have not been changed. So only because of the change in the definition of wages, there may be a likely to be increase in your payment of bonus payout. That's it.
I think I would like to request Veera to tell us something about the floor wage, the minimum wage, and how it impacts the organizations.
Okay. Firstly, I am not the core expert in like you practicing.
No.
I'm just bringing out, I purely bring the industry perspective, what practically we are doing. I can quote very recent, action that what we have taken in Foxconn itself. Primarily, my experience is into IT and then into manufacturing, both engineering services and all that. The practical problem is with I'll just go little on the contract labor, the core activity, and then come to the minimum wages, what we're talking about. The moment the codes are released, there is a, clarification that is given on a core activity. What qualifies for a core activity? The moment it is relayed, including us, all the industry is worried whether you have to convert all your contract labor into a fixed term or into a regular employment. That was one of the tricky situation that industry had to go through, and we all had to conduct a workshop to understand where it is actually lying. So the CLRA 1970, is it covered, or with the new OSH code, how is it defined, and all these. Then we less focused on minimum wages because, as sir has mentioned, the central slab is anyway given that we have to follow. It can be higher but not lower. So whatever government is releasing or the state government is prescribing, we are following it. There is no issue about it. But coming to the fixed time contracts, so we were in dilemma how to regularize the, because we have almost, I'll tell you, the size is 10,000 people, 10,000 sale contract workers with us. In a month, we have hired 5,400 people. Now, you know what we do? If you're going to convert everybody into full-time, it's a problem. Now the gratuity applies, because for a fixed term purpose, you need to take gratuity into consideration. Now we are in dilemma. Now we have already arrived at saying that government has declared saying that not necessary. Especially in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, core activity is being clearly defined than any other states in India. You may reciprocate this one. So fairness in the wage, what we are giving, and we are more focused on the welfare, what we can do from the welfare fund. Labor welfare fund also has been very much clarified. So these are my bit, but I can talk on the other industry practices when it comes to what is the change that we are bringing at workplace. I would comment later part of that. Thank you.
I think I would like to add here, insofar as in the bonus is concerned, the 21,000 rupees, whichever is the limit for an employee definition, is silent in the code. That power has been given to the state government. Similarly, 7,000 rupees is also silent. That power to declare 7,000 or higher or lower has been given to the respective state governments. Therefore, the code is silent. The organizations having in different states, if different states define different threshold limits, there will be an issue to the organizations. Well, on coming on to the other issue, some organizations bifurcate minimum wages into basic and HRA or something like that. Now, HRA is in exclusion, therefore we will not be in a position to bifurcate. If we bifurcate, we are not complying with the minimum wages requirement. I think this will also impact a huge cost. I think Mr. Niranjan will dwell upon the fixed term and the gratuity and the complication of contract labor what you have raised.
Yes,
I think he is the best person to respond to that.
Yes, sir. So first let us see about fixed term employment. Even though it is coined recently and it is in the circulation in recent days, it was there in the Industrial Disputes Act itself. It is not new to the labor law. It was there. But in practice, many people are not calling it as a fixed term employment. Now, because it is popularly worded and it is widely spread across all the media, people are aware of the fixed term employment. Otherwise, under Section 200BB of the Industrial Disputes Act, still it exists. But now, in this code, now they have specifically given this kind of a provision to engage the employees on a fixed term contract basis, fixed term employment. So you can engage any employee on a fixed term, maybe 1 year, 6 months. There is no restriction on the period of the term. And there is no restriction of the salary component. Whoever you want, you can be engaged on a fixed term basis. But only thing is, he will be on the rolls of the company and he will be paid on par with the regular employees of the company. Only thing is, if you want to terminate that employee at the expiry of the contract period, you can simply send him off. No need of paying any retrenchment compensation or taking any notice pay. Those things will not arise in case of a fixed term employment. Apart from that, he is on par with the regular employee. Contract labor is the difference between the contract labor and the fixed term employment is the contract labor will be on the rolls of some other contractor or outsourcing agents. And that contractor will pay the PF, ESI, wages, everything. Whereas in the fixed term employment, only the company will pay all the social security benefits. And further, the fixed term employment can be engaged for any number of times. There is no restriction. People are often asking how many times we can engage a person on fixed term employment. There is no restriction and no prohibition is mentioned under the code. So as long you want, give a break, engage him as a fresh fixed term employment. Thereby you can continue him as many times as you want. Sir?
Yes, sir. Right. Only one thing I would like to add. In the fixed term employment, the wage definition is again different. The wage is inclusive of HRA and conveyance.
Yes.
Right? It is not the same wage, allowances. If you see what happens, wage has to be same. Therefore, you need not pay allowances. But that is the reason why for fixed term, they have defined the wage separately again, which inclusive of HRA and conveyance.
Correct.
Right? I
Yes,
think
sir.
that is the only
Yes, sir.
add on to what you have stated.
Yes, sir.
I think you are from IT and so far as your contract labor issue is concerned, we have a solution to that. But that becomes too heavy for to discuss here.
So actually, let me put it very practically what the HR fraternity faces. When we get doubt, we lean on you. Because practically what happens is, whether this or that, I'm not sure.
No.
So my point is, we can be a custodian of a particular function and implementation of it.
I will suggest whoever is there in this kind of a problem, try to very critically understand the definition of contract labor and analyze, you will find a solution.
Thank you, sir. What we did as a workshop as soon as the labor code come in is practically is, we pulled in industry people. Also in the organization, we have compared what previous was, what is current, and what is scope for us. What it need to be first taken care. So first it stuck our mind is 50% of basic that need to be taken care. Then the bonus, you know how it is. So we did a market survey. I think, I'm speaking on behalf of it, because when we are stuck, call a lawyer. Call a practitioner.
I'm not a lawyer. Let me
I'm saying we do that often. Probably people on the floor can reciprocate. But fairly we see to that our organization is compliant with
absolutely
the right of employee protection and the ease of doing business and growing it further. So that's where our focus was.
I would like to request you to reflect on the applicability of standing orders to ITES sector, because you are there in IT and ITES.
Sir, IT and ITES sector mostly is categorized into shops and establishments, not into factories. So there's no much implications that standing orders we have applied. So far in a broader companies, like I would mention, like I've been with Broadcom, CA Technologies, G Consumer Industrial Appliances. You mentioned GCC as Quest Diagnostics. Nowhere that comes into place, but the regular wages, how the structure of salaries and all, it is organized mostly, but non-IT I am seeing now that everything is structured, everything is complaint based. On the IT side is lesser standing orders.
I think...
Sir, there is a notification given by Telangana government, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, saying that standing orders is applicable for IT and ITES also. So therefore, necessarily, even though you are not following, you are exempted for so many labor laws. So by default, all of you are maybe carrying under the wrong notion that standing orders are not applicable. But strictly speaking, standing orders are applicable. There is a notification also. So kindly now, because of the new labor code, better you rectify that and comply with that also, sir.
Thank you for clarifying. That is where I'm saying, in practice, it is different.
The new labor, now, you see, 300 or more workers. Yes. Who is a worker? Any individual contributor is a worker.
Right.
Right? Below him, if nobody is there and he is performing a duty, he is designated as worker. Excluding professionals, right. A doctor or a lawyer or a chartered accountant and those kinds of people. Right? Now, if you look at IT and ITES sector, large number of people fall under this category. That is the implication. And therefore, under this code, the standing orders will become applicable. Ma'am, I think on gratuity, would you like to throw some light on?
Certainly, sir, certainly. I think there's a lot of confusion about the applicability of gratuity. So, two questions, recurring questions, that is, the 5-year rule no longer applies, or probably I get my gratuity after a year. So, let's understand what exactly is happening. So, if we look at the Payment of Gratuity Act of 1972, it very clearly says that this particular concept or the loyalty bonus that we talk about at the end of a particular term of service was provided only for the regular or the permanent employees. And In that period also, as sir rightly pointed out, that even when organizations were engaging fixed term employees or people who worked under a defined employment period, they were left out of this ambit. So now the codes are looking at the work per se, the quantum of work. They have moved beyond the roles. And that is why if we look at the gratuity right now, there is a slight change in the definition as well. I mean the formula as well, 15/26 into, instead of last drawn salary, now it has become last drawn wages into number of years of service. So salary has been replaced by wages. Now this particular concept of gratuity or the fixed term employee or person who is under fixed term employment, they also become eligible for getting gratuity if they are in 1 year of continuous service. This was something that was not allowed or permitted. Now this means that we are talking about statutory parity. It's a win-win for both. Let's say in a modern workspace where you have project-based assignments, organizations can always have the flexibility of choosing whether to have a full-time employee or to work around a contract where you have fixed-term employment. And also people who were working earlier under the fixed-term employment basis, they also will be now getting, the benefits that was otherwise not permitted to them. So that would be my take.
Well, I think I would like to add a little more on that.
Certainly, sir.
The word used somewhere in the definition is proportionately. That means if a worker who is engaged, I am very clear, I use the word worker. Though it is a fixed term employment, it is only pertaining to the workers. Number one. Number two, the word used is proportionately. That means if a worker on a fixed term employment is there for a 1 year, 4 months, the gratuity calculation, you cannot ignore that 4 months gratuity. You have to calculate it for 1 year, 4 months. Below 6 months to ignore, above 6 months, 1 year, that concept will not be applicable to fixed term employees who are workers. Right? Now, I think, ma'am, I think you should also let us know what is the impact on women, their working hours and creche and those kinds of things in the codes, kindly.
Certainly, sir. So if we look at the codes, they have brought in two elements. One is they are providing women with economic flexibility as well as giving them the safety environment where they are able to come forward and work. So the codes, the 4 codes have come up with certain innovations. I would not say innovations rather, but then try to make things easier, simpler for women. If we talk of the code on wages, it talks about non-discrimination. That means men and women, if they are doing work of similar nature, their wages, their working conditions, it cannot be discriminated against. Right? They have to be paid equally. That's one element. Second, if we look at women representation, whether we talk of in the central or the state advisory board that talks about or fixes the minimum wages, women will have at least 1/3 representation there. So it is also giving women a voice in decision making. Now moving ahead, if I talk about the Social Security Code, there under the Maternity Benefit Act, the act before had certain elements, but I think the code is more or less making it more formalized, something which organizations cannot ignore or dismiss. Like having a creche facility when your organization strength is 50 or more employees. They are focusing on the term employees, not women employees. Right? The creche can either be a shared facility or has to be situated within a prescribed distance as given by the state governments. Nursing breaks have to be given. Women can avail 26 weeks of maternity leave, and in case of 2 surviving children, 12 weeks in case of the third child, and in case of adoptive or commissioning mother. So the concept of motherhood has been incorporated, the changing dimensions. Then we also have, under the Industrial Relations Code, we have the formation of the Grievance Redressal Committee, which also insists that women representation should be proportionate to the representation in the establishment. That is also there. And finally, we talk about the OSH. This code particularly empowers women to work in the graveyard shifts before 6 a.m. and after 7 p.m., which was otherwise not allowed earlier. Along with that, this code even permits women to work across sectors. So, including hazardous sectors, provided that the employer is able to provide all the protective and supportive ecosystem. So, these codes, they have shifted the concept from protection from work to protection of women at work, right? So this is how the codes have evolved, and they are helping women. And this is very, I would say, important for us to understand, because if we look at the data, the periodic labor force survey of 2017-18, the women participation was 22%. And if we look at the data now in 2023-24, it has risen to 40%. During the same time, women employment in the rural areas have moved to 96%, which is very welcoming. And such moves or such initiatives as listed in the code will definitely be helping us move towards that Viksit Bharat, where we are looking at 70% women participation in the labor force. So that would be my take. Thank you.
I think I just would like to add, the creche can be a common creche within 1 kilometer of the establishment. If the establishment is situated in a industrial estate, that 1 kilometer restriction is not applicable. Further, if no creche is available and an employer is unable to establish, he can also offer allowance to the employee up to 2 children at the rate of 500 rupees per month. I think this is what has been mentioned in the draft rules. Well, I think...
actually, I wanted to add very practically, we are implementing that. So far, in Telangana, this is the largest EMS factory in Kongarkalan, about 200 acres. We did not had one. So after the new codes come in, we have been implementing it. We explored 1 kilometer range.
Right.
Now we are thinking about providing allowance.
Yeah.
The night shift that what you're talking about now, the graveyard shift, with their consent.
Yes, absolutely.
With their consent. So with their consent, we are, on the overtime also we are taking consent. We are implementing. So what I can tell you is these reforms have come as a very active in the industry. Earlier, ignorant about these, but now we don't have choice. We are implementing to the dot, and we are brainstorming, and we are providing, actually, we provide AC buses up to 80 kilometers. Employees travel from 80 kilometers, 1 hour 20 minutes they travel. And we are providing, just one for the statistics, 85% of our employees are female.
Right.
And they travel 1 hour 20 minutes, about 50% of them. All of them mostly are first time employment.
Yes.
That's even the 2 generation, they have not come to Hyderabad, but in and around we are employing those.
Yes.
So that's a change what we are bringing in it.
Absolutely. And I would just, if you allow me, sir, add in 2 things. Like when you talk about ignorance, I completely accept that there's a lot of ignorance, ambiguity about what the law says, because you have the letter of the law and then you have the spirit of the law. What does it say and what is the purpose for which it is there? And that's the reason why when the labor codes came in, we were, I think, one of the very few certification bodies which came up with an Indian labor code certification that is followed by CNB payroll planning. So people, the participants, they understand the nitty-gritty of the law. And then when they have to come up or do the compensation structuring, how do they go about incorporating that? So this is one way of how we are trying to address this element of ignorance.
Great to know about it. Niranjan sir, can you tell us something about on grievance redressal committee, what madam has raised about?
So all of you, where 20 or more workplace employees are engaged, is required to form a grievance redressal committee in all your offices, establishments, companies, or factories. So 20 employees means all of you are covered. So a maximum number of employees should be 10, equal representation from employees and employer, and the chairperson will be rotated on a yearly basis. So every individual employee, whatever grievance he had, he has to first approach this grievance redressal committee. Within 1 year from the date of his cause of action, whatever grievance he had, within 1 year from the date, he has to approach the grievance redressal committee, and that committee has to decide within 30 days. Whatever the complaint they received, they have to dispose that complaint within 30 days. If that aggrieved employee is not happy with the decision, he can approach the conciliation officer within 45 days. All timelines are stipulated for the first time. Earlier, there is no this kind of limitations. Timelines are not fixed. Employees are making some kind of a dispute through their unions earlier. Now that discretion is also given directly to the employee without going to the union. He can directly approach to the grievance redressal committee and he can raise a dispute. So before going to the labor commissioner office, that is a conciliation officer, or before going to the court, the employees are necessarily to exhaust this remedy of approaching the grievance redressal committee, and if they are not happy, they can approach to the conciliation officer and then to the industrial tribunal. That is now the procedure is formulated under this code.
Effectively, an individual dispute will also reach up to the level of a tribunal. The impact is, earlier, it was only an industrial dispute used to go to the industrial tribunal or to the labor court. Under this new code, an individual dispute also can lead to the labor court. Right?
Sir, if I may just add on, because this is a question that I am being asked again and again. Even if we have a grievance redressal committee, the internal committee under POSH Act still continues. There is no dilution in there.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Because,
both are two different.
Because many a times they think that since it is a grievance
absolutely
redressal,
no.
so it is still there.
Not still there. That is more powerful than this.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why to implement the
If I look at you also, there could be a problem.
No, that's why to implement
You
the
see,
codes.
if I really go through that list, if I directly look at you, you can lodge a complaint against me. True?
Right, so it's all about the impact. Thank you.
Right? Now, I think there's a major change, ease of doing business, what they have been talking about, is with reference to the punishments and the way in which how it looks at it. I think, I request, Mr. Niranjan is an expert in these matters. I request Mr. Niranjan Ragaru to explain what is earlier punishments and now how it has been liberalized kind of a thing.
And strictly speaking, sir, there is no much change in the punishment angle. If any employee is found guilty of any misconduct, the punishment is...
I'm not talking about employee, I'm talking about employer.
Employer, okay, right.
Right.
So the decriminalization is one the important factor, and this compounding of offences. Whenever you are alleged of offence, not paying the ESI contribution within the time, not submitting the returns within the time, not displaying the abstracts of the acts before your factory gate, not displaying the inspector's name, all those things, the employers are liable for prosecution earlier, and they have to appear before the magistrate court. So that provision now has been liberalized, and the option is given to the employer to pay penalty and then get it closed without appearing before the court. That is one big solace to the managing directors, occupiers particularly, under the Factories Act. The directors should be the occupiers, and they have to necessarily to appear, even for a small violation under the Factories Act. So those kind of things is now given slightly liberalized. Therefore, there is no much threat for the employers and the managing directors to appear before the courts. They can pay the compounding fee and come out of the offence.
To add to that, earlier at many places imprisonment used to be there. That imprisonment has been brought down only at 2 places, where you deduct the amount from an employee and not remit it. Right? The other area is accidents, health and I think in other places, imprisonment has been, to a very large extent, has been removed. Right? But the penalties have been substantially increased. Say, for example, you are required to get the standing order certified. Earlier, if you have not done, the penalty was 500 rupees. Today it is 2 lakhs rupees. That is the difference. Right. I think we will leave the floor open. If anything that you would like to understand from any one of these panels or from me, you are welcome to raise the issues. Absolutely no. If you read the OHS code, it is the employer's duties itself have been listed. And the more focus has been given on the health safety. And now earlier you have only director factories to come and inspect you. Today you have 10 authorities to come and inspect you, in addition to the labor department, in addition to the inspector of factories. Now the chief inspector of factories has been empowered. If he, after coming for an inspection, he finds an hazardous situation, he can order stoppage of the factory. And workers should be paid wages. I think that is what the code says. Therefore, let me tell you, the entire OHS code focus is on safety. It is very strongly built. And you know, most funniest thing, in the preceding 5 years, what are all the accidents that have taken place in your factory, you have to display it on the notice board. Right? Therefore, employees' interest has been protected very strongly insofar as wages and in safety and health.
Thank you.
I would like to just bring what we are practicing right now on the same point. For people, earlier the medical checkup was only for hazardous environment. Now, for people who are 40 and above, you need to make it.
Yes.
And for a voluminous organization like us, we have to now implement it and bring it. So, my point is like ease of, less of government, more of governance. And it's actually, if you see last 10-15 years, the gig economy is running across. Those in these labor codes, those are taken care very much. If you observe this, I think every law and act will have pros and cons, but this is more in the organized sector form. Global competitiveness is a much keyword, because we've been looking at other manufacturing site in the site in Taiwan. We've recently gone there, so organized. Our laws are colonial age, which have not been, like if you see the BNS, Bharat Nyaya Samhita, I think in line of it, we are giving a touch of Indian culture, going away with the colonialism state laws, practical implementation where people come and invest, because we are targeting to be a 4th largest economy. So these are all contributing to how we can attract a company, protect the rights of employees, but still operate at your freedom for the profits of the companies.
So yes. I will just add for your just how what the BNS and other things have done, what labor laws have done. Sir, after you people have come into the field, there is a moonlighting, there is employee bond breaking, joining with competitors, leaving the job abruptly. All these things are the major issues which you are facing, IT and IS. There is no reference in the new labor codes. How? That is the order of the day. The law, which is now made in 2025, has to protect these kind of issues. There is no reference in the old labor laws or in the IPC or in the Evidence Act, wherever, how to stop this moonlighting. These are all new concepts which was developed after the IT sector has come in. But there is no protection for you in those areas.
Yes.
Absolutely useless amendments.
Absolutely, I fully agree with him. Number one, no. You see,
because I have seen the other side of the story, I really feel working in the manufacturing area is adding real value. We, on the side of a HR from a IT sector, sorry if someone is there, we don't literally learn anything. You start learning when you shift towards the right side and see what actually the worker goes with the pain, what employer takes a pain to pay on time, how it is taken care. I totally agree with you, sir. Earlier, and there is no voice for an IT worker in the law.
You see, let me share with you. The impact of these codes will hit MSME in India, which is the backbone. Why and how I will tell you. A canteen has to establish if you have 100 workmen,
including contract
labor, no MSME in India today is having space even to keep their finished product or raw material. It is the truth.
Can I add one more thing? Very interesting thing. Almost about 4,000 people in one shift are having meal at our office. All 3 shifts we are running seamlessly and 2 meals, and we are trying to implement in incoming snacks as well as outgoing snacks.
I am very clear. The impact is on MSME.
Yeah.
Which is the backbone of industry.
Understood. Yes.
Right? That is where I am telling you.
I totally agree.
Right? Large organization
in any way they can
I will
afford.
also share with you. If tomorrow, unfortunately, if you have a union,
Yes.
If you have 300 workers or more, you are required to give an office premises in your establishment itself to the union.
Of course, yes.
That is what the law says. Today the court says.
So how it is beneficial for the IT and ITES?
Is it? No. You see, we have issues day in and day out. The employee, without returning the laptop, he switches off his phone and he is not available. Right? He is working from home in Ladakh. You just can't do anything. Right? The code has not covered that. We have in fact made a representation to the government. The employer should be permitted to deduct the amount as shown in the books of accounts to the extent depreciated amount from the full and final settlement of the employee. Today you are not empowered to do this. Right? No, therefore, it looks, the impact of these codes will be understood after 2 years or 3 years, and when the employer will realize that should I?
I have a question, and thank you so much for the insightful session. So we have more kind of information out there, and we are overwhelmed with the new labor codes and all. So which guidelines we need to follow, and do we have any specified guidelines given by the government in any site or the portal so that all the IT people or like us HRs can go there and refer them? Because we have vendors, many sessions are being conducted, many PPTs, much kind of information coming. So we wanted one benchmark or per se kind of information so that it can lead to all our stakeholders and also within the organizations so that we can take it forward.
Ma'am, lot of information, no. Lot of misinformation got circulated.
Yeah, correct.
Right?
That is true.
I will give you a small example. F&F should be done within 2 days.
Yeah, that is.
It is a myth.
Yeah.
This was an old provision in the Payment of Wages Act. It is a copy-paste of the computer. Right? It talks only about wages. It doesn't talk about F&F. And the gratuity continues to remain. Payment is required to be made within 30 days from the date it has fallen due. I think there is no change. What all circulated in the WhatsApp University and the other universities you have in the social media is only misinformation and not the right information.
So which one to follow, sir?
No, you have to study yourself, or you should have somebody to guide you to do that.
Wait for some more period, ma'am. Let the rules also be framed.
Yes.
Once the rules framed by state and central, then you will have total picture.
Little more.
And I think as of now, the Labour Ministry it has released a comprehensive employers compliance guidebook, which is there on their website.
That doesn't have anything.
I mean, since she's asking for some information, I thought sharing of information would be good enough. Yes.
So I have to put it very straight is, we are all in confusion trying to figure out, but don't get overwhelmed with information, but what is the issue that you are trying to address, be specific about it and do a research. Practitioners can help. We got help from, of course, the big fives consulting and all that, you do that. And on the lighter part, the big fives and other consulting organization taking advantage of training people on these one and winning money. Okay, which is, in a way, it gives a refresher. But identify your problem, like I told you, like the core activity. We were in confusion. Should we now stop all the vendors, manpower vendors, or how do we do it?
Sir, 1 minute, sir. For you, that core activity is there earlier also.
It is there.
In both in Andhra and Telangana.
No, the Workshop University has come up.
One minute, I will tell you. Earlier you are violating the law, you will continue to violate the law. That's all. It is as simple as that.
No. Understood.
Let me also tell you, this core, non-core definition, unfortunately I am the party to draft that when the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu was here. Right, myself and MS Rao, myself and MS Rao, the then Labour Commissioner, we both sat together in Viceroy Hotel and drafted.
I think one round of applause is needed because, that has come as a rescue for us when we are trying to actually figure out, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh only had drafted this particular rule, no other state. And this is a benchmark across the industry.
And that is copied by the entire India.
Somebody was
Pan India. And we are happy to, ASSOCHAM to getting us to here.
And a follow-up question on this, like what would be the implementation date? It would be like 21st
Implementation
of November.
date is 21st November 2025.
So we need to pay the arrears along with that. So,
I would not like to comment on that.
Okay.
It is a strategic, independent, organizational decision. You see, there will be no rules for definitions.
In simple matter, it is your case, you deal it. No, at this point of time, because, everyone...
I will share with you. You see, if you look at it, the code has also prohibited even restructuring of a salary structure. Because section 124 says you cannot reduce the wages. Right? In the Social Security Code, it has been mentioned. Therefore, technically, we will not be in a position to reorganize the wage structure where his benefits are becoming less. Right? Now, anyway, you don't too much think about it, ma'am.
So another question, like, the wages, as they said, 50% should be your wages as per the new wage code. Should it be 50% of the gross, which we call earnings, or
I will
CTC?
give you a simple formula.
CTC.
To all my clients,
Which we usually follow in
I will
IT
give you a simple
sectors.
formula. Your gross wage plus provident fund contribution of your employer provident fund contribution divided by 2 is the basic wage. The balance, you have only 2 components, HRA and conveyance allowance. No other name. There ends the matter, your salary structure.
Thank you.
So one question, there was an event happened in Vijayawada from the Labour Department.
I know.
They called few of the company representatives. Is there any such kind of program organized in Telangana? Because
Telangana, before implementing the code, the secretary came and then we had a program. We made lot of sessions that never seen the light of the day. Right?
No, in terms of Q&A also, they had a session with all the employers. So do we have any other session been organizing in Telangana from central
No, government is not organizing. Government is grappling itself in drafting the rules which they are unable to do it. Because the worker definition is inclusive of, employee definition is inclusive of worker. In some section, employee word has been used. In some section, worker word has been used. And it is so confusing for somebody to draft rules also is becoming very difficult for them. More particularly, when it comes to the OHS code, they are unable to find a solution to this. Because many other unrelated legislations are also there in that. Right? I think it is a much bigger subject. I think any other, I think should we make it as a last question?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'm Haripan. I work as a HR for Wellspun, GCC. The core is a manufacturing. Obviously, I work for IT and ITA. So the question with respect to the PF. So when it comes to the IT, a lot of things will go on basic plus DA up to 32 to 35 to increase the net take home and reduce the gross and the CTC other things. So with changing of the new labor code, so it will be increased to the 50%. Basic would be increased to the 50%. It will impact the PF if it's not capping 15,000. So whether it could be paid by employee or an employer. If an employee, then a take home would be reduced. If an employer, are they ready to bear? So
it
how
is
it
your
would be?
additional employer's additional cost only. Right? It is very clear. Right? Number one. Number two, I think I also should share, if you read the code, Social Security code, PF contribution is 10%. But why you are paying 12% today? Because of the scheme. The code specifically mentioned the schemes of the Provident Fund and the schemes of the ESI, the rules and regulations in the ESI will continue to be in force for 1 year from the date of the act has been revoked. Right? Therefore, the same scheme is continuing. Therefore, after a few years, the PF department can come and ask you why you have not paid on allowances also. Get prepared, because scheme is still there. Number one. Number two, that 15,000 also will get enhanced very soon.
25,000 or so.
It will.
Something happens.
It will. It is likely to. And now today, the Provident Fund and ESI is linked together. AI tool has been introduced there, and it generates automatically a show cause notice, calculating the difference between the gross wages mentioned in ESI and gross wages mentioned in Provident Fund and non-payment of PF or ESI. The AI is calculating and sending notices. I think this is the level at which it is there, right? I think thank you very much. I think that my thanks to Mr. Niranjan and Indrani Madam and then Veera. I think it is pleasure meeting you, sir. And thanks to everyone. Though there are less participants, I am happy that it is a quality discussion. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.